let out. Welcome, Mark. I mean, you're aware, Mark, you've only got 10 minutes for this, are you?
I thought only 5.
You might be 5 too. You're right, it is too. 5 minutes. I just see your comprehensive presentation there.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
I always feel under pressure with these presentations. So good morning, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to present. I know a lot of you in the room, and you know I'm quite a regular presenter. So thank you for the opportunity. I'd like to just say that David Ratcliffe, who I've been collaborating with this work on, is not available today to join me. But I have spoken to him this morning and he fully supports the presentation. And if there's any technical questions and data requirements afterwards, we can fill that gap for you, okay? So David Ratcliffe sends his apologies. So look, David and I have been working for a good 7 years together on another commercial project on aerial cableways. It's a tourist attraction, actually in the bay as well, which hasn't quite come to fruition. But we've collaborated on this Kupinga fishing net concept, which is basically very quickly an aerial cableway urban transport network to cover the city. And it can be done in stages. So if you could flick through the presentation just quickly, if anyone can do that for me. Yes, okay, so conceptually, the idea is to have limited footprint with pylons, which carry cableways. And the simple concept is to connect the city, the CBD, with the Mount. But the key thing is to connect in Bayfair, which is, as we know, the regional shopping centres like Bayfair and the Crossing. I think, being here 7 years, my observation is it's hollowed out the city. And so people would rather go to Bayfair or the Crossing to have free parking and then have an experience. So our traditional CBD strand and the Mount has been left behind, and we don't have a ferry service anymore. So this is a connect between the city and the Mount and the shopping centre. So people can ride in this network up to 6,000 people an hour. That's what we can get, 25 to 35 person cabins, fast, frequent, reliable, accessible, all weather, wheelchair access, scooters, golf clubs, tennis gear. And the most recent rendition of this Kupinga is Taitu, which we'll get to at the end of this presentation, is to connect the Bay venues facilities into this network as well. So we connect the city, we connect the Mount, we connect Bayfair, but then we also look at maybe Bay Park, Blake Park, and Coronation Park, because those have automatically got parking facilities that are available. So they've got large potential park and rides, and imagine 6,000 people out of our daily commutes in the system if you could actually schedule with your kids as well, sports drop-offs in the afternoon. And imagine the effect on the Ames games as well if you connected this potential network into all of our Bay venues facilities. Now, the second stage would be not in this drawing, but is along Cameron Road, connecting the hospital, so we can potentially connect our hospital and Greaton, and then out to the Crossing. So think of these as like fingers that fly, think of thin lines or fingers that you can fly through the sky and enjoy our peninsulas and our estuaries. So think of the tourism opportunities as well with this and how our city could really become known for this aerial cableway. Now, there's plenty of precedent around the world for these sort of facilities, like in Yeosu in South Korea. It's a tourist destination and it's also an urban transport network. So you overlapping transport requirements and tourism, and all ages, all access, And what a beautiful city. Not on a day like this, but you could still fly around in a controlled cabin with air conditioning and heating in this sort of environment. If you could keep flicking through, please. So that's down on the Strand. Now that's a photograph that I took during our jazz festival. I was very disappointed to see that the road was actually opened this year for the jazz festival, because this is the potential of how a city could be. That's my own photograph, and then I've sketched over the top of it the aerial cableway. But look at that, that's pumping. And our city is just, I'm sorry to say, such an embarrassment. I've been here 7 years, as I said, and I've lived in cities like Cape Town and Durban and Tampa, Florida. And I just, I'm sorry to say that I'm embarrassed about our city. We really need to do something, get stuck in and make ourselves world class. And I really believe we can do this sort of thing. So there we go. There's a sketch of what we could be in the future, not just the jazz festival, but most of the time. So keep flicking through, please. So there's the basic route, the original concept, and the times that, compared to different modes of transport, from Tauranga to Bayfair in 10 minutes, and then from Mount Maunganui to Bayfair in 12 minutes. And you can see walking and cars, you can probably, this was done in 2021, you can probably double or triple those numbers for the cars now, because we're just getting more and more congested. So keep going, please. Imagine this, just these light fingers through the sky and sort of suspended, looking over our peninsulas and estuaries. So we're taking a negative of we've got very thin land masses and large expanses of water. Let's connect them with an aerial cable, which is, I think, quite a beautiful thing, and very, very thin and skeletal. And then the opportunity to overlap with other buildings, like you could have a base station, which is actually designed by an architect and could be a world-class sort of facility that connects with the art gallery, or the new council building. One of the ideas was to connect into this building here, or the new council building, but those buildings have obviously gone ahead in this time frame. But you can basically take this into any building in the future. Next one, please. So that just shows you all the positives, okay? If you just flick through those, it's self-explanatory, fast, frequent, reliable, accessible, easy, safe access for wheelchairs, small footprint. So you're just dealing with a concrete base and a pylon. Everything is very articulated into parts. So when I spoke to David this morning, I said to him, have the costs of all the hardware gone up? And he said, no, it hasn't gone through the same 30 to 40% rise in costs for hardware. For the actual installation, that would go up in cost. And he can provide all of those costings for what we call profiles. He'll take my drawings and then work across the city with profiles and then put all the equipment around that and the costs. So we can provide that for you if you require. And that's, I'll talk about that at the end. If you could keep going, please. So just see the cycling there, families, wheelchairs. This is pretty obvious. And then a contained environment, no matter what the weather is. Keep going, please. So larger cabins, we're not talking about sort of, the one down at Ruapehu or down at, like there's one being done at the Remarkables at the moment. They're not 4-person cabins. They're 25 to 35-person cabins. You could run advertising as well on the inside on boards. So there's all sorts of potential for revenue generation. Next one, please. There we go. So we're talking about not a sort of a manky old gondola. We're talking about futuristic sort of capsules that really put our city on the map and bring us into the first world. Next one. Yeah, the opportunity with these, all of this hardware is not redesigned. It's designed for ski fields and for cities that are on the move, and not just first world cities. There are third world cities as well. There's quite a lot of examples of these in South America. So the hardware is the hardware, and it's been sophisticated and articulated and perfected over many years. David Ratcliffe has worked for Leitner before this, and the other one is Doppelmayr. So we can get competing costs on different providers. There's just the data there. It runs at 8.5 meters a second. You can speed it up, but that's sort of a gentle ride. Next one, please. There we go. Pylons you can get up to as well, depending on the height. You can push out your span, so you get up to 200 to 300 meter spans between things, because we don't want to have a whole lot of columns in the water here. So the idea is to have minimal columns and push up the spans. So opportunity then as well to perhaps turn some of the pylons into artwork, and the opportunity to overlap with with Māori, and perhaps like Whare Thompson, I've collaborated with him on work, and also others. We could perhaps turn these into something that are cultural elements as well, not just practical. Next one, please. Everything's brought in by helicopter or on the ground, all prefabricated parts. So you know exactly how long the time frame is for construction, and you know how much the cost is beforehand, and then all the operational side as well. We can provide all that information for you up front to have a look at perhaps doing a business case for this. Next one. The opportunity overlap with architecture. Next one, please. It's a little bit more exciting. There we go. There's Zaha Hadid, who's since passed, but one of my favorite architects at university. And, the opportunity to do something a little bit striking, with an entrance to the facility, see the cableways here, just to give it a bit of a flair and attractive rather than just utilitarian. Next one. Keep going, just flick through these, just give you a feel of some of the international, these are international examples. Just keep flicking, please, and we'll get to Tatu at the end. Keep going, keep going, keep going, please. Thank you. There we go. That just gives you, there's plenty of international examples of these cableways. If you just have a look, that's Yosu at the end, and look at that, lots of estuaries and peninsulas. And if you could flick through to Tatu, please, which is the latest piece of work by David and I. The next PDF. Thank you. Oh, there's one other PDF. There's just a single aerial. It's not this PDF. It's the next. Oh, you only had one. Okay. Well, you should have it in. Is it in your report? Yeah. So that's the one there. So the Tatu is Māori for arrive, and I've collaborated with Māori on this. Iwi and Hapu. Just on the name, so it's not given by me, it's actually given by local. And so, the concept with this is to expand it. You can see that if you have a look at just go to Bay Park and then to Bay Fair, and then up to Blake Park, and then to Coronation Station and the Mount. Not to go onto the Mount, but into Coronation Station or to the hot pools, because that's one of the Bay venues facilities there. I have circulated this to others like Tourism Bay Plenty and Bay Venues as well, just to sort of aggregate the idea. And it's all driven by David and I, not by anyone else. And there seems to be sort of positive interest in it. I've also presented to Anne Tolley and the commissioners. I know they're gone at the end of this month, but there has been positive response there from TCC. So we're doing these presentations to try and get a combined approach to it. The commissioners actually suggested we present to the TSP, Tauranga Systems Plan. So we've reached out to them and also to Smart Growth. And we got, David was actually sick about a month ago, we had a presentation. So we're up for the next Smart Growth presentation. So there we go. That's all I have to deliver today. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Mark. Very visionary approach to what the city could look like. But I know you've also got, in your 20 points, you raised in your submission a whole lot of other stuff. So well done.
Yes. Yeah, sorry.
Councillors, questions to Mark. Councillor McMillan.
Well done, Mark. I love your innovation and innovative thinking. Just quick question. So with the flight pass and that, there's no issue with that?
With the paths, it's initially the concept is done by hand and then on computer and then passed over to David. And because he's a lift line specialist, he then takes that to his group at Lightner or Dopamai and then works with what we call a profile. And they work out what the straightest and cleverest route is by looking at the terrain. Okay, but they do need more information, obviously from stakeholders and from we need some engineering done as well as background. But what they do is they take a concept of a line and then they start to interrogate it over a map through a line profile, and then they put the gear towards that in the centres of the pylons and that. So
I'm just meaning with the airport with.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons. Good question, because one of the original route was quite close to the airport, and what we've done with this is actually taken it away from the airport. So good question.
Got it. Thank you.
Could I thank you for your submission, Mark? Much appreciated. I know you're a passionate advocate for betterment in the Tauranga district. Once again, thank you for your submission. Councillors, your next submitter is Hayden Henry on behalf of Ngāi Tukarangi Hapu. Tēnā koe, Hayden.
Can you hear me now?
Aye.
Mōrena tātou, ia, mi ni kia koutou katoa, ko hui mana ko tēnei whare. Ko wai au, ko Hayden Henry hau. Ki haere mai ki te kororo o the summary of facts, what you call submissions, for Ngāi Tukarangi Hapu. So once again, I'm being privileged to speak on behalf of Ngāi Tukarangi, regards the submission, summary of facts, I call it. And again, I'd like to acknowledge the writer of this report, Kia Maia, and again, I'd like to acknowledge again the work that she put in, but also those other trustees. I'd also like to acknowledge those ones that have passed on before us. Again, so he mīna kia koutou. So ki te temata tēnei kōrero, I'll start now. So again, no doubt you've got the report in front of you. It's a long worded report, so I'll just read it, and any questions do interject and ask. Ka pai?
Ka pai.
Hold up. Introduction. Ngāi Tukarangi Hapu are descendants from the Paramount Chief of Tauranga Moana, Te Rangi Hauhiri, a hapu of Ngāi Tarangi. The rich history and whakapapa of Ngāi Tukarangi extend far beyond the confines of Merapi, encompassing our vast and diverse area within the Bay of Plenty region. Our ancestral connections stretch from Te Papa to Otamotai, Mount Manganui, and down into Arataki, forming a significant presence in this expansive sub-region. Teaching to our shared vision are the core values of kaitakitanga, manaakitanga, whanangatanga, and kōtaitanga. Upholding these values is our commitment to our obligations passed down through many generations. They serve as the foundation upon which we navigate our interactions with local authorities and shape the future of our communities. Through kaitakitanga, we safeguard our land and resources to future generations. Manaakitanga guides our interactions, ensuring respect and understanding in all engagements. Whanangatanga fosters relationships within our hapu and with the wider community, emphasising collaboration and mutual respect. Kōtaitanga unites us, reinforcing the strength that comes from standing together in the face of challenges. Our hapu is committed to ensuring that our unique perspective and concerns are acknowledged and generally heard and taken into account. Decisions made regarding accommodation, rates, and initiatives directly influence our community and, by extension, our whānau. We firmly believe that meaningful engagement with our hapu is essential to developing strategies that are culturally sensitive, sustainable, and inclusive. Consultation topic 1, who should pay for buses? A well-funded public transport network within our urban centres is beneficial for the whole region as it encourages more people out of their cars and into public transport, reducing vehicle emissions and traffic congestion, especially in Tauranga where we have a significant over-reliance of cars. We support Bay of Plenty Regional Council's preferred option of rates funding for public transport in urban centres coming from 90% targeted and 110% general rates. The Trust acknowledges that one of the disadvantages of this option is that people in areas more distant from public transport networks will pay more towards urban public transport compared to option 1, which they may consider unfair. This is rightfully identified disadvantage of this option, and the Trust can respect how small communities and ratepayers will not be in favour of this option during a cost of living crisis. Should council progress with the sell down of the Port of Tauranga, shares perhaps a portion of that fund will be invested into improving regional connected public transport networks to those that are not within those urban centres, don't feel as though they are paying rates for service they ultimately don't use. Whether BOPRC should sell some of the Port of Tauranga shares. There's a lot of consideration given to this, has not yet been comprehensively said or discussed. Given that Ngāi land was compulsorily acquired under the Public Works Act for the development of the Port of Tauranga, as expressed to Te Waitangi claims, we would like to have direct engagement with the Board of BOPRC Regional Council on this matter as a treaty partner. But as a fundamental level, Ngāi Hapu assert that we are impacted by severity by the Port of Tauranga Limited Establishment for Public Works Act, but also that it was stolen from us for reasons that we do not necessarily support. For this reason, Ngāi Hapu should be first group to have an RFR opportunity to acquire up to 25% of the available shares at a discounted rate of 25% reduction in share value. We therefore reiterate support and demand to be part of a collective hapu approach to having RFRs put in place for the repatriation of the shares for sale to our hapu. We are not opposed to working with others, but no other hapu was detrimentally impacted more than us with respect to the impact from the Port's original establishment and the subsequent impact of its operation on our people, our whenua, our well-being and our overall essence of self. It was hapu who held the whenua. Iwi could not talk to those matters on our behalf. We look forward to working with the BOPRC Regional Council on that important collective approach moving forward. We also reiterate that we are opposed to foreign ownership of these shares. We want the condition made as part of this proposal of sale. New regional parks. The hapu is somewhat supportive of the development of new regional parks. The recent improvements of Te Reo and Papamoa have enabled mana whenua to share their stories with visitors on the historic and cultural significance of the parks through the recent improvements. The Trust, however, would like more information around what the local mana whenua view is on the proposed locations of the new parks and whether they are in support or not. Regional parks are a great opportunity for mana whenua to work with BOPRC Regional Council to improve wider local understanding of the unique relationships mana whenua have with the natural environment. It's also imperative as a country that we preserve our green space for future generations, and regional parks are one way in which this can be achieved. Our hapu would wholly support of the proposed new regional park if the respective mana whenua were involved in decision making and support of the development. Hapu management plans. We intend to seek resourcing for the development and implementation of a hapu management plan. It provides a comprehensive guide to our cultural aspirations, environmental stewardship, and community development strategies for our hapu. We seek to employ a part-time project manager for the purpose of developing and implementing the plan and request to engage with council to achieve this. This will accommodate a dual role for hapu management planning, engaging on specific projects with the council. The plan will provide a clear direction to preserve and promote our cultural identity, acknowledge our history, and to firm and implement the sustainable resource management goals of our hapu, while facilitating community engagement and consultation. The plan will ensure a collective decision-making process for our hapu community. It will guide land use planning, economic development, initiative and collaboration with local authorities, contributing to the intergenerational transmission of knowledge and the well-being of our hapu. Securing funding from the council will assist with successful revision of our hapu management plan, enabling us to engage, execute, conduct research, and implement a sustainable development initiative. Ultimately, a hapu management plan supported by council funding represents a dynamic and inclusive roadmap that aligns cultural values with environmental sustainability and community aspirations. Kaitakitanga. Hei te aki te mana o te wai me te whenua. Ngā tukarangi hapu would like to see our rangatei and local kaitaka upskilling and being more involved in kaitakitanga projects that council is conducting within our rohi. There are likely to be a range of opportunities, for example, freshwater monitoring, estuarine monitoring, marine biosecurity, seasonal planting significant sites of our hapu. As mentioned above, we seek resources to employ a part-time coordinator to engage with the council on environmental project opportunities, utilising hapu resource management, planning and resourcing. We seek to engage with the Māori policy and science teams to implement initiatives that support this work. Visit climate change. Māori and Marae communities need more support for future proofing our freedom from the effects of climate change. We request engagement with BOPRC on these matters and discuss the effects of climate change on our local Marae and Māori communities. Whareroa Marae, for example, is in dire need for stormwater drainage measures, and we would like to see more support from council to ensure support measures are investigated before the need to the turn of management retreatment options. Conclusion. In the sense of our aspirations reflected in this submission are a testament to our dedication to preserving our cultural heritage, safeguarding our environment, and ensuring the well-being of our whānau and future generations. Through collaboration, understanding, and respect, we look forward to engage with country, further embracing the challenges and opportunities, shaping a sustainable and vibrant community. Kia ora. E pātai.
Kia ora, Hayden. Unfortunately, we don't have time for any questions, so I thank you for your presentation on behalf of Ngāi Tūkore Rangi.
Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillors, your next presenter is Glenn Crowther with Beth Hughes on behalf of Sustainable BOP. Welcome, Glenn.
Everyone.
Welcome, Beth.
We'll start off just talking about our sort of main submission, and then we'll just refer briefly to our funding application through the CIF fund. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. I think it was a good submission process, and I've been interested. I've sort of looked online at a few of the submissions that have come in down in Whakatane especially. In terms of our, excuse me, our views on it, we will sort of leave the port issue, which I know is a big concern for some people. But in terms of the other key topics, we do support the regional park option 2, and we also support option 1 of the status quo for the public transport rate. And I guess I just wanted to touch on some issues around the rates, which we put into our submission. So whilst we support the status quo there, we do not really support the status quo in terms of your rating model. We think that the general rate on land value should be increased, the UAGC should be reduced, and we think that the high proportion of targeted fixed rates is a genuine inequitable component of the rating system now for Bay of Plenty residents. As the level of rates has increased, this seems to get worse each year, and I've focused in our submission on tauranga medium rates as an example. We're aware that there are much higher and much more concerning issues for some people in the rural areas, but because slightly over half of the ratepayers are in tauranga from what we've looked up, we thought that'd be a good example. And the median tauranga ratepayer is now paying 82% of regional council rates as a fixed charge. And we think that if that keeps continuing down the trend that it is, it's basically going to become sort of like a poll tax with very high targeted rates in rural areas to sort of supplement that. And we think that's not a good rating model. We're aware of the imperfections or flaws of a property tax type rating system, but we still think that that brings more horizontal equity and vertical equity into the system. And when you have high fixed charges, apart from the lack of equity, you don't actually get a trade-off benefit, which is the normal thing that you want in a tax system of any kind. You don't get an efficiency trade-off there. It's not really any more efficient to do it any other way. And we don't really understand why that hasn't been a big issue for the council. I've watched it for a few years and sort of it seems to be getting worse each year. And the increases, I think we put in our submission some examples, but typically the fixed charges have increased by about double what the general rate on land value has over the last few years. So roughly this year for a median Tauranga ratepayer, 10% versus for the general rate about 5%. So each year it just exacerbates the problem. So and it is currently the UAGC alone is enough to say that that's quite a significant concern. And we do note that there are other councils that have targeted rates, which we do support, but they do those not on a fixed basis. So we're not sure if it's a philosophical thing, but talking to some of you councillors, I get the impression it's more of a default setting than an overt discussion that has taken place. And we think it'll be really good, certainly before the next long-term plan, but ideally sooner as part of this to work through those issues and figure out, is this what you intend? If it is, we think it'll be good to get the support of Bay of Plenty residents as opposed to just doing it as a sort of a background thing that people possibly don't even notice based on conversations I've had. The other issue that I want to touch on from our submission was the what I call the lack of alignment between the smart growth strategy and Tauranga City Council's long-term plan. And as a key partner in that smart growth partnership, we sort of look at what's unfolded through the strategy. It's been an excellent piece of consultation. It's been really good work done by staff and by the governance around that. But the key issue is still that there is not an alignment between, on the one hand, smart growth itself, regional council, I think combined Tangata Whenua Forum from my conversations, and Western Bay Council. And then on the other hand, Tauranga City Council's long-term plan. We can't understand how this can sort of end well. We've looked at what's happened with smart growth over the last 20 years. It has not been a success. I think we all know that. We acknowledge that now. Publicly, I think you have. And there is, as one or two of your fellow councillors have said, there's not yet a costed plan out there. There's not an integrated investment plan into smart growth. And that's a huge concern, because when you look at what's in LTPs, it doesn't stack up at the moment. And putting aside the transport conversations that some of us have sat around the table and heard. So we think there needs to be a more robust conversation with local communities. There's a genuine lack of debate around the smart growth table. We think there are, as I say, good discussions, but you don't actually get to hear the different viewpoints, because everyone seems to go in there with almost a predetermined agenda, or in some cases, overtly predetermined, and not pointing at your representatives who do their best. But I think overall, we just raise that as a huge concern for Tauranga people that we speak to, and Western Bay residents as well. So I know there's only so much you can do on that, but we think there needs to be more questions asked around that smart growth table. In terms of our funding submission, I think we've sort of laid out what we hope to achieve over the next 3 years. We have, in our view, had good results over the last 3 years. We started small. I started in a part-time role, moved to a full-time role some time back, and we've developed partnerships across the region slowly. So we've now got good relationships across the Western Bay District, Tauranga City, and Whakatane, even Opotiki to some extent. But it is, it takes time, and it takes, I guess, more resource really, and that's what we're asking for on this submission. And Beth, I'll hand over if you want to add a few words.
Thank you. Thanks, Glenn. I'd just like to add that Sustainable Bay of Plenty Trust is more than Glenn, and the future of our trust doesn't depend on
whether Glenn continues to remain as an employee. The key to our trust's future is whether or not Bay of Plenty Regional Council give us funding. We get 50,000 a year from Bay Trust, and with the support of Regional Council, we can continue to do what we are increasingly becoming more effective at doing. I know you may have heard some rumours that Glenn may stand as a candidate for Tauranga City Council. In fact, I think that probably a number of you have been adding to those rumours. I guess the key issue that it's important that you understand from the Trust's perspective is that if Glenn decides to run and becomes a councillor, that's great for sustainability, and the Trust will employ somebody else to fill that role. If Glenn doesn't run or runs and doesn't get elected, we will continue with business as usual. Either way, our Trust still needs regional council funding. Now is not the time to pull back on sustainability. The appetite is stronger than ever, even for challenging sustainability topics, which is somewhat our specialty. For instance, last year we packed out Whakatane and Tauranga venues, 320 people in total, for Mike Joy speaking about degrowth. It was hugely successful and hugely popular. This month, we've just sold out 2 movie screenings for a film that challenges people to embrace a more sustainable economic model. Plus, we've had about 120 people for our Tauranga Green Drinks event at Zespri last October, and over 100 registered and attended our highly successful Green Drinks at Whakatane Council in March this year. And we're holding another Eastern Bay Green Drinks event with a film screening in Whakatane this month. Bay of Plenty Regional Council funding will allow us to keep building on the successes from our original 3 years of existence and ramp up what we can deliver over the next 3 years. Kia ora.
Thank you, Beth. Thank you, Glenn. And we don't foster rumour here. We try to deal with the facts, but thanks for the clarity. Councillors, any questions? Councillor Winters, then Crosby.
Thank you. Good morning. I was just looking at your view on the managed sell down of the Port of Tauranga. It says you state we support the preferred option of Bay of Plenty residents who make submissions. At the moment, they're running about 50-50.
We support your wise governance, making a very informed decision. So I guess what we were saying there is we realise it's a huge issue and it does have huge sustainability implications, but we didn't feel it was appropriate for us to take a strong view on that one because it is a judgment call. Yeah.
Councillor Crosby.
Yeah, thanks, Glenn, and always appreciate your views from Sustainable Bay of Plenty. Just on the rating issue, you're right, it's a philosophical thing. No one's going to sit here and say rates are fair and equitable because they're just not. But I was interested in your comment around Tauranga rates and planned increases to 34%, whereas our consultation document says in Tauranga it's about $1.38 a week or $72. So how a year from last year, how are you coming to a rate increase of 34%?
No, sorry, I was saying that the UAGC component of that, as opposed to the increase, definitely not the increase, but with each incremental increase, it sort of gets higher. So it goes from 30 up to 33, and this year it'll get to 34. And I guess the question is, what's the end game? Is the end game to get to, let's say, 40% UAGC, 60% fixed charges and no general rate, because that's the trajectory
kept by the rating.
Well, yes, exactly. But because of those fixed targeted rates, it's a very different situation from a territorial authority, which, as you know, has a well, in the case of Tauranga, has a very different philosophy now around UAGC, and it just seems strange. It seems sort of almost incompatible. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Glenn. Thank you, Beth, for your presentation. Much appreciated. Councillors, your next presenter is Ali Wairanga, Aquatic Survival Skills, and for Councillor White, who's on Zoom. He's asked me to give them the numbers. So councillor White, we're on SIF number 2. Welcome, Ellie. Away you go.
I got you now. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present to you this morning. I am on my own this morning. Unfortunately, my colleague Kent Horner was sick this morning, and so he was the other person, the invisible chair. So thank you for handing out you've got a little take-home question pack. You've got questions for yourselves and your family to take home, and you've actually got the answers on the back. But check yourselves first before you get to the questions. Could we please just flick straight on the video? So we're just going to show you this quick video to set the scene.
But I am kind of confident. At the beach we sometimes boogie board, kayaking. Me and my dad, we go out on the paddleboard on the lake.
I think as Kiwis, we're very closely connected to the water. We're surrounded by it, we have a huge amount of coastline. Therefore we've got to make sure that if we're going to try to be out in this environment, we're safe. We understand the risks, we understand what can happen out there, and we know how we can look after ourselves or help others.
The Aquatic Survival Skills program is a program that we go into schools. We take them a resource kit and we teach teachers, and in turn we also provide a bunch of activities for students.
It's not about learn to swim, it's about making sure that when they are in the rivers and the pools, on the beaches and the lakes, that they're going to know what to do if they get in a situation where they have to look after themselves.
I found a few years ago when I went around schools that a lot of them weren't using their pools, or they didn't have pools. Also, a lot of schools aren't teaching learn to swim or don't have a program. So the program was set up to fill the gap.
A lot of them had no idea about RIPS or even how to actually save someone in a pool. I think most of them would just jump in and try and rescue them, but they don't realise how dangerous that actually is. It was very hands-on. They got the kids moving, they got the kids involved in the activities, so they were really, really engaged and got a lot out of it.
It's ongoing, and this system can be self-fulfilling and really, get out to thousands of kids and hundreds of schools and the teachers in them. It's critical now we take these kids, we educate them at this age that they are, and we're going to hopefully see this roll through the whole entire community in the future.
There were quite a few kids that were quite scared going into the water and doing these survival challenges. They ended up persevering and showing heaps of courage to get in the water and try these things, and they were really stoked with themselves afterwards.
We've also had stories of the children telling the parents off to go swim between the flags and walk themselves down the beach. So it's been some really amazing outcomes that we've seen so far.
So this is for all children, all kids, all schools. It's free of charge, and that's why the support is really important, because we want to get it out to every single school. So therefore we're looking for the funding to be able to, get this to as many people as we can.
Thank you. Did you know that Mount Maunganui is one of the top 10 hotspots for drownings in New Zealand over the last 10 years? And that's come from the 2023 Water Safety New Zealand Drowning Prevention Report. Stop, the ship's going down. Quick, who's got their life jackets? Get your life jackets on. Who's got the life jackets? How fast can you get life jackets on? You've got them sitting by your chairs. Grab them, put them on. Come on, time's at the essence. Jump, who's got the life jackets? Yay, one person's going. Who's got another life jacket? Get the life jacket on. Moving. This is yay. 30 seconds. Well done. Have we got any others getting them on? Almost. Jump. almost there. It takes a while. Almost there. That's all good. That's actually how fast accidents can happen. That's what happens when we're around the water in a boat by the river. We're in amongst doing our normal everyday thing, and all of a sudden, there's an emergency. We weren't that fast, team. We need to respond when there's these sort of situations, and that's what we're about. Can we flick to the bullet that says the trust, please? So the Aquatic Survival Skills Trust, we were set up just 2 years ago, following a pilot done in 2020-21. Our educational approach fosters self-awareness and empowers individuals to develop their own solutions for water safety. So it's about creating, learning and problem solving. We've assembled an outstanding board and team. Collectively, their CV around water safety is highly decorated that few organisations could challenge. You saw Anne McLeod, an expert in water safety and swimming New Zealand with huge credentials of 40 plus years in the water safety area. Olympian swimmer, Moss Burmester, represented New Zealand in 4 different events and is a real advocate for water survival. Chris Emmett, Surf Life Saving New Zealand. Scott McLeod, Managing Director of our large company, who is one of our main supporters at the moment, and Dean Wern, Director of Lellman Wern Accountants. So creditable trustees, trustworthy reputations, and passionate about water safety in our local and regional Bay of Plenty people. With a proven successful program that actually targets this key influential age, which is currently year 5 and 6 children in schools. The pilot program was developed with Water Safety New Zealand and Swimming New Zealand. So we reached out to make sure that it was covering national programs. Last year alone, we just delivered to over 6,000 students and educated over 230 teachers just in the Greater Tauranga area. And the program consists of interactive theoretical classroom and practical water sessions. The expansion opportunities is now what we're looking at. So we can coordinate a plan to execute education throughout the wider community. We can extend into more schools across the entire Bay of Plenty. We've just started in Tauranga in our own backyard to make sure we get this right. We can increase the age range that we're teaching to, and the reach needs to go further. So we're now working with our aquatic survival schools, other member organisations, so Surf Life Saving, Coast Guard, the rivers like Merino and some of these other groups. The plan, as you would see in our 3-year sort of strategy, shows that we really want to take this to our people, and therefore looking at different ethnic communities, Marae-based sessions, and using local water environments, because that's where our people are swimming and that's where our people have accidents and are drowning. Your involvement is crucial in the mission to support the backbone leading organisation to deliver alongside our aquatic member groups to safeguard our community, ensuring that everyone can enjoy the water safely. And that's where we come into the Aquatic Survival Skills Trust, potentially becoming the overarching umbrella for water safety across the region to coordinate funding, services, and organisations to ensure that we are really spread but hitting the mark well. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Ali. Questions from councillors? Councillor Scott.
Thank you for that. I'm just trying to understand your budget. If it looks as if you've got just short of $500,000 in expenses, and it looks as if you've received about just short of a couple of $100,000 in funding. So where's the shortfall come from? Because you're only asking us for $30,000.
So what we're asking to Bay of Plenty Regional Council will be the same, because we've met with Tauranga City Council and Western Bay Council. So between the 3 groups, we're looking to try and get around $100,000 from here for the first year. At the same time, we're working with other grant funding, and we have the backbone of McLeod's Cranes are the main company we're now working to extend where we can get some more funding there. When we did the pilot, we ran the pilot totally on local funding. So we brought business people into the room, and got them on board because it's their children, grandchildren who are being impacted by this. So we're not relying on Water Safety New Zealand while we get a component of funding from them for the Water Skills for Life 1 project. The long-term picture in that region is unknown. So we want to make sure it's local. So we've come to you for a portion that we think is a representation of where we go to in year 1 and extend in year 2 and extend in year 3.
If I can have a follow-up, just because that might answer then, because just looking forward over the 3 years, goes from about, you're asking us for about 7% to begin with and down to about 5 or, much less, but it's because you're getting greater community support.
Correct. So our community engagement is the crucial thing in each of the communities that we work in, so that we actually are saying, let's localise it and see how we go there.
Thank you. Councillor White, who's on Zoom. Councillor White.
Yeah, kia ora. Thank you for your presentation. Look, just a question around survival, and one of the things for Māori iwi is that they seem to be overly represented in some of the drownings in the bay. Do you have a comment you can make about that? What's your approach to that situation, if indeed that's the fact?
Yes, good question. So the conversation we've had with Tauranga City Council, we've got a lot of the resources being translated into te reo, so we can actually work in the kura and looking to actually invest more into the communities, which is why we've talked about Morai-based learning, but actually in the rivers and the waterways where a lot of our Maori communities are actually swimming and enjoying, the estuaries and some of the other spaces. So we've been working just in this last year or so around how we reach there, but we want to do it with the local people in the right spaces.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Ellie. Just before we close, just a general question. In a country that's surrounded by the coastline, lots of rivers, lots of lakes, estuaries, what is the availability currently within the education system, within schools, of schools having pools? And is swimming and water safety part of the curriculum? Now, having asked that, a few generations ago, all schools had pools, and swimming was, if not a daily, a weekly activity for all students. Where are we? Where do we sit today?
Perfect question. And if Anne McLeod was sitting here, she'd say bang on, because we all grew up in schools locally with pools, and the water was part of our education. It is no longer. So in our 60 primary schools in the Tauranga area, only 30 schools actually have a pool, and some of those ones don't want to use them because they're cold. They don't have heating or funding. So when it changed to boards of trustees managing school resources, the pools have started to move out. So there are fewer schools with pools. And so we're working with bay venues for those schools without pools to actually make sure they're going to those community pools. However, the integral part is that children need lots of touch points with water and education, and the teachers, if they can be part of that process, they're doing it regularly in the program. So we're working with the education group to incorporate it into their health and safety and wellbeing within schools.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ellie, for your presentation. Sometimes you wonder whether we're going forwards or backwards as a community, don't you? Thank you, councillors. Your next presenter is Larissa Cuff, and Larissa is speaking on behalf of Sport Bay of Plenty. And you have with you, Larissa, Deneen Jones. So for Councillor White, your reference is Organisations 320.
Morena, kia ora koutou. Thank you for having me. I am Larissa Cuff. I am GM Strategic Partnerships at Sport Bay of Plenty. Hard act to follow with Ellie. I don't have any life jackets or any physical activity provided, but hopefully we can keep you interested with our submission.
Morena, tēnā katoa katoa. Ko Deneen Jones, tōku ingoa. I'm the GM Business Services at Sport Bay of Plenty.
So we have a relatively succinct submission in front of you. So we're just going to run through some key points and some key insights, and obviously happy to answer some questions. Sport Bay Plenty, we are a regional sports trust that cover the entire bay. We have 3 offices across the Rohe, 1 in Tauranga, Whakatane and Rotorua. We are all about physical activity. For us, that means to how people are active in a sporting sense, but also how are they active in an active recreation sense and even in play. So we talk a little bit about play, active rec and sport. For us, those are semantics that we use in our sector, but ultimately what we're trying to achieve is increased physical activity for the community and for enhancement of community wellbeing. For us, the synergies with the Bay of Plenty Regional Council is around how people interact in their environment, how they're active in their environment, and then obviously how we can improve community wellbeing outcomes through physical activity in our environment. We've got some insights around how people are active in the Bay of Plenty.
So as Larissa has alluded to, we work quite closely with stakeholders to support the physical activity system across our region. And we're very much an insights-driven organisation, as you'll see from our submission. And those insights very much, I think, form the basis of our submission and the support for Regional Council to investigate new opportunities for regional parks. So we're very fortunate that we are an active region across the Bay of Plenty. In fact, close to 3/4 of adults in our region are active. 96% of those are active outdoors. So you can see the value of regional parks through that. The activities that we enjoy, the top 5 activities that we enjoy, very much align to what's available in regional parks. So walking, cycling, swimming, running. And of course, we're a very blessed region in terms of our natural assets in that we have both beaches, lakes, rivers, as we've heard from Harley earlier, forests, and also typically a nice climate, although today's probably not the day to point that out. 37% of adults across the Bay of Plenty prefer activities that are also free. So again, the value of regional parks in that space. And we also know that 76% of adults in our region want to do more physical activity. So they're looking for those opportunities. As an organisation, because we are insights driven, we have a wealth of insights, I think, to be able to support the likes of councils in terms of making decisions in these spaces. So we certainly welcome the opportunity to supply more should you require in your decision-making process.
For us, we support your proposed plan of investment into a new regional park. We support any opportunity for activity. I think the key thing we wanted to present and get across today is us as Sport Bay of Plenty have the ability to have sector intelligence and community-led insights to help you understand better where the park could be and what kind of activities it can provide for. So working closely with our community through that through different types of activity, like I discussed, so play, active rec and sport, understanding what the community like to do, and I guess what their barriers to access are. So a big focus for us strategically is to make sure that we are targeting activity levels for those who are inactive. And so as much as our insights show that people in the Bay of Plenty want to be active, there are definitely pockets of our community that aren't active and would like to be or could be more active. Another key point I wanted to get across is just our relationship with our district councils across the Bay. So we have a Spaces and Places strategy, a Bay of Plenty Spaces and Places strategy, which talks to, I guess, infrastructure, hard and soft infrastructure for play, active rec and sport. So all of our 6 district councils are across this strategy and support this strategy. We welcome the Bay of Plenty Regional Council to connect with this strategy because it talks to not only structured sport and how people participate in that, but also how those other layers of activity are happening through play and active rec. The Spaces and Places strategy, our intention with that is to build into a Bay of Plenty play, active rec and sport strategy. And again, we invite the Bay of Plenty Regional Council to be a part of that strategy conception, the steering group. It talks to, again, the environment, how people are active across it, not just drilling down into structured sports places. That strategy is underway in terms of planning, and where we aim to have it ready by the end of 2026. I think I'll pause there. Happy to have any questions.
Thank you, Larissa. Deneen, Councillor Scott.
I want to just pick up some of the roadblocks. And literally, I'm thinking about roadblocks actually in terms of where does transport, access to public transport. Obviously, a regional park is not likely to be in the centre of town. So that in terms of access for those people who find it already difficult to get out and do stuff. But then also I'm interested in, have you thought about that in terms of that strategy you were talking about at the end of your submission?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's where it's a build on our current spaces and places strategy, which talks to what facilities, what kind of urban environments are provided for. The Bay of Plenty Play Active Rec and Sport strategy will look more broadly in terms of planning policy principles. How can we incorporate the various ways of how people are active, so including active transport.
And I'll just add to that, your first question in terms of access. So we do have insights, particularly from young people aged 8 to 17. Only 15% feel that there's no place nearby in terms of being active. There's far greater barriers we find in our population that they face, and whether their perceptions of being too busy. Accessibility and transport don't seem to rate particularly highly in terms of the barriers that our population face.
One more thing, what is also interesting, and we submitted against the TCC LTP and the concept of smart trip, just thinking about some of the master planning that is happening in an urban environment, and how we need to think even in an urban environment as well as a more regional environment, how people can access ways to be active. So it's all very well that we centralise things that particularly, say, Bay Park, for example, there will still be a lot of our community that need to travel. So active transport or ability to have public transport to get there is really key as well. Yeah, without a congestion fee or additional cost.
Okay, thank you, Larissa. Thank you, Deneen. Could I just finish by saying that I wish you well, as you well know, that at the core of individual and community primary healthcare is activity.
Sure is.
Sure is. Thanks very much.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Councillors, we're adjourned till 10:55. Thank you, councillors. We'll reconvene. So our next presenter is Ricky James and Rory Bragg, Waitanui Water Users Group. So for Councillor White's page 615. Welcome, gentlemen.
Is that better? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us here today and for the opportunity to speak. My name's Ricky James. I'm the chair of the Waitanui Water User Group. We've got Rory Bragg here, who's also a board member and the treasurer of our company. Today we thought we'd provide a bit more context on the written submission, probably a bit of a background of how we got to where we are as the Waitanui Water User Group. So over 3 years ago, the Water User Group decided to form a committee to resolve the issue of over allocation of our river for the 14 users. The committee was tasked to provide options to the group that would comply with river low flow obligations, Q5 maximum rates of takes, but also avoiding having to change our infrastructure that we have in place on our farms and orchards. The preferred option recommended to the users was a global consent, where the group collaborate at lower river levels through scheduling to ensure the consent conditions can be met. And over this time, the group have worked with council representatives, Ngāti Mākeno, and other similar users, water user groups in the North Island, that we could capture some information on how we could make this work. It was unanimously agreed by the group that this was the way forward. So we formed a company, the Waitanui Water User Group Limited, submitted an application to council for a global consent, and have now drafted water user agreements to ensure that full council compliance and monitoring will be covered. Since then, the group have also invested in monitoring and reporting tools using Ricardo, which we have the capability of capturing data points from council, current council monitoring, but also for us, we can monitor river levels, river health monitoring, and we can link these to our instantaneous rate of takes for all users, so we can capture all of the individual data and pull it together, and we have the ability to report this to council. So the group have recently established a board of directors, and we intend to manage and administer the compliance and monitoring of these global consent conditions. So with regards to the fees and charges, the water user group feel that we're in a different category as far as fees and charges. We'd like to ensure that we're not paying for compliance twice. So the work that we are doing already will certainly help the monitoring and compliance costs of council. There's sufficient efficiencies to be gained by council from working together with one consent holder, not 14 separate individual water users. We also see there's huge benefits to the health of the river, and we intend to be working alongside iwi to protect the river as it is, and to make some improvements. The Water User Group have funded this transition themselves and would like council to consider the benefits of the investments that we've made, and consider us as a special category for compliance fees for water user groups, which reflects the benefits to the wider group, wider communities. While the fees and charges policy is based on an actual and reasonable cost, direction regarding efficiencies could be included where compliance is also managed by us, the water user group. This, I believe, is the first in the Bay of Plenty water user group that has been established. We've put a lot of time and effort into this. We believe this is IP that can be used for future water user groups or future water catchments in the Bay of Plenty. And we would like to see reducing compliance and monitoring group fees for the group so that we can also invest further in the health of the river. I'd like to leave council with a whakatauki from our shareholders agreement that we put together, which is me mahi tahi tātou mō te oranga te Waitahanui tonu, which is we must work together for the well-being of the Waitahanui.
Thanks very much, Ricky. Councillors, questions? Councillor McMillan.
Oh, kia ora, morena. So you've got the 14 in the group. Hypothetically, what would happen if a property changed hands and a new owner didn't want to collaborate? What does that look like?
So the group have got a company which has the water users signed a water user agreement with that company. So that is transferable with the land and the water user agreement through. So we would be managing that through the actual governance framework under the company. Yeah.
Councillor McDonald.
Tēnā koe, thank you for your submission. Just acknowledgement of your mentioning that you're working with Ngāti Mākeno. Have they supported your consent as well?
Yes, they are still working through a lot of freshwater management policies and procedures, and I believe that they have supported it in principle, but they feel that there's still some more work from their end to support our draft consent. Yeah.
Councillor Easy.
Sorry, if I just may supplementary to that, Ngāti Mākeno, they do support what we're doing and the river. They are seeking changes within their relationship with the regional council at this stage and using this as an opportunity to do so.
Thanks. Roy.
Tēnā kōrua, kia ora. My question is around the compliance, so how you monitor the compliance of your members through Ricardo. Could you just tell me a little bit more about Ricardo, what you've developed, invested and developed that yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Ricardo's a telemetry platform which we can, we've got telemetry right the way up the river, which we can monitor individual rate of take, instantaneous rate of take for every 15 minutes along the way. We can pull all that data together to be able to provide total rate of take out of the whole of the river for water users. We also can monitor the river levels in which we can change the way that we schedule our water takes. Because we're collaborating together, we can schedule our water takes to ensure that we're absolutely compliant with river levels going forward. We can also pull data points as to any council information that's being recorded from the river as well. So, yeah.
Okay, so just to clarify, just on my side of my head, so what you're asking is because you have developed that and you're largely performing the function of monitoring, you're not wanting to be charged possibly within the fees and charges for that monitoring, which we would usually take that function as a regional council.
Effectively, council would be having to pull all individual data together and to be able to provide that information. We can do all of that for you. Yeah. Yeah.
And would the group be open to, I guess, socializing or open sourcing the Ricardo that I guess your process and the way that you've done that across the?
We've been open to providing that with council representatives to be able to pull together those consent conditions that would give you confidence going forward. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Councillor Nees.
Kia ora. Sorry I couldn't be there in person today. When we developed the RPS, we had a lot of discussion about water user groups and their benefits in managing over allocation, and looked upon it as a model that would be possibly applicable across the region. So could you tell me, in your experience over the past couple of years, have there been any points of conflict or difficulty that you've had to work around, or has it all been a very successful model?
Yeah, I think so. One of the points of conflict that will arise is the risk to the water users of being scheduled outside of when they want to use the water, if we were at a scheduled state. And our point to that is that the risk is on them around having storage to be able to cover that time when they're not scheduled to be able to take from the water. So that's probably one of the challenges. There's crossovers between irrigation and frost protection for our users as well. So I think that's a positive. By having a water user group, we can work together to be able to prioritise frost protectors over irrigators and in that springtime. Really, I think there's only positives that's going to come out of this because, you know, as a group, we can really focus in on maintaining and improving the health of the river going forward as well. And we definitely intend as a board to be working with both council and iwi to be able to make some improvements. Yeah.
Thanks. Thanks, Ricky. Thanks, Rory. Could I just compliment you and your shareholders on this initiative you've taken? Because I know it's taken you probably must be coming up to 2 years now.
3.
3 years from the inception to put this together. It is the first in the Bay of Plenty. There are other models around the country, Canterbury Water Irrigation Scheme, or what do they call it down there, probably a forerunner of that. But it's essentially taking one consent and you guys manage the takes, appropriate times, et cetera, et cetera. You do sort out the allocation yourself. So well done. I hope we see the initiative replicated elsewhere in the Bay of Plenty in short form. So thanks very much for your submission.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors.
Councillors, your next submitter is Debs Turner. Debs, will you come up, please? And for Councillor White, it's on 505. Welcome, Debs.
Hello.
It's not the first time you've been here, is it?
No.
Good to see you again.
Probably 100th now. Nice day, isn't it? Okay, my talk is on waste. Hello, my name is Debs Turner. I'm here because I care about the bus service and the people. Why should the ratepayers pay for a bus service that is broken when the council wastes a lot of the bus runs not in service? When we have had we could have smaller bus parks out of town, like the lakes next to farmers there. They have a big section that's vacant. We could always turn that into a park and ride and charge people, which would bring in income. And have a toilet to maybe have one of those outside rooms for the bus drivers to have cups of tea and saying a lot of the buses, buses not in service. That would mean a lot of buses would not have to run in service. They could have their break at the lakes and then start their run again from there. And that would cut a lot of buses in the city. We wouldn't have so many buses waiting around in the city for their next run. So like the Greaton, the Pies Par bus could go there, the Bethlehem bus, because Bethlehem to and the lakes and the Ohawiti buses could always go there. It's not that far out of their way to go there. And Papamoa has heaps of spare space down the other end of Papamoa East, where we could have toilets and a shed for people to have, bus drivers to have a break. Like the 21 could go back to Papamoa. The Mount bus stop and the Bayfair bus stops get so overcrowded. 3 people last week missed their bus because of overcrowding from the bus stops, buses coming in, and the 21 not knowing where to stop. plus Bayfair. And maybe Matua, you could look into Matua and have the buses or somewhere out there where they could find somewhere to stop and then start their run again without running around the bus service, not in service. The new $5 million bus stop is a waste of ratepayers' money. They have already made a mess in the town for the buses. Willow Street is far too narrow now, but I see they're going up Hamilton Street, which is better because, like, the bus, if there's no one going to Grey Street, they can stop off at Durham Street. They don't have to go any further. They're not wasting time and petrol. To be safe, a bus stop should be safe for everyone, even the elderly. Bus 21 needs looking at. One of the worst bus service, elderly people missing the bus at Bayfair due to bus stopping at the wrong stop in 1 week. Oh yeah, I've done that. That needs, yeah. And the bus 21 is just a waste of time. There's no bus for the workers. So if you start work at 9 down the mount, there's no bus. It's too late. And by the time you get into town, it's 10 o'clock, so half your morning's gone on the 21, and there's no, and the last bus is 4:45. So, 4:45, and then just not another one. And most people don't finish work after 5. So why would you have a bus at 4:45? It's a waste of time and money to me. And the last survey was the way, how much money did you waste in the last survey with all the printing and the survey work? And that's why the ratepayers shouldn't. That's why the ratepayers pay for it why should the ratepayers pay for it when it pushes the rents up? Every time the rates go up, the rents go up. A lot of people can't afford the rent in Tauranga. Tauranga now has the highest rent in New Zealand. We don't want any more rate increases. I have seen a big increase in people not being able to pay for the bus fare. And a lot of people trying to use their EFTPOS card to maybe look into EFTPOS machine. Don't know if that would work. And have you asked the airport to sponsor the bus going back to the airport or any other sponsors? You could always buy a lotto. Powerball's up to 23 this week. If you won, you can't give me 2.
Deb, could I just ask you to bring it to conclusion then, because we've run out of your
Oh yeah, I
allocated
just
time.
got this. My last question. That's why the council should pay. Would you pay for extra for a bus service that's broken and a waste of money? That's my last question.
Thank you, Deb. Thank you very much for your presentation. Sorry, we don't have any time for questions.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's okay.
Thank you. Council, next presenter is Bill Kipamagian. Thanks, Bill, for your handout, which is supplementary to your submission that you've made earlier on. The floor is yours.
So you have today's submission 10th of May and my original one 21st of March. And having practiced this one, it's longer than 5 minutes, so I will be abbreviating what I say now.
Thank you.
My name is Bill Kipamagian. I'm a distinguished fellow of the Institute of Directors, also fellow of the Chartered Accountants Australia, New Zealand. As regards the latter qualification, I've not kept up with accounting standards and principles in recent decades, so my technical expertise is pretty limited. Number 2, I'm absolutely appalled that the Bay of Plenty Regional Council has gone this far and even contemplating reducing the 54% in the Port of Tauranga. The Bay of Plenty Harbour Board was the most basic part of what you inherited in local body reform in 1989. You councillors represent the people of our district. You are our guardians. Why are you even contemplating getting rid of the most basic and important of the regional council's assets? This particularly applies because it has turned out that you are in what I describe as a sweet spot, having 54%, which for practical purposes is absolute control of the Port of Tauranga. So I just ask you all, what sort of legacy are you going to leave when you finish as councillors, if you did proceed with your plans? Councillor Crosbie acknowledged that in the public briefing by the Regional Council, which I attended on 4th of April. He also made a comment to the fact that because Bay of Plenty Regional Council through Quayside have never exercised that control, they can do away with it. He demonstrated that he does not understand what the word power means. And I wonder to what extent the rest of you have really thought about it. In this instance, once you have lost power, it is gone forever. In our submission, I predict that the Port of Tauranga would end up being overseas controlled, probably with roughly 54% within 10 years. Going on to 4, go upstairs in this building to the top floor, and I've never been there, but look out on the Port of Tauranga. You have 182 hectares of land that will soon be foreign owned, maybe a bit of exaggeration. Your 28% is not a blocking percentage in the practical sense. Sure, it has things that you can limit. There's probably stock exchange rules that I also don't know about, but you're still losing control. Risk. Obviously, continuing with your 54% has risk, mainly earthquake, tsunami. If we have a major event, that risk applies to all of us, local authorities, industry, buildings, people. And who better to handle the recovery phase? All of us together. The port's importance will be enhanced, and it will be better off for us all if it was locally controlled as opposed to an entity in Asia or the Middle East. Yet the discussion paper and other things I've heard in Councillor Crosbie's presentation indicates it's a foregone conclusion. As my submission said, this is number 7, Port of Tauranga shares should never have been considered as part of a so-called diversified portfolio. And I mentioned it, it's not shown that way in the Quayside accounts. Number 8, in my 21st of March submission on page 5, items F and G. F, I said, I almost guarantee that the basic rates that the Port of Tauranga charges would go up by 10% if overseas investors involved. And some of that comes from my experience of Infratil having a shareholding of 25% during my time. In G, I speculated that the Port of Tauranga rates could probably go up 10% and you'd lose little business. And I just wonder if some of you have shown that the submission to Wayne Brown in Auckland, who's now backed off, is doing his 35-year lease and is going to put the container rates up from $90 to $200. That sort of probably equates to the 10% I'm talking about. Councillor Crosbie also commented on the dividend yield of the Port of Tauranga shares was below a particular average. And I mentioned the figures something like 3.8 to 4.2. That relevance is not particularly important, but I accept it's interesting. I'll miss the rest of it, or I say, all fair enough, but you councillors need to keep your feet on the ground when making judgments. That's why you're there. And then I go on and mention the financial advisors and share brokers will be all breaking their necks. Port of Tauranga's number 10. Port of Tauranga's much needed expansion plans have been held up for nearly 6 years by consent matters. Firstly, by the Labor government for political reasons, and lastly through local iwi with what I describe as their excessive demands, page 6, item C. Paora Stanley of Ngāti Rangi iwi, whom I gave a copy, says I have misrepresented the position, re the millions of dollars. Note, my paragraph says, bring it all out in the open. I've had no communication with Port of Tauranga staff or directors, and even minimal contact in earlier year or last year as my capacity as a director of Tauranga Bridge Marina. So last item, you've got 290 million tonnes of water going in and out each day, which has a great natural advantage to the environment. It's population that harms the environment. Port of Tauranga as an entity in itself's contribution is minimal. The industry and transport certainly does have effect, but we need economic prosperity. Don't sell down. End of story. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Councillors, one quick question. If not, could I just say your last bullet point, number 11 there, encapsulates what the regional council is briefed with doing, which is land, water and air.
Yep.
And you're right, people create the problems.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a statement.
Yes, Mr. Crosby.
First of all, I do respect Bill's submission and his history, but I do take issue with the comment around to the effect that they can do away with it. There are a number of councillors there and staff. At no point did I intimate that whatsoever, in my view. I did say we haven't exercised control because that's a historical fact. And with regard to the point 6, that the discussion paper and Councillor Crosby's presentation indicates a foregone conclusion, I went to extreme lengths through that presentation to state quite clearly that it was a proposal for consultation. Also, clearly as a director of Quayside, I did not vote for it and will not be voting for any decision. Mr. Kevin knows that.
I know that.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crosby, for that clarity. Councillor Shirley.
I was at the meeting where Councillor Crosby made that presentation. I totally concur with his statement that he just made.
Thank you, Councillor Shirley. Thank you, Bill. Mr. York, Blue Haven Investments. Councillor White, it's organisations 27. Mr. York, would you like, I see you've got 2 slots here. Do you want to deal with them together? You will. Okay, so we'll just allocate you the extended time and you can cover the weighting towards whether it's Blue Haven Investments or Bell Road Land Partnership yourself. Thank you.
E rangatea mā, tēnā koutou katoa, ko Nathan York, taku ingoa, ko kai whakahaere o Blue Haven Group Ahau. Morning everyone, my name's Nathan, I'm from Blue Haven Group, and for my sins I'm the Chief Executive of that entity. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. Just a bit of context, Blue Haven is the principal developer of one of the principal developers of the Wairakei urban growth area, in particular the Golden Sands area that people commonly refer to out Papamore East, and also we've just recently commenced the Sands development, which is the only sub-regional centre in the Eastern Corridor itself. We are also a joint venture partner in the Bell Road Limited Partnership, which have our interests along Bell Road, and we are referring to that proposed development area as Wairakei South. Collectively, our interests lie in ensuring the appropriate return of significant private, ours, and public investment is not undermined by suboptimal planning decisions within the area of development of our entities. We will take a very, very active interest in the spatial planning and policy processes to ensure they are robust, logical, and are for the long term. I'll cut to the chase on a few issues, so I can receive any Q&A later. In terms of topic 1, around public transport, we support user pays, so status quo. There are a number of reasons highlighted there that you can see, but also I just want to make the point that public transport is about operational efficiency and reliability, the patronage, and the fleet network itself. It appears to me, or else, is that there's a focus on the fleet as part of the Regional Council long-term plan. our suggestion is that the regional council needs to work better with central government and other local councils on the investment and improvement of the regional road network as well, and the strategic locations of new developments. These all help reduce emissions. Topic number 2. Our view at this stage is the status quo, no change, for a number of reasons. We don't believe Quayside should sell any of the Ports of Tauranga shares for a couple of reasons. I think contextually people get it wrong that you still have a blocking stake if you drop down to 28. But if you drop below 50, you don't have a controlling stake that allows you to shape decisions. Blocking decisions and shaping decisions are two different things. I think that's an important context that we all need to reflect on. It's obvious that it is a strategic, nationally strategic asset. No need to go into the depths of that point. We wonder though, with Quayside, they made the original investment of 200 million in the perpetual preference shares and the initiatives that it funded. To suggest that the repatriation of those shares through the selling of the Ports of Tauranga shares seems a little bit misguided in the fact that those initiatives were made. Those initiatives, that decision should be stuck with, not use the sale of shares to repatriate those funds. There is a lack of information in the LTP that really outlines the proposed benefits of what has been proposed with the sale. At this stage, there are high-level assumptions and scenarios, and some suggested expected returns and risk reduction and the actual diversification benefits. There is no information that we could find on the actual costs to implement the sale, which wouldn't be small by any stretch. I'd also like to make the point that diversification approach, as suggested by Quayside, will not address systemic risk. And those things such as high interest rates, economic recessions, the geopolitical space are things that it won't address. Ironically, those are the things that we face today as a community. It is not clear where the proceeds will go outside of the preference perpetual shares. In that regard, rightfully or wrongfully, we believe that Rangiruru should not benefit from any further equity contribution from the sale of these shares, primarily because it won't address diversification, which is one of the key platforms of the rationale to divest of those shares. Clarification is also sought from the independent advice of Cameron and Partners, who are brokers. If they're not participating in the proposed sale, then that's fine. But if they are, then how independent is their advice? In terms of topic 3, the regional park should investigate new opportunities with regional parks. Absolutely, we support that. The key for us is to ensuring that regional council has clear, transparent criteria, e.g. environmental, social, cultural, economic, whatever those criteria may be, to assess current regional parks and their performances and any new regional parks. So we wholeheartedly agree with the approach. Clearly there's a range of benefits from regional parks, we all accept and understand that. And I'll give you a reference point of what we think works really well is the Wairākei Stream corridor. Its primary function is attenuation of stormwater. However, with the investment that has occurred, its regional, its recreational and ecological benefits are second to none. It's an amazing facility for the wider community. It's an example of how these things can work. So rather than taking a reactive approach to investigating opportunities, let's get that criteria out there. Let's understand what it is, because we firmly believe through a public-private partnership approach, we can create these type of regional facilities. Just some other key things while I have the mic. One of the issues that we continually work on and are trying to address is information relating to stormwater and flood management. I think for us, the important thing is the information is current and reliable, and ultimately it would be great if it was a single source of truth. Unfortunately, at the moment, we are dealing with two types of modelling, largely through TCC or Tauranga City Council and through the Regional Council. It'd be great if there was a single source of truth around stormwater modelling. Even the flood maps are quite different. So for us, it's confusing, it could be costly, it's timely, it takes time to address, and we would really like to have that information available. It is current and real, and investment into the modelling is ongoing because that gives us that opportunity to work from. The irony is some of the investments that Regional Council is making is subject to further modelling work. So how do you know that that investment is actually current or reliable if the modelling is not current? But those are probably the key areas for us of interest. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Nathan. Councillors, both submissions open for questions.
Don't be shy. There's a chance.
Councillor Shirley.
Nathan, I've heard you say that any divestment of shares in Ports of Tauranga won't address the geopolitical risks. Did I hear that right?
Yes.
Would you accept, though, that you could have a volatile disruption of trade or global hostilities that could have a very severe impact on the share value of the port company and all port companies for that matter?
That is exactly my point, though, is that there are so many different avenues that may have an impact on the risk of your portfolio, whether they're geopolitical or other aspects. The diversification approach doesn't necessarily mitigate.
But it does reduce your exposure.
If that occurs. You're talking about an isolated incident.
Well, it could come together, you know.
Then why invest in Timaru?
But that's a separate issue again.
No, it's not. It's another port.
No, it was divestment.
Yeah.
Like we could be hit by a tsunami, they might not be.
Yeah, that's right. But equally, when you have largely the dominant position in terms of your port infrastructure, then you have the ability to have a high degree of influence around that infrastructure and that industry.
Risk with a concentrated portfolio.
It depends on how you look at it, councillor.
We might,
honestly,
we might agree to differ.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a question.
Yes, we should be.
Thank you, Councillor Shirley. Councillor Eatey, then Macmillan.
Kia ora. Tēnā koe, Nathan. We've had a number of submissions from iwi with regards to the sell down of the port, with regards to making or ring fencing a certain portion of those shares for iwi. Are you saying, would you, because we've had submissions also with regards to, I guess, the fears of foreign ownership of the port. If there was a provision within the sell down that the controlling shareholding remained with iwi or with who obviously are, you know, in a provision within that sale that they retained, that there must be a portion, the controlling portion stayed within New Zealand, would you be more comfortable with that?
I'll probably still come back to the original point, councillor, in that whilst you have the ability to block decisions, with a controlling interest, you have the ability to shape decisions. It's quite different. And that unless there is comfortableness around this table and the Quayside board to relinquish that control, we don't feel comfortable in that scenario, whether it's owned by externally, iwi currently or whatever. So we have this issue where you've got this diversification suggestion and you've got this blocking state suggestion that will stop decisions that you don't like. What it won't do is to allow you to do decisions that you do want to occur. I'm not sure I made myself clear.
Oh, no, that's clear.
Yeah.
I get it.
Councillor Macmillan.
Oh, kia ora, Nathan. I just want to explore this public-private partnership concept of regional parks and exploring more regional parks. Can you flesh that out a bit more?
Sure, and I'll talk specifically about some of our aspirations,
Yeah.
councillor. So we ourselves, with our interest in Bell Road, have quite a large proposed ecological stormwater management pond facility that we are looking to develop as part of the whole land estate there. So we see that, you know, it's significant in terms of over 100 hectares. So there's a really strong ability for us to work with council and the public sector to be able to deliver that. It has benefits beyond our own development aspirations itself. There are upstream impacts that also have the ability to benefit from this. So it's working together with parties that's dealing with the design, the management, the cost, particularly around how we can make this work. We've already had engagement with some iwi representatives, including Te Maruo Kaituna Authority. So we are starting that process now.
Yeah.
But of course, it requires a collaboration with council as well.
Yeah, and the idea of something being separate to a development project. In other words, for example, there's a lake issue over here in a different part of the Rohe, and public-private partnership separated from a development investment of Blue Haven is not something you're thinking something that's connected to a development project directly. With additional benefits, obviously, as you've explained.
Yeah.
Yep. Kate Pye. Thank you.
Councillor Scott.
Good morning. Thanks for your submission. I'm interested in your observations as a developer. And you mentioned sort of the frustration of having more than one source of truth. And I share your frustration, frankly, that it just seems to be such, that's something that should be worked and can be done, but isn't. But I'm interested in your wider views, having looked at our long-term plan and perhaps some of the other local authority plans. Where else are there opportunities for better alignment and better sharing of data, perhaps, or other efficiencies that you might have noticed?
A lot of it, councillor, comes down to having robust spatial planning as well. So where should the areas of development occur? Taking advantage of location, infrastructure in play, infrastructure already operating. And so that in itself helps deliver development. But in terms of information, and some of this is relatable to the ever-changing national policy statements that are coming out of Wellington. Fully respect and understand those circumstances. And that is an evolving conversation, I suppose. But when you don't have updated information that has your LiDAR information, your surface data, and running in concert with your stormwater data, you may get wild interpretations or variances as we put in the consents to develop. Now, that may be beneficial or may be hugely costly to the developer, depends on the individual circumstances. Then you've got this overlay of flood maps. Equally, they have different scenarios that are presented, and there is no reliable single source of truth that allows the public and the private sector to go ahead and develop based on information at hand. It's always recurring, and unfortunately, in our experiences, most of the modelling data, because it is expensive to maintain, often only occurs in buckets of 5 to 6 years every updated. And so we're often caught behind as a result of that. I'll give you another interesting scenario. We, as part of transport modelling, have to model out 40 years using today's behaviour and technology. You can't tell me or convince me that we will be doing the same type of travelling in 40 years' time using current technology. It just doesn't exist, but we have to model it under today's circumstance. It's just ridiculous. So we've got this confusion around modelling and what the future looks like. There needs to be some clarity around that.
Thank you, Nathan. And just on that last point, I think we have to recognise that, yes, there's demand for modelling, but we operate, especially in terms of the updating of flood modelling scenarios, we operate in a very dynamic environment that changes not only from year to year, but decade to decade. So there will always be an element of margin of error in whatever model we use, isn't there? But I take on board your frustration, but it is important when you do say you want one version of the truth, because that infers that you're not getting a version, in your view, of what the factual data is.
Well, what happens in our world sometimes, Councillor, is that you have City Council having its own model, Regional Council having its own model. They're not necessarily talking to each other.
Try and fix it. Yeah. Thank you, Nathan. Good submission. Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you. Councillor Nigel Tutt, priority 1. Councillor White, it's 2:38 in your organisation folder. Welcome, Nigel.
Kia ora koutou. I'll just assume you have it all in front of you.
Yes,
I'm only
we do.
to a couple of points. Just regarding the last speaker, I think the role of developers in this community is really, really important as well. Anything regional council can do to encourage, particularly more residential housing, where we have a massive crisis, will be appreciated, I'm sure, by the community, obviously within the right environmental bounds. I'm only going to talk about 2 things. Firstly, economic development. You're proposing to dissolve Bay of Connections. We support that. Wasn't really supported by the economic development agencies of this region anyway, which we've been quite clear about. So we fully support dissolving it. We would suggest, however, though, that you consider how you improve economic wellbeing, because you need to do that, obviously, and what role you might play in that, and whether that is a passive one, as it currently is, or you could be more active. Obviously, more active would involve in supporting the economic development agencies right throughout the Bay of Plenty, who are on the ground actually contributing to the economic wellbeing of this area, rather than just owning stuff. So that's our humble request in that regard. Secondly, regarding the port shares, and you'll see in our submission, we heartily support the sell down of that. And really that's because we think you can do better things with that asset. But firstly, I did want to congratulate Bay of Plenty Regional Council on pretty solid management of that asset over the course of time. If you look at other councils and ports throughout the country, they don't have as good a results as what we see here. So, and a large part for us in observing that is Regional Council's role in being quite hands-off in terms of letting Quayside manage that asset and avoiding the inevitable temptation to provide them with some advice from a councillor's perspective. So your predecessors and yourselves deserve a lot of credit as far as that goes. And I think that then extends to this process as well. So we think you should sell down to 28%. We think you should let Quayside kind of run with that, really, as has been done in terms of the management of the port, and that maximum value is extracted over as long a period of time as you need to do that. A few things in terms of how that should be done, though. We'd encourage you to find a way to get Mana Whenua owning some of the port shares. I don't need to go into all the reasons why, but it's very logical from our economic point of view, and we'd encourage that you find a way to do that. We'd also encourage you to think about, and this is probably the main point, how you use those funds for the maximum benefit of the region. We certainly don't think you should distribute it to ratepayers. Politically useful for you all, I'm sure, but probably not a smart longer-term decision. And you'll presumably want to take those funds and distribute them in a diversified way to make sure your returns are better and make sure they're more consistent and the likes. We'd suggest you consider what role you can play in this region, however doing that, which might be a little counter to the diversification thing, but is really, really important. As you will all know, particularly in the Western Bay of Plenty, we have a massive infrastructure deficit. And we see the toll that takes on the other councils that need to pay for this kind of stuff. And we would view Regional Council as a fairly passive bystander in addressing that infrastructure deficit. So this perhaps represents a wonderful opportunity for you to get more involved and to do some really good things across generations, I guess, for the Bay of Plenty. So we consider how you should do that. Probably should get a piece of work done on that, but that would certainly be something that we'd say that you should take on board. And then really the only other point I would make is well done on even putting that in there. I thought it came across really well in the long-term plan. It was quite well explained. And I made the point before, you've managed it really well over the course of time, largely through being hands-off. It's a really appropriate time in our view that you might take a different view of those shares. So certainly that we feel the region needs it, and perhaps it's better for all involved. So good on you for having the courage to open the discussion, and I'm sure you've got plenty of submissions on it, but I think it's a really good thing that you're considering it. Thanks.
Thank you, Nigel. Councillor Von Duddleston.
Yeah, thanks for your submission. I just find a bit of a conflict there in those last statements. You want us to diversify to get a more balanced portfolio, and yet you're wanting us to invest in regional infrastructure. And you know the cost of regional infrastructure. Our port shares, the sale process would get swallowed really quickly in that process. So how do we protect an ongoing legacy, and so that this investment has been for the future generations, and it's gone since 89, 90, where it was a very small being, into a 42 million, and the 42 million then was borrowed to what it is today. And yes, we're having a downturn, but how do you reconcile those two comments?
I don't think it's a binary decision. I mean, you'll clearly want a more diversified portfolio that will get you a better dividend and a more consistent one. But I would urge against throwing it all into foreign equities or anything like that. But clearly a portion of that will be the right way to go. But you should consider what you can do locally to address the infrastructure deficit. Maybe that's a chunk of it.
Councillor McMillan.
Oh, kia ora, Nigel. Separate to that, just in your submission, you mentioned here, we pledge to work closely with Council on activities that help decarbonise the economy and improve environmental outcomes. More can be done. So you're making a pledge. Do you feel that currently we haven't partnered closely enough with you, or we're not taking enough leadership in that space? Or, because I noticed also a comment that you like our climate change action plan, but you feel that there's a weak link to our goals. So yeah, I just want to kind of unpack that a bit and get inside your brain and see where you're thinking. And is that particularly in the urban environment, or you're thinking land use change in rural as well, or what?
Oh, I think if you look at that climate change action plan, there are some fairly big aspirations, particularly around decarbonisation, but I don't see really many actions that will undertake that. From our point of view, we're working really, really closely with businesses. You're a bit involved with that, but not lots. And the other point I make is this is a really, really big task, right? So it needs a lot thrown at it, and collectively we could do a lot more there, but we're doing bits and pieces, I would feel. Yeah.
Councillor Iti.
Kia ora, Nigel. Just further to Councillor Van Duddleston's question, currently, and just to get some clarification from you, because currently the dividend that we do receive from Quayside does offset rates, or the cost of the services that we provide and the function we provide to ratepayers. You're saying that you'd rather see it go towards infrastructure. Are you talking about the funds that are raised from the port, or the interest that we earn from the investments that where we invest the proceeds from the sell down? Because currently it does offset rates. So you're saying we should not offset those rates?
Yeah, we've never agreed with that, but that's that I don't think is the subject of what we were referring to there. We were really looking at so you'll get proceeds from the port sell down, and then we would encourage that none of that, either in dividend form or in the capital itself, gets distributed back to ratepayers. You should use that for the long-term benefit of the region, via investment into infrastructure, in part, not the whole lot, because you're one of the ways to do that. But
thank you. Okay, thanks for your submission, Nigel. We need to move on. Much appreciated. Thank you. Councillors, your next presenter is Kenny Piahana speaking on behalf of Ngāti Ruahine. Tēnā koe, Kenny. Councillor White, 371. And Kenny, you have a slide which staff are just bringing up. There you go, Kenny.
Yes, sure. The slide that we're looking at here, if I can just utilize that. The slide that I'm utilising here is just to demonstrate the initial log jam of a bank-to-bank tree fall that remained in place for over years until we get to the point. If we go to the next slide, sorry, just before we move past that point, we get a sense there of the environmental management that hasn't occurred. The poplars that have fallen fall bank to bank, and you can see the height of the existing poplars or the remaining poplars. This is the only part of that reach that they've collapsed into the watercourse. But the important thing is those trees go upstream for at least another kilometre. So there is an ongoing risk because the banks are very light sands, and those trees have got to a point that they've collapsed into the river as a result of windage, being so tall and being in such light soils. If I had included the picture that should have gone with this one immediately, I would have been able to demonstrate the way in which that log jam continued to gather debris from all the rain events that we have until the point that the water flow skirted around the true right-hand bank of the Waimapu stream and eroded the banks of the Urupa. So the cemetery now is quite an exposed area of the marae complex. And that being the case, we then need to address riparian management. We brought the issue to council many times in the hope that we could get this matter addressed. The critical thing for us, and if I could just make some commentary to our submission seeks to develop relationships that are long-standing and robust relationships, because through this issue, when it was first raised at the Marae Committee meeting that there is a risk to our urupa, every attempt that we made to try and get this issue resolved came to a block. And that persisted for years to the point that the large flood event brushed that log jam away and then redistributed those logs within the river course. Now, I've spoken with Transit New Zealand, and even though they can see the movement of log incrementally down the watercourse, point out that when it's 50 metres proximate to the bridge, then I should go back to them. But that's not the issue that we're talking about. We're talking about trying to re-establish our tupuna relationship with this river. The process of alienation has gone on for years, and we've accepted the types of things that are within our control and the types of things that aren't. This, for example, on the other side is something that's not in our control, but it's something that places a great risk to us because of both the placement of the trees and the type of trees. We, in 2 weeks' time, will start trying to remediate the opposite bank with riparian planting using light species, because there's no way that the bank can be restored without hard engineering, which would be a contradiction to the value that the river has to us. In the submission, I took some time to talk about us, who we are, the values that we have, so that there's at least a point of contact for the types of values that we can work around, and also give an insight to the decision-making rules that would be beneficial to all of us, because we could work from some given. So I've given information there to try and at least have a foundation on which to come back and work with council, because the question that we're asking in the long-term plan is, what support is possible for us to A, remediate the river, to restore it to its status? And in my lifetime, I have seen the river change from a brown, clear sediment river to a muddy river. The other point that we made in this was about remediation of the river, but we also want to re-establish our genuine relationship with the river as mana whenua living right on the banks of the river. And essentially, our children cannot play there safely anymore. The health threats, where you can look at the plume that discharges from the Waiorahi stream, and as it merges with the Waimapu stream, and you can see the heavy sediment load just about on any occasion. And of course, we well know that the water supply for Tauranga City is taken from the Tautau and the Waiorahi streams. The Waiorahi is fine up until, and has high quality up until the treatment station. Then once that water is taken out of there, it deteriorates so badly that the bacterial load, the Enterococci E. coli counts are so high that many of our families say they won't swim in the river because they have haki, as they describe it, blaming themselves for skin irritations as a result of the quality of the water. We're also looking, therefore, to have 2 forward measures going forward to get us database that we can work from to try and remediate the quality of the river flows from the Waiorahi as it discharges into the Waimapu. And also we have photographic evidence commonplace of upstream of the Waimapu, no barriers between the stream and the pastoral lands, and so cows within that stream is commonplace. So we're looking to see if we could achieve some kind of short-term intervention that would give us a database to work from about how clean the water is and the necessary flows that we need to retain in the watercourse for its own mana in terms of its environmental ecological values. So they were the issues. If we could just go to that next slide for the moment. It will show that the bank downstream of that watercourse there, apart from sluicing away the bank, downstream the bank is quite compromised. Now, there was recommendations that we put golden willows in there, but of course we're looking to re-establish a indigenous flora and fauna on that riverbank again. But what that slide there shows is how saturated the soils are and how vulnerable those banks are. So those are our first port of call to take the weight off the banks and do the riparian planting. We hope that that also will make contribution towards the improvement of environmental values along the way. And of course, the sadness in our community at the moment is that we have one seriously injured child, has some movement in one leg only. So the play place that was commonplace for our whānau over the generations has been taken, and we're looking for support through the long-term plan to try and restore that to a point that it is safe to use, safe to harvest from, and will not threaten the banks. That's on the river, and I think there's enough data in there and enough detail in the submission to show the attempts we've taken, and there should be a very good, strong batch of photos that staff and council can work from. If I could go to our support for the public transport component, which was the second aspect of the submission that we made. We were looking very much in support of public transport because we see the intergenerational significance of public transport given the affordability of private transport in the future. So we support the distribution of the costs for that. We just thought, though, that instead of a 90-10 split, an 80-20 split would recognise the way in which any of us within the Bay of Plenty can go anywhere and still catch up on public transport when we're in that domain. So there's a wide mutual benefit. I was also having some regard also for the people I've heard the submission this morning that people have minimal use or minimal access to public transport. To them, it may be a cost that they would like to see softened in some way. So from our perspective, Ngāti Ruahine, we support public transport and we look for that as a way to get our people connected again with the rohe and the people in the community. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Kenny. One got room for one question, councillor Von Duddleston?
Fascinated by that, if you could put that back screen up, the blockage there, and it looks like it is Willows, and the reaction that you've had from our council that's been allowed to be there for so long, and I just, it doesn't reconcile with me. And I heard you say later that you don't want any work on the banks. Well, sometimes we have to do some remedial short term to get long-term gain, to get it back. So there's more than one side to any story, I know, but I'd just like to tease that out a little bit, because I need to understand where our responsibilities lie with rivers and drainage, because looking where you're in that stream goes through a residential area, but it's actually got a lot of open land around it, and it's an important feeder into the estuary of the Tauranga Harbour, so we don't want sedimentation going in there.
So, councillor, we're not going to debate that now.
I
think Kenny's raised a very good point in terms of, after multiple requests, nothing appears to happen. That's clearly an issue for the chief executive to take up, and we'll get back to you ASAP. Kenny,
Kia ora, thank you for that. But I just want to reiterate, the intention of the plan was to, of our submission, was to establish a relationship and look for support in our kaitiakitanga.
Understand,
rather than just being one.
Understand that, Kenny, and compliment you on the comprehensive manner in which you've put this submission to the council together. Ka pai.
Kia ora.
Councillors, next presenter is Irene, and you've got Anthony Rivanui. Tēnā koe, Irene.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'll just get the care of conflict and I'll stay out of the questioning for this presenter.
Thank you, councillor McDonald. Irene. Oh, Anthony, where you go?
Tēnā koutou katoa, ngā mihi nui, a rangatira, a kaunahira, moana toi, tēnā koutou, ka mihi ake, a whaia, a matamona, tēnā koe, tēnā koe, matua kini, a tēnā koe. Ko ai maua, ka ki au ki te maunga karakia o maunga rangi, ka rere ihua ki te wai toku roimata o rā kei, kauru au ki te, kauru au ki Puwhenua, ki Otāne Wānuku, ki Poieke, ki te tuatara wānanga rere mai rā, te awa o Waimapu. Ka hono atu rā i te ea o Kaitimako, o Waitao, ki te tahunu o nā pāpaka o Rangataua. Nā rono ake te tangata, Waiho Mā, nā pāpaka, te manuhiri e mihi. Ko ki au ki te mauri o ki waka, ko mā tātua, ko tā ki timu, ko nā i te rangi, ko nā te rangi nui. Te noho nā te ture o ku hapu, ko nā te he, ko nā i te ahi. Tū mā koutou, ko Wairakiwa, ko Te Ao Takawhāki, ko Rangi Nui, ko Urutumo. Ko Anthony Zirinui ahau, ko Irene Walker. Kia ora tātou. My name's Anthony Diranui. I'm here on behalf of Ngāti He, and just wanted to hear to you all. And I'm also a trustee of the Ngāti Hapu Trust. I'll just hand the rākau to Irene.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ngā minu kia koutou. Ko rangi whakihu tōku ingoa, ngō Ngaitahi. Ko tēnei kaupapa o te rānei. The topic that we want to bring to today, if we can have a flick of this next slide, but also just to acknowledge our front page here, is called Rongomo. And those three manu that you see sitting there in flight are us as Ngaitahi, Ngāti Hi, and Ngāti Ruahine. This is the approach we take today in our presentation. So our kaupapa o te rā that we've called this is Rongomo. Rongomo is the language of peace and understanding, acknowledging the value of meaningful conversation to create a safe space to discuss issues of concern on our minds, strengthening our resolve to find understanding and reassuring peace and balance. In our kōrero today, in our next slide, is our cultural map that encompasses Ngaitahi, Ngāti Hi, and Ngāti Ruahine. A cultural map that spreads the korowai amongst us sitting here today. We spread our cloak of our whakapapa, our genealogy of our world, and to push forward a successful approach together. The map we have created here is the map that we are currently in progress with in the project of 15th Ave to Welcome Bay. It allowed us to not encompass not only the road, but also the waters that connect within our rohe. Mindful that we have lines or barriers in regards to council lines, but we, as whānau of Ngaitahi, Ngāti Hi, stand united. And this kōrero brings that here today. So our kaupapa that we want to bring today, where's my clicker?
Yeah.
Oh, thanks. Kenny. We have 4 kaupapa here for you today, and those 4 kaupapa that we want to cover here is 1, climate change, 2, growth and development, 3, mana o te wai, the water that unites us, and last but not least, mātauranga, mana mo te haki, rangatiratanga. So, my brother sitting next to me, we're going to tag match this through this presentation. Ready? Kia ora, thank you.
Yes, kia ora. I've taken a particular role within this take related to the essential sedimentation of the Waimapu estuary, and therefore the change of hydrology and all the drainage canals. I could see some faces here that are as old as us, and so you'll recall that there was a very robust discharge chute under the Haidini Bridge. You look at it now, it's pretty much throttled. The accretion that has occurred has throttled that estuary to the degree that it then starts accumulating on the sandbanks. We have a process in progress at the moment as part of our catchment management plans to look at the possibility of reseeding several of the embayments within the Waimapu estuary there. We have, as a hapu for Ngāti Ruahine being the closest to the discharge point of the Waimapu River, we have, based on the sedimentation and the toxic load that's already at the river mouth, we've decided to retire that from a Mahinga Kai site because the loading is so high. But there are several other embayments, the one between Burrow Street and Turret Road, which is a benign environment. There shouldn't be the silt load being transported down, and the notion of reseeding that but we also want to see if we can access any of the opportunity that's come from sucking up some of the sedimentation load within the estuary to avoid it being re-transferred and transmitted elsewhere. So we're looking at how we can restore part of the Waimapu estuary. And Waimapu estuary, to be clear, extends from the Waimapu River mouth to the Rangataua Channel. It's only cut in half by the Haerini Causeway. So that's an issue that we're looking for as a matter of benefit across the three hapu. Kia ora.
Kia ora no. I'm here in terms of the coastal erosion that Ngāti He are being affected by, more so at our marae in Opopoti, Maungatapu. We've got the effects, and we will be affected, and we are affected at the moment in terms of the rising tides. At a hapu level, we are needing to work with strong partners like yourself to actually plan for our future. We are needing to, come to the realisation as a hapu that our location is something we need to discuss. And our people have adapted in the past, and it's something that we're going to have to do is adapt in the future in terms of where we locate our marae in particular, which is steering into some real challenges in terms of the rising waterline on our doorstep. Also, within our area, we have other issues in terms of puna and having to, plan for the future in terms of the impacts of puna around our marae setting. So those are the issues of the day on our marae. I'm here to represent Ngāti He, and really looking for support from the council in the future for our people. Coastal erosion is also an issue, and it's something obviously that we're affected by, and a lot of our whānau, our land holdings in Maungatapu in particular, has been or has had effects of the erosion. But I guess the obvious for us is the rising tide and the future impacts it's going to have on us as a hapu.
I think just to capitalise on Anthony's points that we bring here as some actions that move forward, is that we must invest in addressing the root cause. Unfortunately, we tend to look to the skies, but actually it's sitting right in front of us, and it's that human behaviour that we need to change. We also must put earth first in everything we do. We need to support the change makers rather than the project. We need to be courageous to invest and trust and embrace untested ideas. We must stand united together to look at what is happening within our environment. So moving on, I can hear the bell ringing. Is that I'm going to move really quick, and no laughing, Doug.
You only got 30 seconds, Irene.
I got 30 seconds.
Right.
Right. The other two that we want to talk about, and Kenny touches on that, and that is about the vast development. I want to actually touch on this in regards to the roads, is that Ngāti has been impacted heavily in regards to the roads in the severing of our cultural landscape. In regards to transportation within here, and I address the second in transportation that we have, I believe that 90% needs to sit here within the council. 10% needs to go back out, but no percent sits here. We've given everything that we have in regards to the roads is our land. Secondly, that we move to in regards to the third point that we have here that 30 seconds of, is that I'm going to move to the end in regards to the recommendations that we bring. If I can have the last slide up. There's your transportation. This is the young people's stats. I'm not going to go there, but that's the future of who's coming next into this. The marohi is this part here, is that we're here to support Te Ararau Pautana, our wawata and our aspirations. That tūhono, we want to participate in the operational activities for the taiao within our rohe that we've described in our cultural mapping. Secondly, our mātauranga Māori, to support and lead Māori in building capacity and capabilities using mātauranga Māori. Mahi a te mahi, I totally support the korowai in the approach to ki te ora, tiaki of the tile, take care of the tile. Aroha ki Tahiti with each other. Whakamana tangata is to uplift that and to bring through that learning of mātauranga and sharing that knowledge. Last but not least, mana mutahaki, is to be a part of that decision making. Nō reira, ka nui te ora, kia koutou, he reira ki te rangi.
Kia ora, Irene, Anthony and Kenny. Clearly you're united, which was one of the themes of your presentation. Could I thank you for your presentation? Wish you well. Kia ora. Mr. Coles, Councillors Richard Coles, Headland Holding. Councillor White, it's page 84. Welcome, Richard.
Thank you. Sorry, handout. Everyone got a copy of the handout circulated?
We have now.
I represent Headland Holdings today, who own about 25.7 hectares of the Rangiu Business Park. That equates to about 15% of the total developable land area. And they've had that investment for approximately 10 years. And are thrilled to see the stage 1 development plans progressing. And the first section's coming to market 2025, I believe. Headland support the divestment of the port shares to create liquidity, to support other investments, including Rangiu Business Park being a regionally significant industrial park for the sub-region. And that support is for option 2, which is to sell down to, I think it's 24%. So Headland has supported the quayside investment. We also, very importantly, would like to stress the need for it to be progressed in a speedy and efficient manner. Obviously, the upfront infrastructure cost is substantial to create all the roading and three-water infrastructure that's required for the park. But obviously, the longer the park takes to develop over time, the higher the development costs will be for future developers. So that's the compounding interest costs of financial contributions. So there's also other future investment opportunities within the sub-region, including housing. We've got a dire shortage of housing and a real problem nationally, but particularly in Tauranga and the Bay. It's very difficult even to create 2-bedroom houses for under 750,000. So I'm just extrapolating some of that just to add to my submission point. So this obviously is beyond the scope of my LTP submission, but I just want to make that quite clear that the Live, Work, Play philosophy of smart growth to minimise vehicle kilometres travelled, create efficiencies within the roading network and the the industrial land supply network is needed. So overall, Headland is supportive of the Quayside Option 2 share sell down to provide the opportunity for these alternative investment strategies to be considered. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Richard. Councillors, questions? If not, sounds like you convinced them, Richard.
On side.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and the paper you've just handed out is really good in terms of identifying your particular land holding there. Thank you. Councillors, next presenter is Ivan Polo from Surf Life Saving. Welcome, Ivan. And you've got Donna Peffley with you. Welcome, Donna. Where you go on, Ivan.
All right, thank you. Just Donna is chair of Waihi Surf Life Saving Club, and she is representing the collective chairs of the Bay of Plenty region here today with me as a part of Surf Life Saving New Zealand. In order to keep in time, I've written and I'll read what I've written so I don't divert and go from that. So just please bear with me. Tēnā koutou katoa, hui hui mai nei, ko Ivan Polo aho, e Makihana aho mo Surf Life Saving New Zealand Eastern Region Regional Manager. Constituents and visitors to the Bay of Plenty region get to enjoy and frequent the New Zealand's favourite playground, kept safe by volunteers and paid lifeguards. Together with the Bay of Plenty Regional Council, we have a responsibility to ensure the safety of constituents along the region's east coast beaches. Surf Life Saving is and are critical first responders in an emergency chain. We've seen unprecedented growth in our demand with population increases, visitors numbers increasing, extreme weather events and responses to those events, search and rescue activity. We no longer just operate between the flags. Communities don't differentiate between a volunteer or a paid lifeguard service. So with that, Surf Life Saving firstly would like to acknowledge that the funding provided through the Regional Safety Service Fund and the foresight and commitment by the Bay of Plenty Regional Council in establishing a centralised funding model is to be applauded. However, we'd like to bring to your attention that the current funding recommendation is insufficient to meet the identified evidence-based needs of the region. The principles and commitment made in establishing the Regional Safety Service Fund were to provide an agreed and consistent level of lifeguarding service to the Bay of Plenty communities. This would be aligned and supported with a level of funding that provided consistency and certainty for Surf Life Saving, the clubs and our communities. The targeted rate has failed to meet the service demands and the funding gap compromises lifeguarding service delivery. Surf Life Saving seeks, sorry, I'll back one page. One of the important impacts that I'd like to highlight is that over the last 2 years that we have contributed with our paid and volunteered lifeguards, 6,800 plus hours of service. We have saved or rescued 388 people, and without our interaction or intervention, the results could be significantly different. We are dedicated and committed in keeping the Bay of Plenty constituents, visitors safe in, on and around water with our clubs. What I'd like to highlight is that if you value the contribution of our volunteer paid lifeguards, they've effectively donated $1.2 million worth of lifeguard services. Surf Life Saving seeks the appropriate level of funding to meet the evidence-based needs presented in our submission of a paid lifeguard service in the Bay of Plenty region. However, we do understand the need to be agile and therefore request the following. Lifeguard services for the coming 23-24 season plus 5.1%. So for the coming 24-25 season, that equates to round figures $350,000 of money to provide the service in the Bay of Plenty. This will provide a constant level of funding, consistent level of funding that will enable us to give certainty and clarity to both us as an organisation, to the clubs and our communities. And we'd like an increase aligned with an appropriate indexing rate for the following seasons, 25, 26 and 26, 27. From here, we'd also like to take an undertaking from the Bay of Plenty Council that the targeted rate be adjusted to meet the evidence-based lifeguarding needs of the region. If surf life savings funding request isn't met, are you, as councillors, prepared to accept the high degree of risk on behalf of your constituents if we're not there? And also, if we're not successful, your decision will force Surf Life Saving New Zealand to make operational decisions with the lack of funding received.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I've been the chair at Waihi Beach Lifeguards for 10 years, but I've been a member for 25. So it's truly in it for life. But I thought I would just share with you some of our summers to understand that we are recognised for our delivery between the flags, but our contribution to the resilience of communities is far greater than that. So we're a 3-flagged patrol area along our 10 kilometres. We've got a search and rescue team that is fully functional and quite active, actually, unfortunately. And we also offer a water patrol on the 75k coastline using what you would consider a jet ski, a rescue watercraft. We understand that we live in a small community of only 4,000, but the summer can bring up to 30,000 people will be in our sites. And that is where the pressure comes from. So if you look at our summers, we've had one really hot one 3 years ago. We had one very wet one 2 years ago. And this summer, we've had a really nice water season, less rips, less large waves, less problems. So if you look at those 3 individual summers, we still brought home 91 individuals whose lives would have changed if we weren't there. Now, that's assist to safety, but that's also the individuals that are near a drowning situation. On top of that, though, we did 44 major first aids. So that's actually strokes. We've had an anorexic person pass out. We've had an allergic reaction. So this is quite serious first aids on top of our 100 general stings, cuts, sprains. We have talent in our group to perform 15 rescues on top of all of that work that they've done. And our preventative actions extend over 2,003 seasons. And those preventative actions is shifting the flags. That is picking up glass bottles, if it's that sort of thing. It's actually noticing a fisherman on the rock not reading the waves, and we need to go out and realise they're going to be taken down if they don't move. It could be people in a blow-up couch on an outgoing tide with a wind factor that we need to go and save. So our eyes are on the whole coastline all the time. But if you look at who we are and what we've delivered at Waihi, and it's not just Waihi, it's other parts of the country, but we've had a shark attack, we've had a cyclone, we've had a tornado, and we've had a severe flooding episode. And in all of those situations, not only is the lifeguards there on duty, but they're actually beyond that, bringing in people's gear, going to get people out of houses, just supporting the community so that their own health is taken care of. And the one thing that's different about us is we're not afraid to go in the water. And there's not a lot of organisations in the emergency services that actually want to be jumping in to the water to save somebody. So our unique contribution, as much as we work with St. John's and we work very closely with the police, is that we actually are delivering in a space that there's not too many people want to be in. Yeah. So I just want to finalise by just saying that there's a lot of risk in everything we do, but I'd like to see our risk shared. We will provide the talent, we'll provide the hours on duty, we'll provide this call-out squad, but if we don't have the funds to pay for fuel, and if we don't have the funds to pay for the paid lifeguards, and we don't have that contribution towards our delivery, we have to look at trimming, and I don't think there's any space to trim. We thought we'd leave some time for some questions and answers, and particularly knowing that you're also under pressure. Everyone's under pressure financially. It's just, what do we do if our delivery of service has to be reduced or have an inconsistency to it? How do we handle that at each of these individual regions? So if there's any comments or questions around that, we would appreciate them.
Thank you, Donna. Thank you, Yvonne. Councillors, questions? Councillor Winters.
Your closest Coast Guard unit to Waihi is? Tauranga?
Waihi Beach, yes. So we actually train together. So what happens with Coast Guard,
yeah.
they work 400 metres out beyond, and we do the 400 metres.
Close inshore.
And their multi-million-dollar boats don't go by the rocks. Our little IRBs and our jet skis were talented in doing that. And they also don't go in the water. So we work closely because there's a role to play for both of us.
Yep.
And we are a very small community. So yes, we do work alongside each other, but we have quite different deliveries. So that's, but they're just at the end of the peninsula and we work quite closely.
Because you said you've got one jet ski, but Waihi has an extensive rescue
Yes.
vessel.
Yeah, so we ourselves have one jet ski and another one coming because we cannot get around everywhere. We have 6 IRBs.
Oh,
and
you've
so
got IRBs as well.
Yeah, so the thing about the RWC, it's a one lifeguard vehicle, and so they can actually go up towards Wharetara all the way down to Matakana on their own to view what's going on, and you'll be surprised the amount of kayakers in trouble. Or some child's gone too far out, got caught in the channel. Just happens to be right time, right place. And that's the ability of having those paid guards around.
Just to highlight that the relationship with Coast Guard and a lot of other emergency services is very strong, and we collaborate where they are based to work to cover the appropriateness as required.
So the police, we work very closely with them, but they dial us after they get the 1-1 call when it's a water related close by, or unfortunately our call out squad search and rescue does a lot of body retrievals, and it's generally us because of the size of our boats. And
Thanks, Donna. Just a couple of comments. I mean, small things get noticed, and it's good that as the Waihi Surf Lifesaving Club you take the initiative. I'm referring to, providing the public with coffee on your deck
out of
your surf club.
Yes.
It all contributes towards the public's perception and trying to get extra money. Where is the split between Waikato and Waihi? Because you mentioned Wharetara, but that's just around the next bay.
So they're on the other side for
Yeah,
us.
So the
because there's
Waikato
got to be an
regional-
interface that you cover each other.
Yeah,
From a
we do.
lifeguarding perspective, you mean, or from a funding perspective?
No, from a coverage point of view.
Yeah, so our call out squad and our lifeguards. So if all the way up the Coromandel, so say Wharetara is just next door, we will actually help quite frequently. We will go all the way up to Whangamata, and they have a very strong call out squad as well, and a lot of lifeguards. So we will work together. But we will go where the need is. And so, unfortunately, like the poultry situation, we were 2 days, we were 4 lifeguards involved in that exercise. So, yes, I think we're all small in the Coromandel. The Bay of Plenty's got a very structured call-out squad situation. So they've got, a lot of resources and,
Just to clarify a little bit, so we have a national program or a facility called SurfCom, which coordinates the radio network of our whole entire country, and it is expanding as we speak. We call in and monitor things through that, so tasking of clubs and lifeguards come from there to the specific clubs to support incidents. So whether you're in Wharetara or in Tairoa or in the Bay of Plenty or Makatu, the coordination happens in a centralised place and then supported by the clubs where resources are allocated appropriately.
Okay, thank you both very much for your submission.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, councillors. We're adjourned till 1:15. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. We'll reconvene. So our first submitter is Liz Davies and Liz Stewart on behalf of Social Link. Welcome, ladies. And for councillor White, it is on page 290 of your agenda. Thanks, Liz.
Thank you. Namahi o te ahi. Good afternoon, Chair and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Social Link Te Hono Pāpuri, for those who don't know us, we're an umbrella peak organisation for the social and community sector in the Western Bay of Plenty. So we're like the Chamber of Commerce is for business, we're it for not-for-profits and for-purpose organisations. So Social Link endorses all of Regional Council's community outcomes, but in particular connected communities and pursuit of excellence community outcomes. We encourage Regional Council to consider the pursuit of excellence community outcome is very relevant to the Climate Change Action Plan, with clear evidence that vulnerable populations such as people on low incomes and people with disabilities will shoulder a lot more of the negative impact of climate change. We believe an equity lens needs to be applied to the plan, as well as recognition of the impact of climate change on that will be on iwi and hapu. Regarding the review of the development and financial contribution policies, Social Link strongly supports considering the principles of Te Tiri Whenua Act in making or amending any financial contribution rules and as a part of assessing any financial contribution. With regard to volunteering, Social Link applauds the Regional Council for noting the importance of volunteers to communities in protecting and restoring the environment and in the event of a natural disaster. Social Link took on the delivery of volunteering services from Volunteering Bay of Plenty in late 2022, and we've been actively preparing in the event that there is an emergency by recruiting volunteers and purchasing an online platform that enables matching of volunteers to tasks that emerge from an emergency. The platform is automated, so no need for unwieldy spreadsheets and hundreds of hours of staff time matching volunteers to tasks. We have initiated discussions with Tauranga City Council and Western Bay of Plenty District Council about an MOU with volunteering services so we can match volunteers to tasks in the event of an emergency. Volunteering Services is very happy to also engage with Regional Council with regard to this. With regard to public transport, Social Link supports option 2 because all residents in the Bay of Plenty should benefit from public transport services and initiatives. But we think more information should be provided on how the change will improve services for non-urban residents. We accept reduced carbon emissions will benefit everyone. However, we would also expect and advocate that income from option 2 would help with service improvement benefits such as improved availability, accessibility or frequency of public transport options for people living outside of the main Bay of Plenty urban centres. Regarding Port of Tauranga shareholdings, Social Link strongly supports the Regional Council proposal to reduce the shareholdings to no less than 28% for the reasons outlined in our submission. We also strongly recommend that the investment of proceeds also contribute positively to environmental, social and cultural outcomes, as well as generating financial returns, and prioritise and increase local investment in projects and infrastructure that will achieve equitable benefits for the region's population. Lastly, regional parks. Social Link supports the Regional Council to undertake further investigatory work on the potential locations of 2 regional parks near Katikati and Rotorua. We understand that the Katikati Park is the one donated very generously by former Regional Councillor Ian Noble. With the increasing population of the Bay of Plenty, identifying and securing land for regional parks to protect the environment and for all to enjoy is essential, and we support initiatives in this area. For Western Bay residents, another regional park that is near Katikati will be of great amenity, and it would also likely be a boost for the community of Katikati, which includes several areas of significant socio-economic deprivation. So thank you for your time, and happy to take questions.
Thank you, Liz. Liz too, anything to add? No?
She's going to take the tricky questions.
Thank you. Councillors, questions to Liz on behalf of Social Link. Councillor McMillan.
Oh, kia ora. This is slightly outside of the submission, but in terms of your, and I can't remember what your platform's called, but it's about social mapping and statistics and demographics. What's
Community insights?
Community insights. Just wondering, does that link to our mapping and data? Are they two connected?
This is in our community insights team.
Oh, cool.
Yes, they do in terms of we have quite a lot of data resources already provided, such as from government administration data on our website. But are you thinking about anything in particular?
Yeah, just, well, I suppose, you know, us moving forward, looking at how we display our data and mapping, and it can include things like equity, social deprivation, and all of those things. And I just wondered whether we have your data and you have our data, or whether the two things are separate.
We certainly do a lot of searching for publicly available data.
Okay.
But I can ask our other third Liz Flaherty,
Yeah.
manager of the CI team, about connecting with you about that.
Cool, thank you.
Councillor Neese.
Kia ora, Liz and Liz. Good to see you. We hear from a lot of our care groups that they sometimes struggle for volunteers. And I just wondered what sort of depth of environmentally based volunteers do you have in your database? And can we link our care groups through you to these volunteers?
Absolutely. Please do link your environmental groups to volunteering services if they're not already with us. We use the Volunteer Seek platform. So people are probably familiar with Seek for Jobs. There's also a volunteer online platform. So it really easily matches up so they can post jobs and tasks that we want done with volunteers. So please do. Happy to talk to you separately about that too, Jane, if that helps.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anything else, councillors? If not, could I thank you, Liz and Liz, for your presentation? Appreciate it. Thank you. So, councillors, next submitter is Douglas Owens. Welcome, Doug. Doug, you submitted your submission earlier on, and we've had the opportunity to quickly look at the one that you've provided with us today. And I see you allocated 5 minutes, so the floor is yours. Which matter, LTP? Oh, you can ask. I don't know whether we got the answer. If you don't, McTavish.
Through you, Chair, over 200 submissions or have submission points on this question.
Okay, right. Bear with me. I refer to my submission dated 8/4/24 that questions what is driving the proposed sell down of the Port of Tauranga shareholding. After considering all the available data provided by Quayside and the Regional Council, and subsequent to my submission, the following conclusions are submitted. The Port of Tauranga is consistently profitable crown jewel of the Bay of Plenty Regional Council's community asset base. The POT website records for the 6 months ended 31st December 23 a group net profit after tax of 47.2 million. Why sell a public asset that is returning approximately 100 million per year in profit? Councillors should immediately vote not to continue with this process. Page 93 of the Quayside Annual Report 2023 states that there is a 94 million of property assets held by a separate company, and this does not include the long-standing Rangiuru development project. That's my understanding.
The revenue generated from the property assets overall is not reported, nor are any dividends recorded. In the case of the Rangiuru project, Quayside appears unable to fully finance the infrastructure development costs to complete this project, and there is no confirmed prospect these costs are recoverable. These factors are material to any discussion relating to the open management of Quayside, as without a full report being available, viability is not conclusive. However, one can presume that there may be a capitalisation issue arising here, and as a result, Quayside management are promoting a Port of Tauranga share sell down to cover the shortfall, a move that is fundamentally wrong and arguably the result of gross mismanagement of Quayside over time. The diversification of the property assets which Quayside continues to promote, despite the 54% controlling stake in the port, is the problem being faced by the Regional Council and Quayside now. Not a minor dip in earnings by the Port of Tauranga and the ridiculous method for Quayside to use as an excuse that investment policy has all its eggs in one basket. Clearly, Quayside management have been and are incompetent, and the current process lacks full disclosure, and the fact that diversification has been in play for many years and is failing. This bizarre situation and the proposed sell down of shares, Port of Tauranga shares, now threatens the stability of other ports within New Zealand, including the Port of Tauranga, Port of Auckland, North Port and Timaru Port. It would be prudent of the Regional Council and Quayside to ring fence the port assets and separate them from the property operation to introduce accountability and sound management of cash flow, isolating the difficult issues currently arising from property development. The proposed Port of Tauranga share sale is likely a smokescreen to draw attention away from the failure of Quayside to manage and diversify its investment portfolio properly. The property assets can have their own destiny with a managed exit if necessary over time. Put on hold any notion of interfering with the controlling interests in Port of Tauranga and the binding ruling of the PPS, which is treated as equity, and the dividends are non-taxable, which is a rare advantage to shareholders, but this will disappear if only one share is sold. Undertake an independent study to review the current Quayside structure and review the legislated requirement to protect New Zealand's strategic assets, being in this case New Zealand's ports. Councillors should also reconsider the 35 million rate subsidy granted annually to Bay of Plenty ratepayers. Under the current financial circumstances, this grant is not sustainable, and it is certainly not guaranteed if the Port of Tauranga shares are sold. The Quayside proposal comes at a time when the Auckland City Council were considering selling a 35-year operational lease of their Auckland port. This plan has been rejected by the Auckland Council in favour of the status quo and further restructuring over time. Both the Port of Auckland and the Port of Tauranga and their shared investment in the Port of Whangarei and the Port of Tauranga holding the Port of in the Port of Timaru, Southland and Rolleston, Canterbury are strategic investments in both the North and South Islands that are bound by legislation and seen as fundamental to the trading future of New Zealand. On this basis alone, I fail to see how the Regional Council can be considering a sell down of equity to potentially hand over control of our port to foreigners without formal discussions directly with central government. It is audacious for the Council to attempt to rely on the LTP mechanism for consultation, as it is a shallow and inadequate process. Local politicians do not understand the detail, and most people in the Bay of Plenty are oblivious to the scheme that will generate no consequences nor add value to the public purse. In the proposal, the Regional Council has not indicated what it intends to do with funds raised by the proposed sale, and one can only assume that this scheme is merely serving to bail out the Quayside management of the property investments at this time. Quite simply, it is disingenuous of the Council and their wholly owned investment Quayside to promote such a farce. This behaviour is so outrageous as to be malfeasant.
Mr. Owens, could I just bring to your attention that you've exceeded your time limit. Could you bring it to a conclusion? I'm sure all councillors can read, and as I said initially, you've had the opportunity to read it, but in fairness to the other submitters, well, I need to keep to the time frame. Can you just bring it to a conclusion? And I note on your original submission on page 325, you had advice to the council, and similarly, that advice is reiterated on the last page of the document that you set out today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, all the details that concern me and others are here. And I put it to councillors that you now do the same and explain all of this to the people you represent, because I wager that you cannot. And obviously you're going to read the paper. That's what you're here to do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Owens. Appreciate it. Right, councillors, we're moving on to submitter Pascal Haibon Peteron Ibu Pihan. Pascal from Stand Tall Community Trust. Welcome, Pascal.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm just wondering if I'm going to be able to control my slides. There they are. So I'll go back one. Maybe. Thank you for your patience with me while I get technically enabled. Cool. So I suppose there's a timer going somewhere, so I'm going to try to keep to time and perhaps provide a little step change, as I've come to talk about people and not the infrastructure so much. Okay, kia ora koutou katoa, ko Pascal toko ingoa. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I was born in France, that's what you're hearing, and I was in the French Alps on the banks of a mighty river called the Isère River, in a home built on family land. I was brought up last century to good food from the garden, hunting, home kills, hikes, and family holidays spent improving our living environment. Little did I know that it would create a fantastic foundation for my life here in Tauranga Moana. I've called this region home for the last 25 years. My professional background includes secondary school teaching, digital capability building, community building, and entrepreneurial education. I'm currently the founder and general manager at Stand Tall. A little about Stand Tall. Stand Tall was founded in 2021 with several purposes as a charitable organization. First of all, to build a supportive community and networks to inspire activities with measurable social and environmental impacts. Provide education, mentoring, and support to reduce social inequalities and promote sustainability. And offer programs that benefit economically disadvantaged individuals and foster innovation and positive community impact. These were our big, broad purpose goals. And you will have, I believe, received a quick flyer that will tell you how we do what, and that our method is about building entrepreneurial capability. So I'm here today to talk with you in support of the application Stand Tall made to the Community Initiative Fund, that is called Batch Whenua Care. It's a project designed to harness the passion and energy of our young people to drive environmental sustainability in the Bay of Plenty and deliver on our purpose of working collaboratively with other organizations to make change happen. Batch Whenua Care is a 12-week Idea Accelerator program. Young people, age 18 to 24, bring an idea or choose a given challenge to turn it into a sustainable and practical environmental project. This concept of accelerator is used the world over to create a space where ideas get past the idea stage and educate participants while equipping them with tools they need to make ideas actionable
and open up opportunities for young people to participate. For our young people, environmental issues are not abstract concerns. They are urgent realities. They recognize that their future is directly impacted by the state of our planet. They are eager to contribute to solutions that ensure a sustainable and healthy environment for themselves and future generations. I'm not young myself, yet I'm choosing to mobilize my age, knowledge, and privilege to support and guide youth-led projects and use my voice where theirs is not heard. I've also come here today with a project that will support the Council efforts to widen and diversify their community engagement. A specific focus on youth needs a step change in the approach to engagement, and one that unlocks potential and starts with where young people are at. So here's a challenge for us. How might we create the conditions for young people to take environmental action now? To address this, we must consider alternative pathways to engagement and innovation that resonate with today's youth. Traditional education and institutional methods often fail to capture their interest and enthusiasm. Instead, we need to explore experiential learning opportunities, digital platforms for collaboration, and community-driven projects that allow hands-on involvement and immediate impact. At Stantall, we have expertise in youth engagement, and Batch Fenway Care offers such an alternative with a structured yet flexible program that aligns with the way youth naturally engage. At Stantall, we work with youth both in and out of schools across Tauranga Moana, Rotorua, Kawerau, and Whakatane. For our workshops and programs, such as the Young Enterprise Scheme, a national program, over 230 young people in our region get equipped with entrepreneurial and digital skills every year. We see up to 40 teams of students come together to take an idea from concept to market over the course of the school year. I've been involved with Young Enterprise Scheme prior to starting at Stantall, and I've seen a significant rise in the number of projects addressing environmental challenges, reflecting the growing concern and commitment of our young people towards sustainability. Our deep-rooted presence in the community and our hands-on approach have enabled us to foster innovation, resilience, and entrepreneurial spirit amongst our youth. On this slide here, you will see a couple of the product that have been brought to life. That was last year, and some evidence in the approach to those projects that environment is front and center for those teenagers aged 17 to 18. Usually, though, these projects get discontinued after school life is school is finished, and for multiple reasons. One of them is the young people are not in school together anymore. Yet we know that the interest in the environment remains. Our alumni tell us that they would continue to widen their horizons and tackle different challenges with support and accountability that comes with the program, such as Batch Fenway Care. We also know that they actually don't know what they don't know and would welcome the opportunity to widen their horizons to connect to bigger local challenges if they were put in front of them. During our programs, including Batch and Young Enterprise, the participant gets mentorship and coaching from experts, practical experiences, and access to resources and methods that equip them with innovation skills. And as a cohort, they benefit from each other's support. This approach not only harnesses their passion for sustainability, but also equips them with practical skills such as teamwork, problem solving, planning and management, but also connecting with others outside of their peer groups and coping with ambiguity. At Stantall, we take a community approach to the delivery of our programs, and it is our ambition to engage with council experts and science, business, university experts to support the delivery of the program. We want Batch Fenway Care to increase the participation of young people in the work and decision making of the council teams by giving them a structured opportunity to do more with the youth communities we are currently working with. This opportunity is around working on broad outcomes over a sustained period of time and addressing the systemic challenges of disengagement from young people from civic participation. And I'm not proposing a magic wand here. I'm presenting only an opportunity to learn with and from our young people and to rethink how council, environmental experts, business leaders, and youth development organizations can collaborate to create opportunities for our young people to participate, to be heard, and to connect to their purpose. This is what I meant by community building. Again, and nearly in conclusion, we have expertise bringing a whole village of support around our young people to explore new ways of doing things and bring sustainable projects to life. The connections it enables and the doors it opens for our young people generates massive community engagement value for all involved. If the council is committed to place focus on our young people as key stakeholder, we're here to help with a concrete program and measurable outcomes. Entrepreneurial and digital capabilities are in our wheelhouse, and we would value the opportunity to add to the work of the council in engaging meaningfully with our young people to explore solutions to the complex challenges we all face together. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Pascal. Councillors, any questions? Here's not Pascal. Thank you very much for a comprehensive presentation.
Thank you.
Bye. Yeah, we'll do this one. Councillors, we're moving to a submission from Ian Dustin, which on your schedule is scheduled here at 4:15, but he's here now, prepared to deal with it. So, Mr. Dustin, would you like to come forward? So this is individual submission. In your hard copy, it's 134135. Welcome, Mr. Dustin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, councillors. Thank you for the opportunity. I take it the other submissions are read. So my main concern is the historical shareholding that has greatly benefited the region and its ratepayers in the form of an intergenerational endowment fund are maintained by the way of a swap out of assets from the shares into a land holding that will be strategic asset continuing to benefit the region long into the future. I propose that this can be accomplished by adding to the land stock owned by Quayside Holdings at the Rangiru Business Park. There is an opportunity now to buy land within the Rangiru Business Park that can be connected to the port by a rail spur connecting to the East Coast main trunk line. Such an enablement will allow Quayside to offer rail-connected industrial land linked to the port, not available elsewhere in the region. A quote from the Port of Tauranga Annual Report 2017, and the chair said, "We have approximately 40 hectares of undeveloped port zone land available for future growth. This will continue to substantially manage future growth utilising rail in preference to road connections." The reality is that much of this land has been utilised, and there is no ability to service any new customer wanting to use the wharf at the port who needs to have a rail connection. Having a large land holding at the Rangiru Business Park connected by rail to the port will greatly enhance the ability of the port and Quayside to satisfy the future needs of the region and be a vital piece in the regional infrastructure puzzle. If I may quote from Mr. Pihana in his submission, he said it better than I could. So he said, "Rather than be reactive and backward looking, although that's a useful trait, I view the opportunity offered in a share sell down as the third horizon view. It is necessary to look past the horizon that is near, beyond the mid-horizon to the third horizon. That approach bespeaks a future in advance of that future coming to be. When that horizon does come to be, then that future has been secured. So I put it to council that securing a parcel of industrial land within the Rangiru Business Park connected to the port by rail will pay dividends to the region intergenerationally and is totally appropriate use of the funds generated by the proposed sell down of the council shareholding. But also support the value of the remaining quayside shareholding in the port by adding much needed rail connected hectares to the port land holdings to attract new customers, continue to manage future growth, utilising rail in preference to road connections. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dustin. Councillors. Press, Councillor Winters.
Mr. Dustin, in your submission, can I quote, there is an opportunity now to buy land within the regional Rangiru Business Park that can be connected to the port by a rail spur. Is there some available now on the market now? Because I wasn't aware there was.
Yes, sir. I could point you to 25 hectares. I've had Kiwi Rail design the rail siding.
Heb property?
No, it's not. It's Muro Farms.
Oh.
Next to that, there's three main land holdings, if you like, outside of Quayside.
Yeah.
West of Young Road.
Thank you.
Mr. Dustin, are you a shareholder or an interest in Miro Farms?
No, sir.
Anything else, councillors? Thank you, Mr. Dustin.
Thank you very much.
Appreciated.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councillors, we have Melvin Fontaine here. Yeah, would you like to come forward, please, Melvin? It's an individual submission on page 157 of your booklet. Welcome, Melvin.
Thank you.
Take a seat and the floor is yours.
Ready? My submission is for a multiplex and cruise terminal to be located in Coronation Park, Mount Maunganui. The project needs to be a joint venture between the Regional Council, City Council, Western Bay Councils and the Port of Tauranga. The multiplex is a 3-storey unit in the shape of a cruise ship, and it contains an information centre, money change, tourism bookings, cafe, a bus depot, toilets, processing for cruise ship passengers, customs control point, various activities otherwise like bowls, darts, cards, etc. With a covered walkway to the port will double as a market stall that's in the park. With a 2-storey annex in the port connected with an overhead covered walkway to the wharf frontage of the 2 cool stores and a mobile bridge unit for passengers on the cruise ship to access from the boat deck. This complex would have approximately a couple of 100,000 passengers using this facility. A further 2-storey unit on Nikau Street from Rada Street Port Gatehouse will contain the Seafarer Centre and government agencies on the port property. Opposite that, on the other side, on the corner, is create a 4-storey parking building with shops on the ground level. On the southern side of Rada Street, which was formerly the fire station site, the possibility of a 3-storey accommodation and hotel complex with shops on the ground level. Also in this area, a ferry service from Salisbury Wharf to the Strand, and that would reduce a lot of congestion on traffic. On the northern end of the Sulphur Point, install a dry dock suitable for cruise ships, cargo and container ships for maintenance. When this is not in use and required for that, it can be utilised for offloading containers to increase the porting. Well, the time is now to do it. I presented this previously in 2018, but it seemed to have got bypassed. If you want any further information about how this will work, how it will be funded, revenue and all that, I will be pleased to, if you could organise a meeting at a further date. And also as part of this, when the railways need to look at their railway system and create a train service from here to the Waikato, which can also go to Hamilton and Frankton and also to Auckland, and also service down the Kawerau area. That basically is what I'd like to present, and I hope you.
Thank you, Melvin. Councillors. Melvin, could I just ask, is this proposal in terms of the JV you're proposing here, which is essentially local governments, central government entities, where's the room for private investors in here or developers?
Well, that would be open for them for a question, but basically it needs to be run independently with representatives from the councils and also from Tourism New Zealand and the government, local government in Wellington, because there is money available through the tourism program. So whether the government takes it on or the councils go on it and run it independently, but the main reason here is not to flog it too much, because the cruise industry is dropping a bit for next season as it's down a bit, and the same in Australia as well, because the port charges are becoming extravagant and the cruise ships are diverting. You may think that I've not done any research into this because I'm a great thief. I steal ideas and I utilise them, analyse them and do it. That's why I'm presenting this to you. Private investment, well, they could be involved. I don't know. That's another area.
Okay, thank you. Could I thank you for your submission? It's appreciated.
The only thing I would like to do is if you could organise a meeting between all the parties and they'll get together and I'll explain it more fully. There's a lot more on this. I'm only briefing it today. It's quite complex of how the system will work and how you can actually make revenue out of it and get a return on your investment.
That's a good starting point, isn't it, for any
Yes, well,
investor?
this is why I'm here today. I hope that you'll take it on board because it is essential that we do this now.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Right, councillors, submitters 363 of your hard copy. Welcome, John Robson.
Good afternoon, everyone. I won't go around and me here and say hello to all the people I know, or that'll be my 5 minutes gone. And speaking of 5 minutes, I'd like to congratulate the people who did the hearings on the RLTP because they gave people 10 minutes. And I think 10 minutes is a far more reasonable allocation of time. You've all read my submission, I'm sure. At least that's the way the script goes. Does anyone have any questions with regard to the 3 key points? In other words, the 3 topics you asked for a response on?
Councillors?
Stu.
Don't waste your 4.5 minutes, John. Welcome. You raised a very valid point about misalignment through smart growth and LTPs.
Ah, the 4th point, yes.
Yeah. Got any solutions?
Yes. And the solution, Stu, you wouldn't be surprised to hear, is actually honesty. There's too long we've been running a situation in this city where the uncomfortable truth is quietly shut aside. And we instead come up with some comforting mistruth, some comforting lie, some comforting reassurance, which isn't true. And one of the classic examples, and you know, I'm glad you went straight to that point because that's one of the points I really wanted to emphasize. Smart growth is a circus. You can't go over 10 years from Tutumu to Te Papa to Tauriko West and describe yourself as strategic. It's a nonsense. And the people who are running this show have failed the city abysmally. Now, I've been in this space. I've seen people nod when Ken advanced a comfortable lie and they've just accepted it. Oh, we have a pathway forward. No, you didn't, Ken. You may remember the particular example I'm referring to. I think it was Nanaia Mahuta's first presence online at a smart growth meeting. We've got to get away from denying the reality of the situation we face. Another sort of classic example is the way that Marty Grenfell treated Fiona. In a public discussion, emails that were made public, the way the two organisations don't gel. And if you want another example of that, when I first got back on smart growth back in 2018 after the by-election, I pointed out that we had 2 papers produced by 2 councils submitted to a smart growth meeting that were at odds with each other around the transport program. You may remember the meeting we had. For too long, we've got no real strategic alignment in this city, and we still haven't got it. And I fear for the upcoming discussions with regard to the city plans that this current government is talking about potentially having city deals, that if we don't genuinely get our act together, and Gary will be rolling in his political grave, but Gary Webber, one of the things he was good on was making sure that your budgets met your political aspirations. In other words, there was money in the budget to do what it is you said you wanted to do. And if there wasn't money in the budget, don't say you're going to do it. As I used to say regularly, and I will continue to say, a plan without a budget is a broken promise. And this council, but more particularly TCC, are breaking promises to the people of this city. The cure is more honesty. People that can actually read a balance sheet, people who tell the truth. Just tell the truth. You're dealing with a city of 160-odd thousand people here in Tauranga. The wider bay, obviously regional council, a far bigger population, but most of them are adults. Most of them go through life managing to be employed, get up in the morning, put the right shoes on, get an income, feed their kids, clothe their kids, get into school. Most of them are adults. Please treat them like that. With regard to the 3 other topics, I think it's pretty obvious where I sit on those. The big one for me is the port one. Please don't do what TCC are doing and think about swapping revenue-producing assets for expenditure-inducing assets and claiming there is no change to your balance sheet. Again, it's a form of dishonesty. If you swap a parking building for a museum, you are going to hemorrhage cash. It's dishonest just to look at your balance sheet. So whenever you talk CapEx, please talk OpEx and OpRev. Other than that, I'd just like to tautoko the comments made by Glenn Crowther this morning with regard to the lack of progressiveness in your rating structure. I addressed it when I was at Tauranga City Council, much to the chagrin of Councillor Larry Baldock, who said it couldn't be done. You just reduce your uniform annual general charges, you make things more progressive. Now, I appreciate there are issues with regard to the structures of various ratepayers, capital holdings, land holdings, farming, etc. But there are ways it can be done. At the moment, I think you are too regressive. Thank you.
Thanks very much, John. Thank you. Right, councillors, we are now going to have Sue Lund and Lauren Boyd on behalf of Planetary Accounting. Is that right, ladies?
We actually had a presentation as well. Oh, thank you. So, kia ora katoa, ko Sue Lund, tōku ingoa. This is Lauren, my colleague, and we are from Planetary Accounting Network. And we're delighted to be with you this afternoon. We're going to go large this afternoon. We're going out to the planetary limits in our presentation. So the reason that we're speaking with you is that working is because the reason we're speaking to you is because we really applaud the regional council's vision and mission to create a resilient and healthy and sustainable region. But we also understand some of the challenges that you face as decision makers. We understand the challenges when you are trying to achieve parallel goals where the measures of success can be quite distinct and separate, and you're almost certainly having to make trade-offs in your decision making. We understand this because we have connected with a lot of councils and worked with councils in New Zealand and internationally, and we see that the challenges are nearly always the same. And so we've read your long-term plan, the consultation document, and your action plans, and we can see that you have a myriad of measures and metrics and targets. And we see this in councils that the measures, which we applaud, they don't help you answer the really tricky questions though, and how do you balance economic and environmental pressures, especially when they're so interlinked. Horticulture, agriculture, and forestry all rely on really strong natural foundations, and they don't help you work out how to do your trade-offs between different environmental impacts. And most importantly, they don't answer those really hard questions that the council and the community wants to know about. How do we know when we've actually achieved what we want? How do we know when we've actually achieved a healthy environment or sustainable development? So is it a 10% increase in green spaces, or a 25% reduction in water consumption, or how many hectares of native forest do you need? So we see the metrics and the long-term environmental view that you have, and your focus on science and working with nature and providing tangible insights to the community so they can understand what work you do. And we also believe that you need to have strong science and environmental outcomes at the council table. So this is where it gets really exciting for us, is where we go to the planetary limits or the planetary boundaries. So some of you may be familiar with these. It's seen as the gold standard for environmental sustainability. Yeah. It was developed about 15 years ago by some leading scientists, some of who are on our advisory panel at PAN. And excitingly, the lead scientist who developed this is receiving tomorrow the Tyler Prize, which is the Tyler Prize for Science, and it's known as the Nobel Prize for Science. He was also one of Time's 100's most influential people in the world for his work that he does around the safe operating space for the planet and for humanity. And I'm going to pass over to Lauren, because Lauren's going to explain to you how we work with these planetary boundaries and planetary accounting to help decision makers.
So I guess the planetary boundaries highlight the importance of looking beyond carbon and climate change into these broader environmental impacts. And so at PAN, we use a proprietary framework called planetary accounting that translates these limits into the scales that we make decisions. So like you have for financial decisions where we have a budget and a cost, we're trying to do that with environmental limits as well, so you can see the impacts and you know the limits on the other side. It aligns with other global frameworks such as the Sustainable Development Goals, donut economics, and nature-related financial disclosures, so it can be used in lots of different ways. Just a little bit about us. So at PAN, we're a network organisation, and these are just some of the partners in our network that we're working with, and we're working with some really exciting and amazing brands at the moment. Some sort of coconut yogurt people and Silver Fern Farms. So yeah, it's been applied at a whole lot of different scales, and we'll talk about some of our examples in a little bit. So what does planetary accounting look like for regions and cities? It's about simplifying and synthesizing the data that you already have and are collecting. It's not a cookie cutter approach, and it can be used in many different ways, just like carbon accounting can. It brings existing metrics in your strategy into a central set of indicators to help you track your progress of strategies as a whole and also at a glance, and distills various reporting metrics into core indicators and evaluates impacts of various decisions from your strategies, your plans, your policies. So basically you can use the same thing and the same set of indicators across all the decisions that you're making across your different teams. The application process is bespoke to the specific needs of the city or the region, and it's not about redoing any great work done to date. It's about helping understand the context and really give you the how good is good enough based on environmental science. And then sort of it can move into co-designing targets or interventions and modelling your progress, and then using this to inform any updated interventions or actions. Just a couple of examples. This is our work with Ōtepoti, Dunedin, with their city donut. So we've worked with them with a whole lot of workshops and engagement to understand what metrics are important for them, and then they're starting to use this in every decision and track their progress and help them understand, if they're making a decision, what's the impacts and what's the maybe unforeseen consequences that they couldn't quite see before. So it's just quite a good way to, I guess, everyone interlinked and on the same page. Then this is Regen Melbourne. It's a bit of a different example. They're a grassroots initiative, but they have this really awesome online tool that you can go in and click on any of the planetary boundaries and see what's gone into, I guess, making that assessment. And yeah, it's just a great way, I guess, to get the public and any stakeholders engaged with the impacts of the city. You guys already have a fantastic climate change action plan. So in your case, we'd be looking to see at how we can help strengthen the breadth of environmental measurement and action, and help put this into a context that's meaningful and supports you to make sound science-based decisions that support sustainable development. In that plan, we see planetary accounting assessments as the crystal ball that every organisation and decision maker needs, defines just how far and how fast environmental action needs to be, enabling you guys to rapidly test scenarios and roadmaps against these outcomes and create a platform for innovation and transformative change. That's us.
Thank you for the opportunity to address you as part of your long-term plan considerations.
Thank you very much. Councillors, questions? Councillor Winters and then Councillor Eatey.
Good afternoon. So I'm reading your submission, and at the back of it, you've obviously looked at our business in some detail to present this submission today and what we do, what we provide, and how we report to our communities. So you state here the cost is dependent on the level of engagement, and we can provide an indicative amount.
Yes, that's right. The range of services that we could provide vary.
Yep.
So it would be how much or where you want to sit on that scale if you wanted to work with us. We didn't actually say that we're a not-for-profit at the start. So we use the services we provide to people as a way of funding the education and further outreach. So sort of the range you would be looking at, you could start sort of from quite small, from say 10,000, and then go up there. Would be as wide a scope as you wanted to do, how many metrics you wanted us to look at, and how many metrics you wanted to advance or develop.
Yeah, it depends on, like, we do things like workshops and engagements, so it depends on the number of workshops that you'd have or things like that. So yeah, just as bespoke to what your kind of needs would be, but we're happy to kind of continue conversations.
And how much community engagement you wanted in that as well.
Stevie.
Councillor Winters' question covered my inquiry. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, councillors? Councillor McMillan.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for that. And I'm very familiar with the donut economics model. And yeah, so we have a lot of data, and then of course we have our policy coming down from central government, regional policy, etc. And you know, if you have an example of, okay, the data is showing, or your model is showing that we need significant land use change or whatever, I suppose that the challenge is the then what, and how you do the then what. So my question is, how does your modelling interface with transformational shift that might be needed in, for example, primary industry? Because we can shape policy, we can enable, we can try to activate behaviour change, but we can't dictate. So how does that look?
That would be after you've sort of got your your limits, like Planetary Accounting can give you so that's where we need to get to. But then the next piece is a roadmap of what would that look like. And I mean, understand that, we're not going to get transformational change overnight. Like, there definitely has to be steps along the way, but that's something that we can kind of work with on what might those interim targets be, but might also involving other companies or as well who, have a really good understanding of that stuff too. So yeah, I think that's sort of like a piece that gets built on over time.
Could I thank you, Sue and Lauren? Well presented. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for your submission originally.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councillors, Sam Jansen. So we're back to individual submission 215.
There you go.
Welcome, Sam.
Oh, how do I do this? Welcome. I just, hi everyone. Kia ora, whānau, ko Sam tōku ingoa, and and I want to know about the buses. The buses sometimes can be a bit late sometimes, and and I find out that it's very frustrating as well, and and I also there's not enough seating on the buses, so all the students from Tauranga Boys College was taking all the seats, and I had to wait for so long for the bus, for the next bus. So if you could probably get some more seating, that will be good. Extend the buses a bit longer. So and and I've also catch free buses and high price taxis. That's all right. And and I found out the new bus service on demand quite good as well. So and I hope it goes all around the Bay of Plenty. And
And Sam, I see in your submission, you had a comment regarding regional parks. Would you like to tell us about that?
Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Cool. So the parks, every time there's a lot of dogs, not customers, dog owners not picking up their doggies do, and just be aware of that, and
Thank you, Sam. Councillor Von Duddleson.
Making a submission, Sam. I'm just interested, have you been able to use the app, that's the transit app on your phone, to help you find when the next bus is coming, so that you're not wondering when it's coming, and if it's coming, you actually see it? Have you tried that app?
I do have it. Oh, I do have that app.
I'd be just interested in feedback if you did, but that's okay. Yep.
Oh, I do use that, but I also use that app, and I also do use that app and I also, if my phone's flat, how do I know about that app though?
Yep. Anything else, councillors? If not, Sam, could I thank you for taking the time to make a presentation?
You're welcome.
I wish you well in terms of utilisation of the public transport service. And if
Yeah.
you've got any problems, feel free to ring Councillor Von Duddleson. How's that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next present councillors is Hayden Smith, 153 of your booklet. Welcome, Hayden. Or would you rather we call you Captain Hayden? Doesn't matter.
Hayden is fine, thank you. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Ko hikaroa te maonga, ko waikuiti te awa, ko pukaturiki te papatipa marae, ko ngā tahu te iwi, ko Hayden Smith tōku ingoa. Thank you for this opportunity to share in our story. It was a number of years ago that Sir Bob Harvey and myself presented to this council. It was down in Rotorua at the time. Some of you may still have been there with us. I think that was between 8 and 10 years ago, sharing in what our vision was and what we were trying to achieve. We've certainly made leaps and bounds in the steps towards doing much, much more as we anticipated. And now we return again to the Bay of Plenty to continue on with that mission, to making sure that our vessels and our crew are deployed into this great region as well. My family have been in the Bay of Plenty up at Waihi Beach for a number of years, and so it's certainly a place to call home as well for me. With that, as you'll see within the submission, we know that the best way, certainly we've found in the Bay of Plenty, to make this program come to life for what we're trying to achieve is to make sure that we bring a number of partners with us on the way to help fund our project and bring together the team of funders to support that. So bringing all of those, the local community funders, the support network and the submissions across the various councils to enable and take a sense of ownership and helping us achieve our mission for our moana and for our water, and helping us pick up that rubbish and clean up those coastal areas, whilst engaging communities and ensuring that our boats are our classrooms on the water to help educate those wider communities. That is what we're about. Now, with respect to the amount of debris that is in the shore and around the place, and often people walking around the coast will not necessarily see the problem. I've taken a few hours just this morning to wander around certain places, and that plastic debris, different types of, whether it's bottles, whether it's lollipop sticks, whether it's food wrappers, whatever it may be, polystyrene is there, and it is on every single coast. And unfortunately, it's I guess a mirror image of what our gutters and our streams reflect in terms of how they are. So we know that we need to be changing people's habits. We know that the work that we have done over the last 21 years, certainly in Auckland and further afield now, is starting to have a difference. We know we have that positive impact on those local communities. We know that the schools, the kids, whether it's the corporate groups or the council staff members that come out and volunteer on our boats, they all get to understand the reality of what we're dealing with. And along with that, we know there are various other community groups that we provide our boat and our crew as resources to help in with those any other cleanup events that take place. So for us, it's a matter of having a resource there, but it's a council community resource for everyone to play their part in helping us to clean up our oceans. So with that, I really guess, I know you've got our submission there. Hopefully you've had a chance to skim through our quarterly report, because all the stats and figures that come from that enable you to see the reality of what we deal with day in and day out. And I guess as one sort of final piece before questions is that, and having been on the water now for over 21 years doing this, I guess if there's a sense of frustration that is coming, it is not just with the people that are dropping the rubbish on the ground and within the catchment areas of wherever we're working, but it's the fact that we have to fight so damn hard to actually raise the funding to support what we're doing to care for our oceans. And with that, I thank you for your consideration, and hopefully can help us take some giant leap forward towards actually getting this boat on the water, because we have received some funding from some of the local corporates here as well as the other community groups already, but we're just waiting until we have that full supplement there so we can ensure that we're employing local staff to actually help run that crew and go through that training process, as well as ensuring that we can support the long-term leases of the vehicles to tow the vehicles and everything else that goes with, I guess, running the operation that we have. So with that, yeah, the floor is yours for questions.
Couple Hayden, Councillor Winters, then Councillor Scott.
Hi, Hayden. Just a question. During the America's Cup, those were your boats on the sea cleaners on Auckland Harbour at
As
the time?
the Marshall vessels, yes. We were the official legacy program of Emirates Team New Zealand and the America's Cup. And what that enabled us to do was to build 6 new vessels to complement the 4 that we previously had, to enable us to get to our goal of having 10 vessels, one of which is what we have dedicated here to be working. So we have that asset. It's more a matter of making sure that we have the operational funding to support what we go out and do every day.
So, sorry, you've got one boat here in Tauranga Harbour?
That's what we will place here, yes. So that we've found that one boat, and look, they're small trailer boats, most of them, they're sort of 6-7 metre trailer boats that
I've seen them.
that we launch and use around the coastal areas. We've found that one boat per territory that they're in is sufficient to enable, whilst they have significantly large areas to cover, the fact that they're trailer boats, we can trailer them and launch them anywhere within the region to support those local communities and integrate with those local volunteer networks as well.
Councillor Scott.
Look, thanks for your submission, and it's a bit of a shame that it's required, really. But I'm interested in what happens to the waste after you've picked it up. So you talk in your submission about working with recyclers and so on. Have you got those networks here already? In this case, or are you likely to be trucking them out to Waikato or something?
But we will always look to extend on what we are doing. We've found that is the best way to go forward. Now, what we have got in place with our current operations and the partnerships that we've established, if we take our relationship with Northland Waste, not only our waste from our boat and crew operating in Northland, but half of the waste we collect in Auckland actually goes through Northland Waste as well. Northland Waste themselves are diverting more than 4 times the quantity of what we're collecting every month across our entire fleet, and are now mining their landfills and diverting the waste and sending it to Future Post, the group that are making farming fence posts out of plastic. So we've connected them within that relationship. We know that they are also stripping our bags open and taking what they can take out of them. And within our own mission is to make sure that with the receivers of the waste, wherever it may be, within the Bay of Plenty, that we are working as closely with them to actually challenge them to do better than what they're currently doing as well. So I guess the reason is clear. We don't want to be sending things to landfill. However, we know locked up in a hole is a better place than being out loose, free in the open environment. But equally, when we're standing in front of 5- and 6-year-olds talking to them, they ask that very same question. And we've always, challenged them to make sure that we have that right answer, and have them thinking about what can they do to help mine those landfills in the future.
Councillor McMillan.
Oh, kia ora, Hayden. Ngā mihi nui mō tō mahi. Fantastic. So my question is around, we know that, you've probably got the stats, and I have read the stats somewhere, but I can't recall it. A huge amount of rubbish in the moana is things like ghost fishing lines, ghost fishing nets, and rubbish from recreational fishing and of course, and commercial fishing as well. But in terms of your education program, do you interface with recreational fishing clubs and try to shift behaviour change there around that sometimes reckless disregard for the impacts of that?
Yes, absolutely. And you're bang on. There certainly is a huge amount of debris that comes from the recreational fishing sector, as well as the commercial fishing sector. And we integrate with both. It's a mixed bag because what we are picking up, one, the ocean is downhill from everywhere. So that rubbish that we're collecting from the recreational fishers includes your loose tackle that's been cut free. There's bait bags, burley bags, soft baits. Is everything that's associated with it, including the fishing rods at times. So from that perspective, it's yes, we've got partnerships with Legacy who are also helping us create an awareness campaign around that. We've been a little bit slow out the gate with the communication to the recreational fishing sector because, to be fair, I know personally I've stayed well aware of the fishing space myself. I wanted to make sure over certainly my 21-year career that I wasn't associated with fishing because I know we were being paid to be out on our boats picking up rubbish, and I never wanted to be thought of as being out there fishing whilst we should have been working. So I guess there's been a necessity within to stay clear of it, but no, the communication and awareness around that is going up tenfold recently, along with the recent discussions we've had with the Minister for Oceans and Fisheries around actually getting the commercial fishing sector under, I guess, on board to support not only us, but change in their habits, because whilst a lot of the debris, locally and within and around population centres has come off the streets and down through stormwater systems, and its general consumption of plastic waste and just general waste, it covers, it's such a complicated web of an issue that we're dealing with, and certainly we need to front it at every space.
Good, thank you.
Councillor Eadie? No? Hayden, could I thank you very much? You're right, it's a couple of years since you've been here, but the mahi you're doing is really well appreciated. Even down here in the Bay of Plenty, they don't have a big presence.
No, and thank you. And actually, I know since my last presentation, I'd just actually like to acknowledge the late Awanui Black. I know he was a supporter of what we were trying to achieve, and it was certainly sad news to hear of his passing along the way too. But with that, thank you all for your support, and yeah, good luck yourself with what you have in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Hayden. Councillors, Community Infrastructure Fund 364. It's a pleasure to welcome Paula Gaelic, Honi and Rion. Tēnā koe.
Ko papaka puta ko rongo ko tāne mahuta ko tangaroa. Hau me tiki tiki tū mā tauinga ko tāwhiri māti toko na tarangi ki runga ko papa ki raro. Ka puta tira tangata ki te whai au ki te ao marama a ti he mauri ora. A ko tau raurau ko taku e ka tūtuku e ti hei mauri ora ki a tātou katoa. Tēnei mihi atu ki a koutou, e rauranga tira mai, tēnei rā, tēnei kamihi, tēnei mātou. Ko tai mai nei ki te kōrero, mo tō tātou tuhi-tuhinga tono ki a koutou, mo te māhere tūroa. Nō reira, kei te mihi atu ki a koutou, no mātou te honore, kia tai mai kei mua koutou aro i tēnei rā. Kia ora tātou, ko Rion Tuanau tōku ingoa. I come here wearing a couple of pōtai. Tuatahi, I wear my pōtai from the northern end, te whānau tauwhao ki o Tāwhiwhi Marae. And I also wear my pōtai as a trustee for the board of the Western Bay of Plenty Museum. So it's an honour to be here today to tautoko our submission, which I'm sure you've all read about 20 times. The kapai. I just want to start off today by using a bit of a motto that's sort of guiding our kaupapa with the museum, because we've been on a journey for the last 2 and a bit years, where we've collaborated, we've come together, used the values of kotahitanga, whanaungatanga, unity and relationships to get to the point where we're at today. And for us, it's all about pānonitanga, transformation, moving ourselves into the future for the now. Nō reira, ko tāwhiti ke te haeringa mai, kia kore e haere tonu. E tino nui rawa o mahi, kia kore e mahi nui tonu. You have come too far not to go further. You have done too much not to do more. And I think this represents exactly where we're at at this time with the Western Bay of Plenty Museum. It's been a pleasure to be able to strengthen relationships as tangata whenua, as hapu, with the museum. And from that time to this time, we've just seen growth and actually flourishing of the relationship. But we are here today to look to gain support from the Regional Council long-term plan to help us fulfil those aspirations that we've developed over the last couple of years that you've read within your submission. So with me today, we've got Paula Gaelic, who's the manager at our Western Bay Museum, and Hone Winda Murray, kai mahi from the museum also. So I'll let them have this time because they know more about this than me. It's just a pleasure to be here to tautoko this submission today. Tēnā koro.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ai ko hone Wanda Murray tōku ingoa, ko ahau te pau mātauranga Māori atu i te whare pupuri taonga. Kia ora, my name is Hone. I am the pau mātauranga Māori at the Western Bay Museum. I've been there for 18 months now, and I was brought on to bring the museum into a bit more better alignment of te ao Māori, and also to forge meaningful relationships with the three hapu that sit in the northern end of Tauranga Moana. We managed to achieve that quite well and pretty quickly by being whānau. So that certainly helped us push that mission forward. But in doing that and identifying some of the mutual aspirations that sit with both the museum and ngā marae toru o te raki, we identified that there is no reflection or visibility of our faces at that end of the moana. And as a result of that, that has led us over to the museum to become a vehicle to potentially bring some of those aspirations to find a reflection of us at our kāinga. Tēnā koutou.
All right. Thank you. It's time for a dedicated space for mana whenua. Time to decolonise and instead cohesion to share the history of all Aotearoa. Dedicated and digitised spaces for tangata whenua, taio and colonial, a modern day facility. Next slide, please. Why are we doing this? Improve our visitor experience, meet education demands of all ages, share aspirations and pathways, and a sense of place and belonging. Next slide, please. Our strategic alignment, a planned and strategic approach in all we do. Our kaupapa aligns to all noted on the slide in front of you. Our code of ethics is, yes, our rule book, but it's also our desire. Thriving together, more te taio, more ngā tangata. Please help us to make this a reality. Next slide, please.
Throughout that past year and a half that I have been at the museum, we've been able to do some really amazing things with ngā marae toru o te raki. It was important for us to take them places, to be able to view the taonga that belongs to them, that also belongs to the whenua in which we live and which our building is placed. The video we're about to see is one of those special moments that really solidified that relationship building between the museum and ngā marae e toru. We managed to go over to Waikato Museum to view some taonga that came from a pā that we know called Ōwaro Pā out at Cody Point. This pā was selected as an archaeological site in the 1960s because it showed the transition from the archaic to the classical period of early Māori. All of those taonga now reside over at Waikato Museum. Some of them did become famous as hiru that then travelled around the world as part of Te Māori exhibition. Those still sit there, and there are aspirations to look at not just that set of taonga, but taonga that belong to the northern parts of Tauranga Moana that sit everywhere else, but they hold a big place in our histories and they contribute to telling the story that is us. Here's one of the videos that we were able to show, and there is a lot of Māori kōrero in that, but if I can just give a brief about it. It's really just explaining that these are glimpses into the past that are a reality of what we once upon a time were. It also allows a much more better relationship building between the three marae, and we're lucky that we can use the museum as that vehicle to bring us all together. So please enjoy this video that we're going to see. Again, a lot of te reo Māori, but please just understand the emotion that in what you can see, and you'll get a good understanding of what's actually happening there. Tēnā koutou.
Kua tai mai mātou ngā marae e toru o te raki o Tauranga Moana. Kei konei mātou ki te tiro ki ngā taonga e noho mai kei roto i tēnei whare taonga. Engari, ko ene o ngā taonga he taonga no te kainga. Nō reira, ko ena te kaupapa nui o tēnei rā, kia hono anō ki inei taonga whakahirahira rau atu. Ko te mea pai kia hau ko te kotahitanga o ngā marae e toru o te raki o Tauranga Moana. Really great to see the three marae coming together for this common kaupapa. To be able to come over here to Te Whare Taonga o Waikato, the kaupapa has been to reconnect with taonga that have been held here, that come from a very special place, referred to as Cody Point, but what we call Owarau Pa. And so back in 1960, there was a archaeological dig that was undertaken in our area, and they unearthed and dug up a lot of taonga. And a lot of those taonga ended up here in the Waikato Museum and also in other parts of New Zealand.
Kua hikaka i ngā wairoa o rātou, kua ronga i ngā āhuatanga o ngā taonga ki konei, mai te kauri, mai Owarau, nō reira, he nui rawa atu tēnei rā hirahira. Ko te wiki tore o tēnei haerenga, kua whakakotahi nei a tātou i ngā hapua te raki. Koe rā te whainga matua mai te wehinga I katikati tai atu ki te whare taonga.
This is probably the one excavation that everybody learns about. It's probably the most famous excavation of anything that's ever happened in this country. There's about 330 odd taonga found during those excavations. The most known about, the most famous I guess, is the heru. These are hair combs made of bone of various designs. Most of them are one-piece combs. With those were found gourds, and they were full of obsidian, with hammerstones used for flaking off obsidian, whether that be used for cutting of skin, whether it be for cutting of hair, but these were deposited with the hair combs, the heru. There was also a few other things, I mean, sort of small piti adzes. So they've used radiocarbon dating, which measures the conversion from carbon to nitrogen, and there's various dates, and some of them range from the 13th century all the way through to the 19th century.
He taonga tuku iho I a tātou kipuna. A pai rau atu enei taonga ke ako tātou I muri rā I a tātou e oro ana I a tātou tupuna. He mātauranga I roto I enei me. Ko te tūmuna ko, ka hoki mai ki a mātou I te whare taonga ki katikati. Mō tātou mokopuna moko ki te ako e pāna ki ngā taonga katoa.
Koe te katoa.
Kia ora. Councillors, questions? Councillor Shirley.
Thank you for this motion. Can I ask, where is the, where are you at in terms of negotiating with the Waikato Museum to bring those taonga from Kauri Point and elsewhere in the Rohi back to their origin?
There are no negotiations with that at the moment because it currently sits under the treaty settlement that is still going through the courts. Part of the Hauraki claim.
Thank you, Hone. Councillor White.
Tēnā koutou e te marae o e toru o te raki o Tauranga Moana, kei te mihi atu ki a koutou. Look, just congratulations first and foremost for the innovation and the progressiveness that you guys are make happening in that part of your world. Having been involved in museums for some time in my past, I've seen collections right across the different museums in New Zealand and Te Papa particularly, and there are quite a lot of taonga in those particular museums that belong out there. What level of connect have you made so far in terms of reaching out to some of those? It sounds like you're still early days in that space at the moment, and you're bridging across the Waikato Museum first and foremost. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. But we have certainly made a great relationship with the Mātauranga Māori team that sit at Te Papa. So we have received the catalogues of exactly what taonga they have that sit between particular geographical points that is within the kāinga orohe that we sit. So we do have an idea of what is out there. We haven't made the communications to those entities or to those places as to what our intentions are moving forward.
Oh well, kia kaha, all the best.
Tēnā koe.
Kia ora, Paula, Hone, Rion. Thank you for your presentation. It's not the first one you've made, I know that isn't, in terms of the long-term plan. So I wish you well. Kenny. So we've got Kenny Piahana back, speaking on behalf, it's an individual, but speaking on behalf of Ngāti Ranginui no Tauranga Moana. Welcome, Kenny.
I think I'm allowed to say kia ora on the second time in the day. The submission that I have made in respect to the sell down of the shares is an individual one. I made my earlier submission on behalf of Ngāti Ruahine. This is just my own think piece. Even though I am of Ranginui descent, and clearly I will advocate those long interests from then and into the future. So nominally my idea was the provision to sell down the shares had the intergenerational focus, had an obligation to try and diversify to make the assets secure, having an intergenerational regard and responsibility. So we appreciate that principle all the way through. My submission, when I say we, that's the nominal we, but my submission essentially says that we need in some way to recognise the contribution of tauranga iwi to the development of wealth and growth in the region, and that the direct costs of those changes that have occurred over time had to be borne by tauranga Māori. The concept was that there would be some way of recognising that, a nominal proportion that says having regard for what is available and recognising and weighting it in some way, and recognising the contribution that tauranga iwi have made to the growth and development of the region, de facto at least, because of the lands and those sorts of things. My issue isn't taking it back to that, but it also does reflect on the notion of redress. Often we find that redress is only applied to the treaty settlements. However, there's an ongoing opportunity to redress through the actions of local and territorial authorities and national government, central government, obviously. So there is a certain approach here that says that we have had the treaty claims for Tauranga Moana and they have been heard, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's the only vehicle that we could use for the redress. And a good example for me was a couple of weeks ago, I listened to an interview by Kaitahu, and they were talking about what they envisaged in Article 3 was that they would be floated up with the economy to enjoy the benefits of the economy that the treaty promised in their minds. So it's that kind of notion that I'm applying here, and I use the development right from the customary fisheries settlement as a model to use, because in that settlement, it looked at the customary tranche for customary fisheries, but it also looked at the opportunity in the business and activity of fishing. And so with that settlement, we found the opportunity of accessing redress through that economic arm that Sea Lords gave the first 10% tranche, the second 20% tranche. But the point is that we're able to utilise that resource to build ourselves now as Māori from my last discussion, was more than 50% of the commercial fishery in terms of the asset. So the asset was growing, and the asset has materialised to be a very significant one. So based on that notion that, no, this isn't a formal treaty plea, it's just one of equity, but it's also one of recognising that there has been a cost of the burden that has been shared. So we've, and the idea would be that whatever that level, I don't have the instruments that might be used to equate what that, if we called it a tauranga quotient, would be, but there'd be a way of figuring it out. The idea being that that percentage of shares be held as it was a land bank, becomes a share bank. And the third horizon, I won't quote it again, but when I sat back there and listened to it, I thought, oh, that was okay. The main thing here is that we're looking towards the future, and the future sufficiently far ahead that it will be secured for us, because that's the experience of my generation. Is we didn't know about the state highway coming through until it came through, and yet it had been designated 30 years earlier. We didn't know about the land takings that were going to occur because we had no notion of the designation of those days, of those things in the 1960s and 70s. So with this notion that there's an equity value back to Tauranga Moana is one. Now, how it might be picked up will be an issue for the iwi. Because it's an opportunity that they could take up. However, the important thing is if that share, whatever that share would be, if it was a fair recognition of the cost to mana whenua, if that share was then laid aside, until such time as the iwi had found a way to secure that, none of the dividends go to the iwi, they go back into the central putea. And when that time comes, here's the thing that I think addresses inequity, is that we would pick it up, say within a decade, at a 2024 value. So we haven't taken any of the dividend, haven't sought any dividend. We'd just be looking that when we had the opportunity to take up that economic redress opportunity, we could. However, if we then move to investing the shares that we're divesting, on that front, we would straight away look for regional consolidation. So I'd look to be straight away looking for investment opportunities in the Waikato, in the Taranaki, and in the Bay of Plenty elsewhere, just as a principle of investment that as much as possible we support local. And so the idea would be that I've raised in that we could even go as far as Ngaitahu. Too bad he wasn't here at Hayden, just because of our associations of Tākitumu Waka with Ngaitahu. The idea that it was responsible investment, well, that's par for the course, but we just needed to state. And one of the concerns that we have is the work conditions for people if we invest overseas, and commitment to environmental protection. Anyway, that's sort of the ideas that I'm working with in this submission, and just hoping that we could find some way to revise a redress and equitable allocation to the place where the wealth is generated, and the adverse impacts of that has to be absorbed here. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Kenny. Could I thank you for your pragmatism and your approach to this? And I trust that going forward, discussions between Ranganui, Pukenga, and Ngaitarangi, that you'll have some part in trying to facilitate this approach.
Yeah, you know, this is an individual submission. We'll see if anybody else submits accordingly, and then we can chime in behind them.
Yeah, I understand that. And your comment about Kaitahu floating upwards, could I suggest to you some of these multi-economic powerhouses probably starting to float above everybody else in terms of success, aren't they?
We'll have to anchor them somehow.
Councillors, questions? Councillor Shirley.
Yes, very, very interested in the subject. Your concept of distribution, I think, would be the real challenge, because we've had a number of submissions from various iwi with a claim for a share in any putea that sits there. Some claim that it's immediately the Tauranga Rohi area, but in a way the port's wealth and shares has been generated by the national economy, with the 60% of the nation's exports going out through it. So in a way, many iwi throughout the country could claim a share of that value. And that was the dilemma with the Maori Fisheries Commission, which was established in 1990. 20% of the quota was put aside, and Tipene Regan became the chair and Shane Jones was the chief executive. But it took 15 years to actually resolve that, and most of the value went in legal fees, and eventually got there. But it would be a very, very difficult one to manage, I think was.
You referred to the fisheries settlement, and there is the perfect example. The fisheries allocated to the Bay of Plenty was allocated. It was allocated on the kōrero that was held between the people, and the relative share was agreed to. Now, there's just a measure that there was a resource which had regional significance. The regional groups came together and figured a way about it. In terms of time, that's why I sort of had the notion of a period of decade. What I do note, and just using personal knowledge, money that sits in abeyance for 10, 15, 20 years definitely adds another stream to the value of that asset by the interests that have been generated in the period of time that we've been resolving it. And were that the case, then that would be the case. But I do think that there is a model that we can go and have a look at to say, well, we did this with the commercial fisheries asset along the seaboard. We could look at that approach again, at least getting some benchmarks or surrogate measures of what that distribution might be in quantity.
Anything else, councillors? No. Could I thank you, Kenny, for your attendance here today? You've been very patient in terms of sitting in the public gallery back there, writing furiously on sometimes. Thank you very much. Kia ora. Councillors, we're adjourned till next presenter is 3:30, but we'll go to 3:20 and see if we can get them to come early. So we're adjourned, we'll go down the bottom for a cup of coffee. Thank you, councillors. We will convene. And in doing so, our next presenter is Ash Morgan and Dave Allen. You want to come up, guys? Presenting on behalf of the Outflow Trust, which is your SIF applications on page 98. Welcome, gentlemen.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you very much for your time seeing us and hearing about our charity. I'm Ash and that's Dave.
Dave, yeah.
So we're not very good public speakers. This is our first time, so we're a bit nervous. We're here today in aid to help raise some money and to help pay for our operation. Our operation is about environment and the marine ecosystem. So we have brought a whole team of people together with different backgrounds and degrees, something that one person can't do themselves. So we've got a lot of experience, marine biology and engineering, all sorts. Our main goal is to remove all the macros, the micros, and help sustain a healthier environment. By doing that, we have a slideshow just explaining different key phases of our operation.
I don't know how to change the slide. Oh, there it goes. Cool.
So our first phase is ocean cleanup phase 1, which is more of a community-based cleanup. So we'll get the communities behind us. We'll go do events down the main beach, educate them on how much plastic there is, and really get more of a fun day out for the community and help clean up. And it gives them awareness of how much waste is out there. And then our second phase is more of a commercial-based cleanup, where we'll start at one geographical location in the harbour and work our way all the way around, collecting all the plastic waste.
And
then
there it goes.
Yeah, and then the second phase is more to do with microplastics as well.
Yeah, so the second phase, we're planning to do research around microplastics and around stormwater outlets around the Bay of Plenty, especially on Pilot Bay and the main beach, and then produce a report from there to sort of see what we can do to help mitigate that plastic going into the environment, and sort of where it's coming from, and sort of look into how we can stop it. Maybe through maybe this is spitballing here, but maybe through filtration systems and existing stormwater outlets and drains, and sort of seeing how we can sort of stop that flow.
Currently, we've been doing the phase 1 and 2 with the cleanup. The phase 2, we've collected about between 0.5 tonne and 1 tonne of scrap steel already around the bay. And there's a few photos up, and then about 10,000 litres of waste around the harbour as well, which is we've pulled out bins, beds, motorbikes, all sorts of stuff. So we really want to continue to do this, even with or without your funding. I think it's something that we really are passionate about, to try and clean the ocean and to understand how it's getting there. So we're not just about cleaning it up, we're about data collection and trying to educate people where it's come from and how we can stop it collectively. And these are some of the photos we've come across.
So this was more in the inner harbour, sort of around the causeway between State Highway 29 and Mangatapu, and sort of in that area there.
Which is just around the corner.
There is a few more photos, but this is not responding.
And this was just the bridge just down the road. It's just polluted everywhere, absolutely everywhere. And we believe, we haven't done any surveys yet. This carpet, we believe it could come from Rena. We've removed half a ton of that.
That was just around the base of the mountain.
Yeah. And there's still lots more. The reason why we haven't continued at that location yet is because we think it will be more beneficial to utilise the closure of the mount when they do the maintenance closures. Then we can access that instead of using our vessel to get to that location. It's quite dangerous. But we are planning, I had a chat with Ben, he said to contact the council to speak to them about gaining access. Yeah.
And there's also project 3 as well. So once we sort of get on top of all this stuff, we're looking at going out and doing diving surveys around the sort of Mirror Island and Matakana and any other rocky outcrops for Kalupa, which I don't think is currently in the Bay of Plenty, but we would like to monitor and make sure that, you know, if it is found, then there's quick response to it, and any sort of other exotic species within the Bay of Plenty. Yeah.
Thank you for your time, and any questions?
Thank you, gentlemen. Councillors, Councillor McMillan, then Winters.
Oh, kia ora, kia ora. Thank you for that. So I don't know if you were here earlier with Hayden Smith's presentation on sea cleaners. Yeah, just wondering if you guys have already connected and worked together at all. Yeah, so maybe
we would like to.
Yeah.
Because we believe the more people out there doing it, the better.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, if he's keen to jump on board, then
Yeah.
we jump on board with him.
Yeah, awesome. That's cool. And also, you know, you touched on your research and the microplastics. I'm just wondering how connected you are with Chris Battersall and Waikato University.
I've had previous connections with Chris Battersall when I was doing my degree.
Yeah.
Yeah, we will.
Fantastic. Yeah, because I'm wondering if that could actually be I don't know how you guys are working that, but could it be a research paper that, you know, comes through
we
like
would
a
love-
master's
yeah,
or
we'd
something?
love to, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And just one last quick question, if I may. So when you're talking about the Kalupa monitoring, you touched on diving, but in your submission, you also talking about aerial. Do you have a drone that you use for aerial, or how are you capturing the aerial
That will be
monitoring?
something we'll require.
Yeah.
We haven't got that yet, but
Yeah.
we would love to use drones to assist us with our research.
Kia ora, thank you.
Councillor Winters.
Oh, that was my question. You know, how do we choose, you guys or sea cleaners? To do this?
Yeah, I mean, I think the more people out there doing these things, the better. And also, yeah, we're keen to get underneath the water as well and clean up, you know, ghost netting and stuff like that.
And do you go on lakes and rivers?
We do that Bay of Plenty wide. Yeah. And we'd like to go national as well one day.
Councillor Iti.
Kia ora, tēnā korua. Thank you for your submission, and Miki kia korua hoki mo tō mahi. Mo te tai, I'll just see on your budget proposal that you have dump fees there of just over 19,000. I would suggest that you lobby the local authority vigorously to waive those fees, because I think that's you have tried.
Yeah, a lot.
So far.
Not successfully.
No.
Wow.
We was told we need to pay for it ourselves. So, yeah.
Because as far as I can see, you're just moving it from A to B. Perhaps you collect it and then just take it to the building next door and just put it there. And so you've gathered it for them.
I did say that.
Yeah.
Put it at the front door.
And we asked if we could utilise the local bins around the city, and they said no. You are.
I'm just wondering if we can use our influence to help you out there, because that really is, yeah.
I think Ben has been a huge help, who we've been liaising with. He wants to try and see where
Gentlemen, can I extract your view? Because if I want to use a similar saying, you know, there's ambulance at the bottom of the cliff or the top of the cliff. A lot of this stuff is at the bottom of the cliff. You know, it's the outcome. And you've got a science degree. So one of the things in terms of microplastics is that we have a wastewater system across the country where I bet you bottom dollar, a lot of that microplastics having its origin in every household, whether it's, you know, washing powders or hair washing stuff and all that stuff. What's the opportunity to get some research done to say how much microplastics are entering the environmental streams by way of the wastewater discharges?
We'll have to work tying quite closely with the wastewater management system here, the one on Chapel Street and various places. And then, yeah, I believe, to my understanding, I haven't looked into too much, but I believe most of their filtered water gets pumped out to sea. So we can maybe do some research around that side as well to make, like, just do core samples of that area.
I would imagine that unless you put it through a UF plant, you're not going to take out microplastics.
So there will be some sort of microplastics getting through. I know that they have mechanical filters where they take out like wallets and odd things that get flushed down. Yeah, whatever goes down, you know, or where it gets into the wastewater pipes somehow. We'll go with that.
There's a new filtration system out on the market at the minute that a local plumbing company, Aquaholics, is installing in Omokara. It's designed to catch the sediment, the plastics, the micros, the oils.
That's more for stormwater, isn't it?
Yeah, but they're installing that now. So I think it could be some good research done on that, whether we can use something like that device around the outflow in pipes going out to sea.
Basically, yeah, there needs to be more research and development to, you know, mitigate this problem.
There's a challenge for you. Thanks, gentlemen.
Yes, thank
Much
you very
appreciated
much.
for your submission.
Cheers. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Michelle, Bay Conservation Alliance, your SIF applications, number 41. Welcome, Michelle.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa. You guys are on the home straight now, aren't you? Thank you for the opportunity to come and speak with you today. So you've heard from me on a few occasions now. It's gonna. Go through. So, lovely, thank you. Just a little reminder, so we're a for-purpose organisation, incorporated society with a vision of the ecosystems and Indigenous biodiversity of the Bay being restored, and really our role within that is to support and grow the capability and impact of the communities that we work with in order for them to do a really good job of enhancing biodiversity for our region. Really, I want to start with a thank you because we've been in your LTP for the last 3 years. So we really appreciate the support that we have had from you, both financially, but in particular, I think really growing the relationships with some of your staff and team members who are really fantastic to work with. So by supporting BCA, you're really supporting the network of community conservation groups. We've now got 29 different member groups across the Bay of Plenty, so continued growth over the last 3 years, and we see that that will continue to grow. And you can see our objectives up on the screen here as part of our strategic plan. So your support is really helping us deliver on these outcomes, which really is about gaining more biodiversity outcomes through the network of awesome, committed and passionate people. Really reflecting on the value of volunteers. So each year we gather some metrics in terms of what our volunteers are achieving across the network. So you can see here 42,500 hours of volunteer input last year, and that was from 21 of our, at the time, 28 groups. That's not included a whole bunch of other care groups that you guys support. And if you equate that to a dollar value, then you're looking at over $1 million worth of volunteer time going into those projects across the Bay, which is really awesome. We saw an increase in pest numbers last year. So yeah, gathering these metrics just gives us an insight on a yearly basis as to how the sector is faring. We think it's really important to raise the profile of community conservation in the Bay of Plenty, and you may have seen, if you're registered on our newsletter, a new style of annual report that we put out last month in the form of a magazine. So just taking a much more engaging approach to how we communicate the collective impact story of community conservation. We also think it's really important to recognise the awesome efforts of volunteers. So on an annual basis now, we're awarding some outstanding contributions to conservation awards. We have a continued sort of focus on capability building and training. So that's really a core thing our groups asked of from us. So each year we run various different training workshops. We're just launching at the moment a new webinar series, which is starting at the end of this month. And so a whole range of topics from cultural awareness through to communications, finance management, we'll be holding as webinars alongside our face-to-face training opportunities. And it's really important to do some fun things as well. So that photo to the right was last Friday night. One of our team took a bunch of volunteers up to Te Whakakaha, where they did a night walk just to explore and connect and build those relationships. So our role in funding also, I think, is a growing area. We do sort of monitor how much funding we've managed to unlock for those volunteer groups over time. That's sitting at close to $2.2 million since we started that role in 2019. When we spoke with you 3 years ago, we were looking to develop a new discretionary seed fund, which is now in place. Last year, we administered just over 28,000, and that's just for small things that pop up through the year, much more kind of easy, accessible sort of pathway for some small bits of funding rather than doing sort of significant sort of paperwork funding applications. We're now fund holding for a project called Keep, which we have a funding agreement with Bay Trust for, and we're supporting that project with project management as well. And we're certainly starting to think more strategically around what is the sort of funding opportunities we really need to be thinking about for the Bay. We can't have all the pressure onto government, onto regional councils. So diversifying the funding model is really key. Intergenerational pathways, still really committed to our school education work. We had over 2,000 students come through that last year, and just want to acknowledge Western Bay of Plenty District Council and Balance Agri-Nutrients as the sponsors of our school education work. Partnering with others is really important to us. So a range of different things that we're doing with your team around housing a shorebird coordinator role each year to make sure that communities are supported as best as possible and that we're starting to gather better data. Working with some hapu around water quality monitoring. So just another opportunity for us to provide some training. And some of you will be aware, Julian came and presented to you a couple of months ago on this sort of concept of a Bay Biodiversity Partnership. So BCA is now getting behind that scoping exercise. And I think, as I've mentioned, the funding component, that will be a real focus point on what we do around that scoping exercise. I look forward to coming back to you later this year on that. I just thought I'd mention the Toera Mahi Cadets program. So that will come to an end as things stand in April next year. Has been a very successful program, but we have not been successful in finding new funding partners as yet. The fight for that's not over yet, but we may need to conclude that next year. So just really referencing that program has a lot of co-benefits to the volunteer groups and to our team, given that that's our largest funding contract currently. Therefore, your continued support really is important to us as we maybe cease that next year. And it was just nice to sort of reflect through on your council outcomes and goals and really think where we kind of play a role. Some just touching on them and some, feeling like, yeah, we're really contributing to those goals. So certainly health environment in terms of your council outcomes is the strongest one for us that we're aligned to. But yeah, really nice to sort of reflect on those and think what role we play to support your outcomes too. And yeah, just finishing again with a thank you for the support that we've had from you guys today. It's greatly appreciated. Welcome any questions.
Thank you, Michelle. Questions, councillors? Councillor Macmillan.
Kia ora, Michelle. So just so that I'm clear, the funding that you're applying for, would you be apportioning some of that to enabling the Tauira program to continue, or it's just nowhere you?
No, so the funding that we've had from yourselves today is around the core kind of delivery services of BCA rather than the cadet program. So I think in order for the cadet program to continue, we need funding to the side. But some of that funding currently supports the wider team effort and the work that we do for community groups, because we marry it together quite strongly. So as we lose that, then other funding is certainly more critical to us to continue that service to our member groups.
Okay. And you mentioned Julian's presentation, the Biodiversity Collective, or whatever you want to call it. The funding you've applied for, did you say that is also supporting the development of that idea, or is that outside of that?
So BCA will just come to the party on that anyway, because we think it's an exciting opportunity. I know Julian sort of got some funding coming directly for that scoping exercise. We've got a meeting with Bay Trust next week around some ideas around that. So yeah, we're kind of committed and at the table.
Thank you.
Anything else, councillors? If not, could I thank you, Michelle? As you said, it's not the first time you've been here, so you're well known. So I'm sure councillors, they always take a very good interest in Bay Conservation Alliance, as you know.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Afternoon.
Councillors, next submitter is Brett Elliott on behalf of the Mangatapu and Welcome Bay Mangrove Group, Care Group. Brett. Welcome, Brett. The floor is yours, councillors. This is in your SIF application booklet. It is on page 91.
Hi, and thanks for the opportunity to speak to you guys today. I'm representing a group of residents in Mangatapu Welcome Bay area. We have a submission that was put to council a couple of weeks ago towards the long-term plan. And I'm just going to speak to that. I think you should have a copy there with all the details, but what I'm going to do is just cover the key points and emphasise just a couple of things. So you can see on the slide there the area that's in discussion, which is it's on the Mangatapu Welcome Bay side of Mangatapu. There's about a 6 hectare area there. And so I'm just going to read a little bit from the submission, and then I'm going to flip through a couple of slides as we go. So as residents of Welcome Bay Mangatapu, we're requesting an inclusion in the Bay of Plenty Regional Council's long-term plan 24 to 34 of the mangrove management in this area. Historically, the council has undertaken management there annually, but these practices ceased approximately 5 years ago, from what I understand. And funding was withdrawn for controlling the mangrove spread in this area. However, it's in this time, it's been unchecked. The expansion of the mangroves in this area has got out of control. And residents have been making efforts to, in some way, control the mangrove spread, but unable to do so just because of the difficulty in doing this. A lot of residents in the area are quite aged, and the mud is quite deep in there. So we'll talk to that a bit further later on. The maintenance of the unchecked mangrove has led to, it will lead to further interference with activities in the area, the bird life, recreational activities, and this is the main concern for residents. We'd say the estuary is a breaking point really with controlling these mangroves, and it's near impossible for the residents to take care of. The estuary is also used for a variety of activities, including water sports and swimming and jet skiing and water skiing, paddleboarding. There's people all over the water in the summer, especially from the local residents in the area. And it's also used to collect seafood. So people do get in there and collect kaimoana, flounder, herrings, eels, crabs, clams, shellfish, all in there. And we do understand that the mangroves do provide some benefit to the waterway. But something that should be mentioned here is we have spoken to local residents that have been there for 40 plus years. And in the time that they had been there, the whole area has gone from a white sandy, almost like a Papamoa beach, the white sandy beach, to a sort of a mud-filled area. And the mud can get up to knee deep when you walk across there. So this has started to interfere with the health of the whole waterway in this area. So by taking away mangrove clearance, it's impacting on some of the strategic goals in the long-term plan. So this is the approach we're taking here, is just to mention and highlight some of the things that align with the long-term plan to maintain this area of water. So goal 1, the region's diverse range of physical environments, natural ecosystems are in a healthy state. So this is obviously not the case here. Enabling Te Mana e Te Wai through healthy and improving waterways and ecosystem. So the concept of Te Mana o Te Wai prioritises the health and well-being of the water. And goal 4, we support communities to nurture our environment. So at present, the Bay of Plenty Regional Council is not supporting the community in this way, in this area. So that's a key one. And goal 9, we foster strong communities through engagement and decisions that are important to them. So there wasn't any consultation with the community to cease the funding for the mangroves. So that didn't take place. And then goal 10, we have a diverse and supported network of volunteers. So there'd been no support for volunteers. The volunteers just came out of the woodwork basically because they had no option and they've only been able to sort of maintain the area reasonably close to the shoreline, because as you go out, it just gets harder to get into. And we've had people stuck in the mud. The police had to come rescue people in the mud. So we're quite hesitant to get, and even to get the equipment and the gear to walk on the mud. You can buy these $600 shoes that enable you to walk on the mud. Mudders, I think they're called. But quite expensive, and then brush cutters are needed, and you need a whole team of people. So we just haven't been able to keep up with it. By the way, I should mention, after the submission went in, we did get a response. I haven't got her name in front of me, but the lady that's been managing the mangroves around the whole area came back to me, and I'll show you some pictures of. There's the area. Now the two sides there, where the green little squares are, that's the mangroves on either side, which have grown quite healthily, quite substantially in quite a large area, and it's quite good to have those there. I understand they do have some benefit, and those areas there's a walkway down the side of Mangatapu there where there's no houses, and on the other side there's also no housing. And so those have been allowed to grow, and I think they'd be doing some good for the water. But the other areas where the mangroves are starting to spread is, and you can see some grasses there. This is looking out from where we live on Fantail Drive. We've put the grasses in, and the council have helped a little bit with putting some grasses in, because that helps prevent the erosion. But the mangroves are spreading right across the entire estuary. We'll show you a picture of that in a minute. This is where the problem is. So the concerns we have, that the continuation of mangroves removal can be supported by aligning with those specific goals and objectives set out in the council's long-term plan. And here are a couple of the reasons, just a bullet point. Enhancement of the recreational space, so that the water itself will disappear, a bit like it has over by the stadium. And as you drive across to the stadium there, you'll see the mangroves have just grown right out, probably a couple of 100 metres across the water. And that will continue. And this area here would be completely covered in mangroves within a few years if it was left. So flood protection, allowing the water free access out to the estuary, out to sea. So it's very good to allow the drainage of water to keep that waterway clear. Flood protection control, balancing ecological health with human needs. And we'll talk a little bit about ecological health in a minute. And engaging with the community. Really, there's a number of reasons for that. So I just thought I'd mention the bird life here, because all the streets we live on, I mean, our street's called Fantail Drive, but there's Egret Avenue, and most of the streets are named after birds on our side of Mangatapu, because the bird life is prolific. We have all these kinds of birds in the water, including oyster catchers, pied stilt, kingfishers, paradise shelduck, herons, egrets, petrels, Pacific herons, you name it. The birds are just everywhere, and they love feeding on the fish in this water. So we'd love to look after the bird life, and I think that's one of the another reason to keep the mangroves under control is pests. So marine pests can become prolific in mangroves. Mediterranean fanworm, date mussels, mosquito fish. But one thing here we've really noted is rats, stoats and ferrets. And we're getting more and more of those around in the area. So, yeah, keeping that under control. So what our recommendations are, and sorry, I'll just skip a couple of slides here. Yeah, these sort of activities we see on the water. So the recommendations we have in the last page of the submission is to adopt some sort of mechanical means to maintain this in these critical areas. And as I mentioned earlier, we did get some response from the submission already, and a team did come through and do some clearing. And but what I heard from her was that this would be the last, or one-off, or maybe the last time. So so we thought we'd come to speak to that. To engage with the local community around this mangrove project. Here's a picture of my wife, Sarah, beside me. We had a bit of a go this summer, and we got out there with we got our own brush cutters, and we got in there. And within a couple of hours, we're able to clear some area, a reasonable area across the sort of a strip across the grass there, about 10 metres out, with brush cutters. Here's the brush cutter device that's needed. And I was hesitant myself to go any further out just because of the mud. But it is very hard work. It's quite wrenching on your back and your knees, and when you get to our age, you can easily get quite badly injured by getting stuck in the mud and falling over with a machine like that. So we do need to engage with a group, and we've formed a group in Mangatapu, hence the 30 names that are on the submission, and we've had meetings. There is a wider Mangatapu and Egret group, which is just our streets of 60 people. And we're all willing to participate and contribute in some way to this. And especially as far as, managing or helping to manage or helping to contribute to getting this under control, whether it be along the smaller strip or also engaging with contractors to get the larger area done. So we need a long-term strategy, something that can be perhaps done every couple of years to keep this under control. And probably more to plant some more of that grass that we saw earlier along the areas where the residents have access to the water, and also to stop the erosion on those areas. And you can see here, this is the team that came in, was it last week, a couple of weeks ago? And they were there for 2 days. There was 4 of them with brush cutters. They got in the mud for 2 days, 2 full days work for 4 of them. And you can see them here. They got right out across where the mangroves are growing right into the very middle of the estuary. So it wouldn't be too long before these would grow and there'd be no water at all. Would be the case. And it took them 2 days for 4 people. So we could sort of add that up. And I don't know what the cost was. We didn't get the information, but we estimated it. And we've put in a funding application for, I think it was $7,000. And that's to do it every other year. So reasonably cost effective, not too much really involved to take care of this. Not a lot of money, and also probably can be done quite quickly with very few people involved. So those are the recommendations. And just a couple more pictures here. There's some area here that was left that didn't quite get completed. I think they probably needed a 3rd day. So, and we can look on the other side across, that's towards Welcome Bay. There's some mangrove still there, still growing. But the area in the foreground, you can see where they've been and cut them back. So thanks for hearing my submission on that. I'd love any questions. I'd love to answer for you.
Thanks, Brett. Councillor McDonald.
I just want to ask if you're aware of actually I would have liked you to bring your map back up, but if we remember the map where you are, that forms a part of the Te Tahuna o Rangatawa. And I just want to know if you're aware of that.
Yes, we are.
You are
Yes.
aware of it?
Yes.
So have you been involved with the hapu that are part of the Tahuna? Because there recently has been a maka claim that was awarded to 4 hapu that affiliate to the Tahuna. And I didn't hear in any of your conversation any mention of your liaising with that group.
No, we haven't. No, I think we tried to reach out to local iwi, but we haven't been able to start a conversation there. So that would be great if we could.
I would recommend that you do reach out because I can understand the work that you're doing because you live there. I wouldn't want you to be getting, down the track and then you're confronted with some controversy about what you're doing, given they now have that status of the connection to the Tahuna. So, I would implore you to make contact, and I'm sure our resource consent team here are aware of that claim that's been made and is now part of our resource consent process. So I'm sure our team can help you. The other thing I want to mention to you that I was actually born and bred, so that the Tahuna was actually a food cupboard for us. And you mentioned about the white sand. It was never white sand. That was the cupboard of where we gathered the titiko, which is but you could call it the mud snail. That was a staple diet of Ngāti Hare, and we had Ngāti Hare here sitting at the table today. So it is a pity that they weren't here because they're part of the collective that have the MECA status for the Tahuna. Given that Tahuna is a lot bigger than just what's identified in your map, And it would have been good for you to be able to have made that connection with them while they were here.
Yes.
So yeah, but I just want to go back to it. It was always mud, a mud flat, because that's, as I said, it was where we gathered the tisiko. So when you talked about the white sand, we seldom saw the white sand there. So it is an estuary that was predominantly in mud. No doubt, I'm sure, with the sediment that has come down through the development of the whole Welcome Bay Peninsula, and even now the Mangatapu Peninsula, that the build-up of mud, I'm sure, has exacerbated over the years that they're there. But
that's really good to know.
Good luck in your venture, but I would implore that you contact the hapu that are involved.
Thank you.
Oh, kia ora. Thank you. Just wondering if you've connected with our professor, the Marine Science Chair, Chris Battersall from Waikato University, because there's been a lot of research done on the merits of mangrove, and of course they're in effect not a cause of the sediment, which I'm sure you're aware of, and land use is the cause. But they have numerous benefits, including climate resilience. And I suppose I'm just wondering if you are across the most up-to-date science on the merits of mangroves. And I understand what you're saying about the recreational encroachment of that onto the water. But in terms of biodiversity and climate resilience, you may find that with a bit more research that you're actually going to love that mangrove, and it might be a mindset that you may shift to when you realise the latest science on it. Just wondering what your thoughts are on that.
I just speak to that one. I actually did a lot of research on this before we actually did the submission, and that's why, as a group, we recognise the benefits for the mangroves, and we have no problem with the mangroves being where they are. But it's just it's when it gets too far, and that's really the issue. It's been right across the estuary, which means that there's no space for anything else. So yeah, definitely recognise the benefits. I don't know whether you're aware, but there's also some real negatives to it. Along the walkway at the back of Egret, there's had to be quite a few rat catching areas put right up against the mangroves, because the rats are coming into the mangroves to get the birds' eggs and that are living in there. So it's kind of a battle, really, and it's about keeping the right balance, recognising the biodiversity need, recognising the benefits for the mangroves, but also, not taking it as sort of across the whole area. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Could I thank you, Brett, on behalf of your 16 other co-signers in terms of your submission?
Oh, there's actually 30 because they're
30.
partners.
Oh, because there's another one as well, isn't there? Yeah.
Oh, they're all couples, I think.
They're all
that signs-
couples
sign
and
up.
families and sort of involved. Yeah.
Okay, thanks very much for your submission.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thanks for the time.
Thank you. Right, councillors, the next one is Blair Scarrett. Blair, want to make a submission and comments on public transport?
Yeah.
Yeah, when you're ready, Blair, you can rip into it.
Just wondering when you guys have buses, but there's no other public transport system like anywhere else where they run trains, buses, shuttles, and it's like, well, we've seen so many people saying, oh, that'd be great for Tauranga to have rail, so then we can connect it to Auckland, Wellington, all over. And then sometimes the buses are full and need another option around buses roads. Since the buses are small and some are that, and some people saying, oh, do we have other than diesels, like a hybrid or electrics. Just wondering why it takes so long for buses to get round to their timetables. Cause some bus drivers said, well, councillors should hop on the bus and see what the time runs are for their routes and how long it takes to go from A to B.
Thank you, Blair. And I see you've also got a view in terms of regional parks.
Yeah.
And you think they're a good idea if they're clean and mowed
Yeah,
and got a cover if it's raining.
yeah.
Good man. Been up Papamoa Hills Park, have you?
Been around few and some haven't been mowed and some are like no covers for when they're playing and stuff like that, and no bins for rubbish. And certainly sometimes they have no toilets. So then when they go to a park and it's like, we're gonna go for a bathroom when needed.
Okay, well, we thank you very much for your submission. Clearly you look at some of these things with some passion and good to get some feedback. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Okay. No, these ones here. So councillors, we've only got 2 submitters left, and the last one we're trying to get on Zoom. It's supposed to be coming in about 5 minutes ago, but we'll see what we can do. So we'll just take a break and see if we can get the last 2 submitters in. Catherine Picard, Kami Kadi Melis, and Fern Gooden. Is that right? Please come up. Welcome.
Thank you.
You're free to start.
Tēnā koutou ngā mema o te kaunihera o Toi Moana. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today. Ko Kamikati Milisaho, I'm an environmental educator living in Whakatane who contracts to the Waikato Regional Council. Ko Catherine Pickard Redgate Tine, she's a teacher in Papamoa, and we first met when she was in Borough School's lead teacher at her previous schools in the Waikato. And this is Fern Gooden. She's a student and an environmental spokesperson. We're here to advocate to the Council for increased support for Bay of Plenty schools wanting to engage in environmental education and environmental action. Specifically, we would like to see Council offer environmental education support services or programs. We would like to see more funding available for schools to engage with sustainability kaupapa, and we would like Council to help make it easier for local schools to engage in sustainable practices.
In terms of offering environmental education support services and programs, we'd like to note that Bay of Plenty Regional Council is currently the only regional council in Aotearoa who does not participate in Enviro Schools. This is a program that takes a holistic and school-specific approach to environmental education and works with councils to help schools deliver on council school on council strategic priorities. So if it was running here, it could support this council with its fresh water for life, community participation and climate action goals. As far as we can tell, this council does not deliver any other facilitated environmental education programs, does not help fund parakori for schools or Trees for Survival or PIPs. A number of schools are engaging in some of these initiatives if they are financially able to. But in reality, it means the majority of schools in this region are missing out. We would love to see council support more schools to access these programs as they make a huge positive difference to the students and the teachers alike.
We'd like to acknowledge that this council offers the School Sustainability and Resilience Fund at $50,000 a year. This is hugely impactful for the schools and ECE that are able to access it, so thank you so much for this. We'd like to emphasise the disparity between the fund allocation and the number of schools in ECE it currently serves, especially considering the lack of other available support. The fund has to service 163 schools and over 370 ECE, which if it was distributed evenly would mean less than $100 per school. But of course it isn't distributed evenly, so the reality is that most of the schools get none. We would love to see more schools be able to access funding and support to get their environmental education and sustainability action projects off the ground.
To our final point of wanting the council to make it easier for local schools to engage in sustainable practices, we would like to propose that there are changes that you could make that would positively impact schools with no or minimal cost to council. This would be things like allowing schools to access curbside recycling services and supporting the process of applying for and installing water bores. Thank you so much for listening to us. We truly believe that increasing support for environmental education in school will offer numerous benefits to regional council, as well as to Bay of Plenty, Te Moana e Toi in general. The students of today are the next generation of responsible citizens, ratepayers, decision makers, and indeed they will be sitting in your seats in the next years and decades to come. We want them to be ready so that they can continue to look after our region, this whenua, moana, and we'd like to close our time with Fern sharing her understanding of the significance of quality environmental education. Tēnā koutou katoa.
Ahe Maria koutou. Ko Fern Arahe tōku ingoa. I'm 11 years old and I go to Whakatane Intermediate, as you can see by what I'm wearing. I think that Enviro class is good at my school. We learn how to protect the environment, make less pollution, and look after the lagoon, so that maybe one day we can drink out of lakes, lagoons, and creeks again. Maybe my school is really special because of how much I learned about Enviro. My friend used to litter and now he doesn't. Now he picks up litter whenever he sees it. It would be really helpful if all schools had Enviro. Maybe we could eventually be like my friend and all learn how to look after the environment. Not all schools have Enviro like my old school. My old school had caretakers picking up the litter because the students weren't doing the work. If all schools had Enviro, there would be more students everywhere taking actions for important causes, and eventually probably we will be eventually they will be solved if enough people do the work. Enviro class helped me and maybe it can help you. And the whole regional and eventually the world. Tēnā koutou katoa. I hope you listened today. Thank you.
Kia ora, Fern. Thank you very much for that. So I presume you'd like to see an improvement in Sullivan Lake, would you? You would.
Yeah, we would love to. She's also part of the Lake Care Group in Sullivan.
Okay, Councillor Neese.
Thank you. Music to my ears to hear your submission. We actually used to fund the borough schools and had done for quite a long time and discontinued that about 3 years ago, I think, as part of the last long-term plan. At so because our understanding was that schools were picking up environmental programs and integrating them into their curriculum. So I just wonder if you could provide a report back on what the curriculum actually does provide for by way of environmental education at present.
Well, it's covered really just under the science achievement objectives, and there's really not a lot of room in the school day for environmental projects if we haven't got external providers helping us with that. And I come from Waikato schools, as did Camilla, still works there. And we just found that the Enviro schools having an external facilitator come in and help teachers who are already, time poor can help with facilitating some of that environmental work and provide it for the children. And they seem very keen. At the school that I've only been at for one term and a little bit. We started paper recycling in one term, and it's already up and running. But I approached the council about getting the recycling picked up at the gate, and that was turned down, and we was told that we are a commercial place. So we are a small school, so our current system is that one of our teachers takes it home to her place and puts it in her recycling at home. And so it's those types of things that would help with us, because the children would really like to put the bins out themselves, but at the moment they collect it around, and then one of our teachers takes it home and puts it out with her recycling. And we are on a road that is actually it's residential, so it's got other houses, so it would just mean another bin, but we were told that we wouldn't be able to get another bin. Yeah, so
If the truck goes past your school every day?
Yes.
Or when it picks up the rubbish?
Yes, that's right. We would have to pay for it, being a commercial enterprise. Yeah.
Anyway, thank you.
Mr. Campbell.
Thank you for your submission. Embarrassingly, I sit here and I hear this, and it really pulls my heartstrings away. Have you spoken to the mayor of Whakatane?
No, I'm very new to the region. Moving from the Waikato only. I was commuting over, and so I'm very new. But when Camilla and I worked together in the Waikato, and when we found out sort of what was happening and what we were doing in schools in the Waikato, we thought maybe we'll make a submission. We didn't think we'd probably get this far. Another issue that I have talked to with PIPs, which is we are lucky enough to have at school, is water bores at schools that they've been turned down to have, and that means that schools are having to fund, they're turning off their sprinkler systems in the holidays because they're having to fund the water. But if they had a water bore, then they'd be able to, they have ending up with large water bills and things like that. Yeah, so
I think one of the takeaways is that there are lots of schools doing things as much as they can, and with more support, it's easier for more schools to do things, because at the moment it relies a lot on teachers having the knowledge and the time to be able to do it.
Sure. I can commit to you right now, I will ring the mayor as I'm driving home tonight, and I will put in a good word for you. And if he says no, then I'll chase it up a bit further.
And he probably won't be as polite as you would be.
No. Thank you for that. Thank you.
Anything else, councillors? Right, got to thank you, Catherine, Camilla and Fern. Very good that you've taken the time to submit. Very good that you've taken the time probably to leave school early, Fern, and come up here. Much appreciated. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, councillors, we have a commitment for 4:20, which is 2 minutes away, for our last presenter, which will be on Zoom. So if you just give us 2 minutes, hopefully we can be done and dusted by. Sorry? Oh, so this is Kieran Paiko, but Kieran's not presenting. Kura Martin on behalf of Araro Tangata. It's in your organisations one, number 5. Can I just confirm, Kura, are you with us?
Tēnā koe, ngā mihi o te ahi nei.
Tēnā koe, Kura. So in the chamber here, Kura, we have Cheryl Hayes. So I'm going to ask her to come up to the presenters table because she's been kind enough to arrive in the public gallery here. She doesn't want to say anything. That's Katie Pye. But if you'd like to come up here, Cheryl, you can be part of the discussion. And Kura, you're free to go.
Kia ora, tuatahi ake. Am I able to, sorry, I should have sent my presentation and I just got a slideshow so I just keep it brief and short within the 10 minutes. So do I just share it to the screen? I'm not too sure. Yes?
Yeah, so you can share your screen, Kura. And just so councillors know, Cheryl is on the board of Araro Tangata.
Yes, yes. Tēnā koe, Cheryl.
We've got it, Kura.
Tuatahi ake me mihi ka tika kia o koutou e nā me ki ngā kaitiaki o te kaunihira i te wāhi o Taramona, tēnei o mihi kawana kia o koutou. He taringa ariari mai nei o tēnei tono, tino whakahirahira meki, pāna ki te ararau tangata, kia koe hoki Cheryl, atu ki tērā, tēnā kua taringa ariari mai. Kia ora rā, ngā mihi ko ai tēnei, te tawa tōku mana, ko maua tōku maunga. Ko te awa nui tauranga moana te awa. Pākitimu te waka, ko huria tōku marae, ngā tirangi nui te iwi, ngai tamara waho te hapu, and ko Kura Mātana Hau. And I'm also representing Araro Tangata and presenting talking to our submission as apologies of Kieran and Te Pio who couldn't make it today due to unforeseen circumstances. So I know I've got 10 minutes, So first of all, who are we? Araro Tangata. And our mission statement is why do we exist? Hei araro kia taki I te tangata, which just means providing a multitude of pathways to success for our people. What I'm just going to briefly take you through is just take a little look on our background, talk about who we are as an incorporated society, of course, our vision and mission statement, why we exist and what we're going to do about it, and our matapono, which is ngā whainga, which is quite similar to your 5 oranga pou that I have seen, and is similar to our pou, ngā pou e whā. And then just a quick little look at a strategic plan and where we're going to go to from here as Araro Tangata. So just on first and foremost, between 2018 and 2020, as you can see, there was quite a few series of discussions of wānanga that was held throughout pertaining to whenua kaupapa housing development and aspirations. These wānanga, as you can see, they were very well attended, and so that kind of gave us a whakaaro that this is needed. And so the end was about grassroots and was an actual manamutu haketanga, was by Māori for Māori approach and view of our lens, of the lens that we're looking through. We're hoping that this organisation will serve as kind of like a one-stop hub shop or place where we're able to support all our Māori land trust and individual Māori landowners. Then hopefully on our journey and our progress is to also progress the whenua, Māori development and their aspirations. If I'm going a bit fast, just slow me down because 10 minutes isn't a lot of time. Oh, okay, so what's happening with my laptop? To the next slide. Okay, no, we don't want that. Aroha mai. So just looking back a couple of years, Araro Tangata was actually a whakaaro that was around about 2018. As you can see, shared and quite a few members of the council were part of this beautiful initiative. And back in, as you can see, inaugural Araro Tangata conference was held first of all at Huria Marae, as you can see in the pictures right here, along with quite a few of the familiar faces that you may be, that you know of. Also, not long after that, the kaupapa of Araro Tangata was born, And then we had a couple of huis following that, as you can see, 2019. And then we had another one at the club, the Mount Club, for quite about 2 of them. And then also we had a Papakanga housing land one at the of Waikato, 2020. And there's a link where you can actually go in further a bit more look about it. With the help of Smart Growth and the Combined Tangata Whenua Forum, we actually worked alongside them and enabled to us to become who we are today. And hopefully by the end of the submission, or once I finish speaking to it, then we'll find the similarities. Hopefully we will get supported. However, the housing on Māori land was a key priority for this forum, for the Combined Tangata Whenua Forum. The 31st of May 2022 is when we held the first hui back at Biscoe. And in attendance, there was about 17 people in person and 8 of us online. And these were all Māori land trusts and interested individual owners. And then from then on, we had on 21st of June and the 28th, we had another hui at Mangatawa. And as you can see, we had a good interest there, which was about 35 attendees, once again, all Māori land trusts and individual owners, and then we had online. Then we decided to have some PLD. We needed to know our stuff and be familiar with what it is that we need to do in order to help our people. So we had a few governance and strategic planning workshops held, and that was with Megan and Exalt, and we had those for whole year 2022. 2 years ago, and 2023, and all up we had about four workshops to upskill ourselves and our members, which I shall get there very shortly. So, ko wai mātou, as I said, we are Araro Tangata, and we were incorporated in society as of July the 17th, 2023. Now, with the Whenua Māori Collective, that's comprising of iwi, hapu, and whānau members. And as you can see here, this is our logo. We have all different colours represent, but I won't go into too much detail about that, but every single colour represents our 4 pou, ngā pou e whā, which is our oranga pou. And I'll delve into that later on in the submission. So why do we actually exist? Well, Te Mata Whānui, which is our vision, which I had explained at the beginning, so that we are able to provide a multitude of pathways to success for our people. And then I'll talk more about that as we go on in the presentation. Hence, this is our whakatauki, which is hei ara rau kia taki i te tangata. Then, of course, what is it we're going to do about it, which is actually our mission statement, which we call te whakatakanga. So hopefully, not hopefully, but we Araro Tangata will prioritise and support whānau, our marae, hapu, iwi and Māori individuals or entities to address the development aspirations of Māori whenua, on whenua. Okay, let's go. This is just to show that we're incorporated license certificate, so I don't think I need to, but I just like to show that. It was established by 15 members, and we have 9 board members, and Cheryl is one of them, and myself. I am actually the acting chairperson, and we also have our secretary, treasurer, and our constitution, our rules, which constitutes and tells exactly what we can and can't do as an entity, just like any entity actually, likewise as yourselves. So our origins, we began as a group of tangata whenua alongside quite a few agency representatives, which is from our 3 local authorities, which you can see up on the screen as I'm reading it, Te Puni Kōkiri, along others, and we were also committed to supporting Māori Land Trust to develop on whenua Māori. I keep repeating it in it, so you actually know what Araro Tangata is about. So at the moment, most of us, our offerings are largely based around wānana. So at the moment we offer wānana. We're looking forward to doing conferences, professional learning development workshops, anything that will help our people to succeed, to do with whenua development and aspirations on their land. So what we've seen in the past is that there's a need for to be accessible to our whānau. Our governance board, as I said, is functioning as an operations team, but hence the demand since we've been moving around and having wānana with whānau and Tauranga Moana, not limited to, by the way, Tauranga Moana, throughout the whole Western Bay Plenty. We've just noticed that that we don't actually, that the demand is demanding at the time our capacity that we have. So this will continue to grow the kaupapa, which it actually has. So we're saying the time has come for us to employ an operational somebody full-time so they can further develop our kaupapa and establish some kind of physical point in which whānau can drop into, hence a one-stop hub for all our whānau. So hence that's why we're actually seeking some kind of pūtea tautoko for our next stages in development. And like it says here, eventually we wish to be completely self-sufficient like any initiative, a community initiative, until we have sufficient a general manager, like I explained before, in place to drive all these initiatives and set up our infrastructure as we are very constrained. I'm just trying to get to the next one. So like I said, similarities, our matapono, which is our guiding principle, similar to the Bay of Plenty Regional Council, yourselves, you have 5. And we have 4, which is called ngā Paue Whā. So we have Oranga Tangata, which is pathways of well-being. And then we have Oranga Whenua, and this is all about the protection of our traditional waters, resources, heritage sites and cultural landscapes and other taonga of importance. What actually relates to your Oranga Pau, which is He Taiao Ora. Also, we have our other 4th pau is He Oranga Kainga, to hopefully in the end to access to a warm, dry, safe and healthy home. Our 5th one is Ka Ora E, which is Ka Ora E really in the end is, at the end, it's paramount, well-being is paramount, no matter which way we look in any community initiative or any entity at that, and hopefully collectively together we'll thrive and prosper on our whenua. The whenua. So just briefly, I'm just going to do a quick snapshot. These are our guiding principles, our matapono, which is He Oranga Tangata. And just here, as you can see, our concept of that is that He Oranga Tangata describes pathways of well-being, as I said. It's all about housing as a significant factor for our health and social well-being. We're more likely to be affected by overcrowding, substantial housing. This isn't a new kōrero, by the way. Low levels of ownership. So us Ararau Tangata, we set up for approach for improving housing for Māori, the whānau, and growing the Māori housing sector, so that much have more choice. It aims to empower whānau to better manage their own futures, aroha mai, and sets out how central government and local government can support Māori initiatives, communities. He Oranga Tangata, our communities are built on a mix of kaumātua. It's intergenerational, whānau, pakeke, matua, tamariki, mokopuna, who will live, work and care for one another. The Pautuura, He Oranga Whenua. He Oranga Whenua, this is the pāniki te taiao, like I said, it's similar to your He Taiao Ora. The protection of our traditional waters, I explained that, the moana, the tahuna awa, not limited to, by the way. Kaitiakitanga land use, protect whenua for future generations is all about intergenerational living as well. He Oranga Kainga, so He Oranga Kainga is the right one to have that access to a warm, dry, healthy home. Whānau have whenua and should be able to live on their land and build communities around their whenua Māori. Provision of infrastructure requirements that is accessible for whānau Māori on their whenua. And then hopefully financial support for whānau Hapu Area Māori Land Trust to provide homes on their whenua. So in the end, ultimately, ka ora e, so collectively, we will thrive and prosper on our whenua. This is similar to Iowhala's guiding principles to do with arapautanga, the pursuit of excellence. So in the end, everything is about the pursuit of excellence. I won't actually go through it, but really to support our strategic direction and goals for the next 3 to 5 years, which is briefly in this slideshow. So, so with these principles in mind, this is why we actually make this following submission. So we actually support Te Arapautama and its associated initiatives, similar to us. Te Arapautama initiatives, as in our application, must be resourced and have appropriate frameworks to measure performance. Partnering with tangata whenua, us, and community towards a prosperous and equitable regional future, because we all want the same. The reference towards community, which I told that should actually be changed to communities. We also recommended the Bay of Plenty Regional Council on the use of Te Reo Māori as an official language and endorse its future use in all council documentation. So piki mihi kia koutou. We support the proposed rates and remissions policy for whenua Māori. However, we've got to, I think, consider complex needs for whānau with whenua Māori. That's a discussion on its own. We propose to enter a partnership with the Bay of Plenty Regional Council yourselves to support the needs of whenua Māori owners in the Western Bay of Plenty. So our focus area is really establishing a physical presence, which is needed. Like I said, this kaupapa aims to establish the operational function of us, Ararau Tangata. I already mentioned it. So one originally set up as a joint agency group aimed at gaining more efficiency for Māori landowners and aspects of development. Ararau Tangata is now an external of all agencies. However, ko te ringa hāpai pāna ki a koutou, kei te pērā tōna, there's always need for support and help from all our councils and any initiatives to do with whenua Māori. So what I did here just briefly, I think, ring the bell because I may have gone over time. So I've kind of aligned our principles with your principles as to see how do we actually align with the outcomes with our contribution to the council, to your council outcomes and goals. So as I mentioned here, tai ao ora, your goals 3 and 4, because you actually have 17 if I'm right. And this is its purpose, and it's actually similar to ours, which is he oranga whenua, where I had already explained before, kind of just reiterated on its purpose. Right. I also probably, when I had a good look at your at your goals or your community outcomes, I was quite, what would I say? I was quite pleased to see, because I've never actually seen it before until the submission. But by me putting this up, it actually aligns to our outcome, our makapono. So your second one is about future ready communities, and that's he hapori matahi awatia. And this is your purpose as to why you have these outcomes. And then we align to your whainga tuarema, which is goal, the 5th goal, which communities are aware of and prepared for the impact of natural hazards and climate change. And then when I look further, it also aligns to 6 and 7. So our matapono, our guiding principles and outcomes is our he oranga whenua and he oranga kainga. Where over here, it's just got a little interpretation that aligns to your outcomes, ki ngā whainga. The connected communities, te hapori tūhono, is similar to our oranga whenua. And as you can see, our purposes are similar with each other and our vision. Oops, I don't know. Te mea tuatoru, he whanaketanga Māori tūroa, that's the sustainable development, and that aligns to our matapono, our guiding principles to do with he oranga tangata. And as you can just see here, he oranga tangata describes pathways of well-being, and likewise with yourselves, your project is all about to contribute to future readiness of communities by enabling them to establish a function that can help build sustainability into the whānau level. And that's the similarities. He orite. Te ara pautama, the pursuit of excellence, and everything that you're doing, just like ourselves, the pursuit of excellence as stated in our whakatauki. So I put that down that, well, actually it aligned to our guiding principles to do with ka ora e. So in the end, ka ora e, which is no matter which way we look at it in our initiative, in our kaupapa, in our project, the ultimate is well-being is paramount, and that's, well, how do we do that? For the pursuit of excellence. making sure that kei te tika. Then ka ora e, everybody thrives. This is our strategic plan 2024-2027, and I think I haven't got it round the other way. Yes, I do. So when we had our professional learning development governance and strategy wānanga and professional development workshops with Megan Exalt, like I said, we have 4 of them through 2022 to 2023. And throughout that, it actually made us have a good look is to make sure that we're actually on the right pathway. Are we doing what we should be doing, and what is that we can do to help our community? And this is just a brief little look at it.
Good. How many more have you got? Can you tell us?
And
That's
then
it.
Our next steps as ararau tangata is to seek pūtea tautoko to help set up our operational structure, systems for getting things done. We've got things coming up on June the 14th, 2004 at the Cargo Shed, and then hopefully assisting locally led development, whenua Māori and led development aspirations. Nō reira, kamutu hau ki reira, tēnā koutou, katoa.
Kia ora kura, and I don't know whether you noticed whilst you were presenting, the PL has arrived.
Oh,
So you're well represented.
You can speak.
Councillors, any questions? Obviously for Kura or Te Pio, she's passed the baton to Pio. Councillor MacDonald.
Tēnā koe Pio, kia koe Kura, ngā mihi mō tō kōrero. And thank you for your presentation. I guess listening to the kōrero and acknowledging the alignment of our values and principles, identifying as being the same as yours. What I struggle to find in the presentation is the actual support you are looking. You mentioned a partnership, but there was no real description around what that partnership was aiming for on the part of the regional council. I can make an assumption of what that is, but I won't. But I would appreciate if you tell us what that is, either you or Te Pio.
Good timing, Matua Pio.
Kia ora no tātou tuatahi rā e mihi nei ki a koutou katoa. Aho kōnei he tūreiti kua tai a tinana hei whakakōrero hia rai mō tēnei kaupapa ararau tangata nō reira mihi kawana ki nei i a koutou katoa. Yeah, a very good question, Councillor MacDonald. Why are we here and what are we asking for? So the ararau tangata, for those that have been on a smart growth journey, this will not be a new name or an entity. The entity is here to represent those Māori land trusts across the Western Bay, around bringing them collectively together to support them through their journey around how they establish themselves, how they manifest their entity to respond to the needs of their respective shareholders and their owners. And a lot of those are actually around the opportunity to develop their own housing initiatives. So around Papakainga housing is the key entity. Ararau Tangata is the only Māori-led, Māori-based community organisation in Tauranga that are actually aimed at focusing in on Māori land trusts, working with maraes and corporations and dealing with their needs and aspirations. The tono tenei to yourselves is around the establishment of the entity itself. So looking at the engagement or employing 2 FTEs to actually do the work that the already overcommitted trustees of organising this entity are unable to do. We need people on the ground, a manager, support to establish, to carry on the actual implementation of the strategic plan that we've developed. So yes, we're looking for support around the establishment of the entity, the engagement of staff, at least 2 staff and the opportunity of looking for a premise or a place of business where they can actually run this from. So we're right in the infancy of establishing this rōpū, have been guided by Social Link in terms of their people coming on board and providing us guidance. Hence, that's how we got to the strategic plan. And then obviously the Incorporated Society that was registered at the end of last year. So yeah, I hope that gives you some idea around what we're looking for, the support around staff, the office administration, those types of opportunities to get this entity up and running, so they can deliver those workshops and the support and advice to Māori land trusts. Kia ora.
Kia ora te pio. And on that note, could I thank you, Kura, for your presentation? You obviously put a lot of work into that. Can you somehow email or get that presentation sent to the Regional Council so that it's available for staff and or regional councillors? Cheryl, could I thank you for turning up today in person? Much appreciated. And to Pio, well done. Now, in finishing, could I just acknowledge this LTP hearings has been over a period of 4 days. It's been pretty intensive. And I'd just like to take a moment to express on behalf of the council our gratitude and appreciation to all the staff involved. And you've all seen most of them. There's some behind the scenes as well. Whilst I won't mention individuals or teams specifically, because I'll miss someone out, please let it be known that your commitment, staff, and tireless efforts to ensure everything runs smoothly, even after hours. Whakatane was a good example of that because you had to get to Rotorua. Hasn't gone unnoticed. From managing the logistics to facilitating discussions, adjusting the timelines in terms of presenters, you've been the backbone of this critical process. Your ability to collaborate, communicate, and adapt to changing circumstances has truly been remarkable. Please let it be known that your efforts are deeply appreciated and we're extremely grateful. Kia ora. And in saying that, as Chief Executive, I will suggest, given that of what I've just said, that maybe you need to consider a bit of Toi L. Now, for those who are going to say, what's the chairman talking about? Toi L is essentially time off in lieu. Okay? And
For us too.
Te Pio, we started this hui at Huria Marae last Friday, and Mana Whenua opened the hui with karakia, and that in karakia endured for the next 4 days. Would you be so kind, on the behalf of Mana Whenua, to close with a karakia? Be appreciated. Ka pai.
Ai, kia ora no, kia koe hoki nei I te tūru matua, kia koe chairman leader, na mihi hoki nei ia koe o homa ia tēnei honore nei kia hau, ara hoki nei kia mātou nei, ki tauranga mōna he whakakapi hoki nei ki tēnei huinga I a koutou, ara hoki nei nā hāpuri katoa, mai hoki nei te moana o Toi, tai atu rā kia mātou nei ki o tā whiwhi, tai atu nei ki nā hāpuri katoa kei Wainganui, ara hoki nei I a koutou hoki nei ki te tai rāwhiti ki whakatāne, tēnei hoki rā te mihi nei I a koe o koutou nei maunga, maunga pōhatu, tēnei hoki rā kia mātou nei, a maua mihi hoki nei I a koe. O tira, ki a koutou katoa e noho nei. Nō reira, kaore he kumi he roa I oku nei mihi, nō reira, ki a koutou nei he whai kaha hoki I o koutou nei mahi, e pāna nei ki nā tono, ki nā hāpuri katoa, ki a koutou katoa. Nō reira, tēnā tātou, tēnā tātou, tēnā tātou katoa kainoi. Nō reira, tātua tēnei hoki rā ki a tātou nei I tēnei pō tukunu nei ki tēnei ino atu nei I a koe. Tō manaakitanga ki runga ki a tātou katoa ki roto nei ki tēnei whare. Aroki nei I tā tātou nei whānau e noho nei I rā. Excuse me. E noho nei ki a rātou katoa ina kāinga maha ki tēnei takiwā a Toi Moana. Nō reire te matua, manaki ana hoki rā i nā whānau pani ke wainganui ki a tātou nei, kia hiki hoki nei te mamai, te kapua pauri ki runga i a rātou katoa, i roto nei i tōna kauaroha. I roto nei ki tēnā e te atua manaki hea rā i tā tātou nei whānau pani, kia rātou nei e kore he kainga, kia whai hoki rā i nā hāpore hei tautoko hea rā, kia rātou nei moimoia, kia tātou nei whānau e noho nei, e māwiwi ana i roto nei i nā hohi pira katoa ke wainganui ki tēnei rohe kia tātou nei. Nō reira e te atua tēnei kia mātou nei ino atu i a koe, tō korowai aroha nei ki runga ki a tātou katoa, kia hoki pai ai tātou nei, kia mātou nei whānau, kia mātou nei kāinga, kia mātou nei hāpori, tūturu whakamaua, kia tīna, haumi e hui e, tāi ki e. Kia ora tātou.